Ekta. Hello, hello, hello. Sponsors and their support make a big difference and strengthen our resolve to do more. We take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors who have supported us in putting together this conclave and to organize it at this larger scale. We thank our sponsors, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited, Aster DM Healthcare, Dempo Group of Companies, and Serum Institute of India. Our co-sponsors, Ambuja Neotia Group, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, Triveni Turbines Limited, and Vodafone Idea Limited. Our associate sponsors, Kevin Care Private Limited and JK Paper Limited. Corporate sponsors, Fostima, Gale India Limited, JK Lakshmipat University, Nico Cables, NTPC, Realization Technologies, Safe Express, and Usha International. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll once again request you all to please be seated. We will shortly begin with the day's program.
कुन्देन्दु तुषार हार धवला या शुभ्र वस्त्रामृता या वीणावरदण्ड मण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतं शङ्करं प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेष जाड्यापहा।
Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'am. May I request Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, to deliver the introductory remarks?
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Shrinivas Dempo, President AIMA, Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, Senior Vice President AIMA, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to have you all with us in AIMA's 8th National Leadership Conclave, and a very warm welcome to all of you. Srini, it is a pleasure to have you with us, and many thanks for agreeing to address the conclave. You're an outstanding business leader and a staunch champion of India's growth and glory. You strongly believe in great future for the country, and we look forward to hearing your address on India's tryst with a new destiny in 2047. Nikhil, great to have you with us, and thank you again for agreeing to join us today. You lead businesses that connect India's past with its future. You're a keen observer of economic and environmental trends, and we look forward to hearing your views on how India can get rich responsibly. We are pleased to have many of AIMA's past presidents and AIMA Council members in the audience and also online. This conclave is being live streamed. I also welcome AIMA's distinguished friends and associates who have joined us at the venue and through AIMA's social media channels, and all our friends from the local management associations who have taken the trouble to join us today. A especially warm welcome to all of you. It is wonderful to have you all with us for this celebration of management. Ladies and gentlemen, AIMA's National Leadership Conclave is an opportunity for India's business leaders and management professionals to come together and discuss the most important issues facing the country. It is an opportunity to meet some of the country's most powerful leaders from different domains and learn from them. The overarching theme of this conclave is Mission 2047, India's Tryst with a New Destiny. We begin today's program by taking a look at where modern India has reached in the last 75 years and where is it headed to in the next 25. India has achieved the critical mass of economic size, sophistication, and growth to get steadily richer and stronger in the coming decades. India's dream of becoming a developed country by 2047 is quite viable, as a high GDP growth will pull up the per capita income to several times the present levels. India has unprecedented opportunities to join global supply chains and a favorable political climate to become a factory of the world. Today, India is invited to guard global trade and participate in shaping a new world order. India is already the official leader of G20 for this year, and it is coordinating the economic and developmental efforts that touch 2/3 of humanity. However, no future is ever guaranteed, and India has to be diligent in building its capacity for economic growth, sustainability, security, innovation, and leadership. The surest way to graduate from a country of immense possibilities to a country of great achievements is to give all Indians a stake in India's new destiny. We have an eclectic program for the conclave, and we will look at diverse dimensions of India's past, present, and future. We will consider the achievements, opportunities, and challenges for the country with leaders from the domains of government, industry, technology, and culture. I'm sure you will enjoy the varied flavors of knowledge and wisdom in today's program. We will open the conclave with talks on what India would or should look like in its centenary year, 2047, and immediately follow it up with 2 exciting sessions on India's changing place and role in the world. India's G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant, will tell us how India is shaping the global development agenda as G20 host, and India's G20 Chief Coordinator and former Finance Secretary, Mr. Harsh Vardhan Shringla, will talk about India's constructive leadership of a troubled and polarized world. Technology is a critical area for not only India's economic evolution, but also its sovereignty. We will have a session on India's need for supporting its innovators and entrepreneurs to establish an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Mr. Sudhanshu Mani, who led the development of India's indigenous high-speed train, Vande Bharat, will share his struggles and successes in creating a genuinely Indian product with Indian intellectual property. In another related session, we will hear Google's Apurva Chamaria and Rapido bike taxi founder Kunal Khattar and Anil Wali from IIT Delhi on how emerging technologies can democratize entrepreneurship for Gen Z. We will also look at the evolution of the Metaverse economy with innovator and investor Mr. Rajan Navani. Metaverse has everyone excited as it offers the promise of artificial worlds with real jobs and businesses. We have an opportunity to hear Mr. Sanjiv Bajaj on how he has transformed his legacy financial business and has been faster on the draw than fintech startups. He has revolutionized consumer lending, big-ticket retail, and financial products distribution, and now he is ready for venture into the world of mutual funds and metaverse. Movie icons Ms. Sharmila Tagore and Mr. Kabir Bedi will also join us today. Ms. Tagore has not only been a leading actor in Indian films for 6 decades, she has also been a social activist and a standard bearer of individual liberty and women's sovereignty. She has agreed to share her experiences in this session with us. Mr. Kabir Bedi will talk to us about working in the entertainment industry in different parts of the world. He's been a pioneering actor who broke new ground for Indian actors by doing leading roles in Western films and serials. I'm sure you will enjoy these sessions with these venerable actors. Continuing in the eclectic mold of this program, we will hold a discussion with top economist and pop historian, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal. In addition to advising the Finance Ministry and the Prime Minister on economic affairs, Mr. Sanyal has been digging into India's history and coming up with narratives that they do not teach at India's schools and universities. We will engage him in a conversation about why history matters for the future and whether there is only one true past and a singular destiny. It promises to be a fascinating session. I would urge all of you to stay with us through the sessions and explore new ways of understanding of India's economic, technological, and cultural past, present, and future, and also join us for the Managing India Awards in the evening, where we will bestow awards on some truly outstanding individuals. We will now have a special message from Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Minister for Road Transport and Highways, for the conclave. He could not join us in person as he had to be in Jammu and Kashmir today, but he has recorded a video message for us. With these words, a warm welcome to all of you once again. May I now request for the message to be played. Thank you.
Namaskar. Mr. Shrinivas Dempo, President of AIMA and Chairman of Dempo Group of Companies. Nikhil Sawhney, Senior Vice President, AIMA, and Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Triveni Turbine Limited. Rekha Sethi, Director General, AIMA. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really a pleasure to me to address you and to interact with you. Actually, many times I got opportunity to interact with you, but because of my busy schedule, this time it was difficult for me. So many congratulations to All India Management Association on its 8th National Leadership Conclave. My compliments to AIMA for leaders for creating an outstanding thought leadership platform. I appreciate that AIMA is always taking up current and emerging national issues. For many years, the National Leadership Conclave has been a premier forum for considering India's challenges, opportunities, issues, and strategies. I commend AIMA for focusing this year Leadership Conclave on India's new destiny as the country marches towards its century year in 2047. India is one of the fastest growing major economy in the world. The country has gradually built the economic capacity required to steadily increase its output at a high rate. Today, India has the critical mass of capital, technology, infrastructure, industry, entrepreneurship, and management to achieve its goals. We stand at 5th position in the world. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has set a vision to make India a $5 trillion economy by 2025. Strong, stable, transparent, and visionary government is the key to achieve this dream. In about another 5 years, the country should become the third largest economy, overtaking Japan. But we must not be satisfied with that. We have the potential to compete with China and the USA. India has the largest young population which will produce and consume for many decades to come, and that is very important. India has 64 lakh kilometer of road network, second largest road network in the world after USA. In fact, in 2024, India's road infrastructure will be at par that of the United States of America. The logistic cost in India is higher at 15 to 16% of the GDP compared to 8 to 9% of GDP of other developed economies such as the USA. The higher logistic cost reduces the competitiveness of made in India products in global markets. To reduce logistic cost, the government is gearing up with the Accelerated Integrated Infrastructure Development Program like PM Gati Shakti and the National Infrastructure Pipeline Program. The National Logistic Policy 2022, which also aims to at ensuring the seamless movement of goods, and it is really very important agenda for the government. By reducing logistic cost, India producers and traders will provide extreme competition to countries like China. India is building highways and industrial corridors to allow rapid and unrestricted movement between major production, consumption and shipping hubs. The country is involved in the massive capacity and efficiency enhancing exercise. It is no surprise that the multimodals are looking at India as the next factory of the world. While we are set for an massive increase in industrial and commercial activity in the next 25 years, we are also cautious of our responsibility towards the planet. The green hydrogen is the fuel for the future and sustainable alternative to coal, oil and gas-based energy sources. India is in an excellent position to shape itself as an energy exporter, and this can be only possible due to the potential of green hydrogen in India. The research and development in the green hydrogen sector is very critical, and my objective is that this sector should be developed in a manner that hydrogen can be produced at the level of households and can be utilized for various applications. India's business leaders must play their role in making India a rich and great country by 2047. They must contribute to the mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat through greater investment in production, technology, development and inclusive strategies so that India to be able to raise its per capita income as well as aggregate output. I compliment AIMA on holding an excellent National Leadership Conclave with a very thoughtful focus. Best wishes to AIMA and thank you to all of you. And I am confident that this convention is going to contribute, inspire and motivate the people who are working for the economic growth of our country. Namaskar. Thank you.
On behalf of everyone present here today, we thank Shri Nitin Gadkari for joining the proceedings and sharing his thoughts with us, albeit virtually. May I now request Mr. Shrinivas Dempo, President AIMA and Chairman Dempo Group of Companies, to please address the audience.
Good morning. I'd like to begin by thanking the Honorable Minister, Sri Gadkari ji, for his very enlightening address. My friend Nikhil, Rekha, past presidents, Mr. Sudhir Jalan, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, my apologies in advance if I haven't addressed any past president, but I don't see any past president else in the audience. Members of Local Management Association, council members, ladies and gentlemen. I deem it both a privilege and pleasure to welcome you to this 8th edition of AIMA's National Leadership Conclave. which is rightly titled and themed as Mission 2047, India's Tryst with a New Destiny. Today, you all have an opportunity to engage with some of India's finest brains and iconic leaders from diverse policy and business domains. It's not only business, but it's all relevant fields in Indian society today. And you will hear from different experts on the topic that we've selected. We hope to take up a lot of relevant issues that concern all of us and identify not only ways to take on prevailing challenges, but also to address emerging opportunities. Today's program also gives us an opportunity to connect India's present and its promised new destiny that we are all going to debate the whole day today. I would strongly urge you to join me on this journey of discovery and understanding. As all of us know, India is celebrating its 75th anniversary of independence from the British Raj, and there is a lot to celebrate for us in terms of our achievements. From being the big dirty jewel in the British crown in 1947, India has become the shining star of the world and global economy. Having received an emaciated country from the departing British, it's with a matter of pride that India has overtaken the British GDP. India has become the fastest growing top 10 economy in the world, and its recent growth trend, which averages to about 7%, is more than twice its rate of growth during the first 3 decades of its independence. Its constantly growing economy base allows it to produce, consume, and invest more with a lot of ease. India has also acquired a global distinction and reputation for producing world-class leadership talent. It's again a matter of great pride for all of us Indians that Indian educated, and I'm not saying persons of Indian origin, Indian educated persons are heading American tech giants. And I'm told, and we've all read, that an Indian is likely to head the World Bank soon. Many global financial, consumer, and consulting multinationals have had Indian CEOs. To top it all, it's a matter of great pleasure to say that children of Indian immigrants are now leaders of governments in the US and the UK. With economic success and admiration for talent have come global respect for us, for our capabilities, abilities, and support for its aspirations. Today, as all of us know, India has the presidency of G20 for a year and is setting the agenda, taking the leadership for the group that represents 85% of the global GDP and 75% of the international trade. You are soon going to have an opportunity to listen to a brilliant speaker, Mr. Amitabh Kant, who's shortly going to be here to address you all and interact with you all on this very important topic. Many countries and companies are favoring India to diversify their supply chains from our neighboring country. India is the fulcrum of America's pivot to Asia and a central member of the Quad Alliance for securing Indian and Pacific Oceans for maritime trade. India is being wooed by all sides in the new East-West confrontation, and India's insistence on doing business with both sides is also equally accepted, despite severe polarization happening in the world. This, my friends, is the new India and the new global world. However, we must all take it in our strides that this popularity or prospects cannot be taken for granted. The country needs to use these breaks to build a solid foundation for a faster growing India, a stronger, secure India, and a greater geo-economic role in the world, and a better India in general for all of us. It's about time to stop looking in the rearview mirror and start focusing on the road ahead to our mission and India's centenary 2047. It is time to look at what more can be done to make Indian economy more vibrant, stronger, sharper, and even more essential for the global world. If India can sustain its present growth trajectory, it is well positioned to become, as the Honorable Minister has said, the world's third largest economy before the end of this decade, behind only US and China, with a GDP well in excess of the targeted $5 trillion. India has become one of the most populous countries and demographically, India has the largest worker and consumer base. More importantly, India's next generation will consist mostly of digital native millennials whose entrepreneurial and professional capacities would greatly exceed those of our previous generations. The government is committed through its various reform projects to support businesses. It explicitly wants private corporations to own and operate critical infrastructure and assets, while it is propping up digital enterprises by undertaking data acquisition, just as earlier governments in the past used their power to acquire land for the industry. With the government enabling data collection and sharing, there would be an exponential growth in digital entrepreneurship in the country. Being data rich, India could become a leader in the emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, metaverse, and enhanced reality. Moreover, the faster pace and greater volume of transactions due to digital convenience that we all know about will greatly add to the GDP in the coming years. The expectations about where India's GDP is going to be at 2047 is anyone's guess, but an optimist like me would place it closer to $40 trillion. India is aiming to be a developed country in its 100th year, which means its per capita income has to multiply at least 5 to 6 times from the current levels, which is possible given its growth rate in recent years. The calculation will also be helped by a decline in population after peaking in the next few years. In the past 75 years, there have been very few countries that have managed to grow their per capita income at such an annual average growth rate, and India has the potential to join this exclusive club. While we do have the heart is keen and the mind is strong, there has to be realism about India's power to grow and pragmatism in its growth strategy. There are many critical inputs of economic growth that are not in the best shape. One indicator, my friends, is the Human Development Index. I think we have to climb rapidly on this. We are at 132nd rank, and India not only has to focus on the pace of growth, but also its distribution. While we do have some of the world's richest people residing in India, we also have many of its poorest. World Inequality Report paints India as one of the most inequitable countries, where the bottom 50% of the population earns only 13% of the national income. While we do have an aspiration to become the third largest economy in the world, but our rank on the per capita GDP is only close to 140. So we have to broaden our priorities and aspirations to make a difference and to make India into a very inclusive country. We also require, a decade is not enough, and we require a longer time. It requires long-term consensus, consistency, commitment, and conducive conditions to turn this possibility into a reality. Even as we celebrate of what India has achieved in the last 75 years, we must not be satisfied or become complacent. The world has seen so many countries litter away their opportunities and slip back. Therefore, to achieve the national goal by 2047 to become a developed nation, it's important to aim for the best, but with flexibility to evade shocks like the ones we are seeing right now in the global economy and change the course if needed. As India starts on the last quarter century of the journey of its centenary, the country, I believe, and all of us believe, is full of possibilities and optimism. It's on the cusp of a multifaceted transformation, and we can be confident that the next 25 years will be mostly good for India, and the country will be a lot richer and stronger. Once again, I welcome you to this 8th edition of the National Leadership Conclave. I do hope you have a great day listening to so many of the experts, so many of people who have contributed to nation building, whether it's in economy, art, culture, and so many diverse subjects. Wish you a successful deliberation ahead during the day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, Senior Vice President, AIMA, and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited, to address the audience.
My good friend Shrini, it's very difficult to follow your speech, and it's good that you've covered mostly all the points that one needs to talk about, because as all of our bosses, Rekha has informed me that we're running short of time and we have Mr. Amitabh Kant's session next, which I will be speaking on as well. So I'll try to be brief here. Firstly, I'd like to welcome our past presidents, Mr. Kohli, Mr. Jalan, Mr. Kirloskar. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be with you here today. The topic of the new tryst with destiny that India needs to grapple with over the next 25 years has many points that one would like to ponder over, both the opportunities and the challenges. But there are many, many more opportunities, as Srini has pointed out. I'd like to focus on just two. One is the challenge as well as the opportunity of artificial intelligence as well as decarbonization. Both present a global challenge of a public good which we need to tackle. And India needs to set its own priorities and show the world a new form of development, which was not the same as what China would have been able to do with an increasingly heavily carbonized mode of development. I think India is opportunely poised to not only leverage and harness its skill set in terms of human capital, where over the next 2 to 3 years, we will have the largest percentage as well as absolute population in the working age, between the age of 18 and 65, which bodes very well for us to be able to achieve the growth rates of what Srini had talked about. Equally, I think it's incredibly important that we focus on building institutions so that we are sustainable in our growth endeavors and not able to don't fall back to the Hindu growth rate, which everyone here is familiar with. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a packed agenda for today, and we'd like to keep it on track from the first session itself. I hope that you could be seated while we convene the next session. Thank you very much, everyone, and I look forward to addressing you again in the next session.
Thank you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we thank President AIMA, Mr. Shrinivas Dempo, Senior Vice President, Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, and Director General AIMA, Ms. Rekha Sethi. Let's give them a huge round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the inaugural session of AIMA's 8th National Leadership Conclave. Please remain seated as we would change over to the next session immediately. Tea and coffee is also available through the program. You can help yourself, but please do refrain from making too much noise or too much movement. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our second session of the conclave on G20. India takes the lead. India has a great opportunity to project its economic and diplomatic leadership of the world as the host of the G20 summit in 2023 and the orchestrator of the elite group's cooperation during the year. As the host member of G20 this year, India gets to see the financial and development agenda for the countries that make up about 75% of the world's population, more than 85% of the global GDP, and nearly 80% of the trade. With hundreds of meetings spread across scores of Indian cities, there is an opportunity to not only project India's economic progress, but also market the country's latent potential in global investors. However, India's presidency of G20 coincides with a severe crisis and a conflict, and it has the tough task of overcoming geopolitical friction among its key members and achieving cooperation on issues that have a bearing of the global order and the well-being of the humanity itself. Ladies and gentlemen, may I once again request you all to please kindly take your seats. We're quickly moving on to our next session. Please do refrain from making too much noise or too much movement inside the hall. Members of the audience who are at the tea and coffee counter will request you all to please kindly bring your teas back to the table. Please remain seated as we are ready to start the next session. We are not taking a break. I'll once again request you all to please remain seated. Please refrain from making too much movement or noise inside the hall. For members of the audience who are still standing by the tea and coffee counter, I'll request you all to please kindly come back to your seats. Our first session this morning is an inaugural session, and now we are ready to start the next session of the day, which is G20 India Takes the Lead. In this discussion, we shall have participation from Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa, Government of India, Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, Senior Vice President, AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited, and Mr. Yezdi Nagporewalla, CEO, KPMG India. They will be joining us shortly. So once again, a gentle reminder for all the members of the audience who are still standing at the tea and the coffee stall, please do come back to your seats. We are starting with the session immediately. We are not taking a break. I request you all to please come back to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed speakers are here in our midst. I'll once again request you all to please come back to your seats. We are shortly expecting Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa, Government of India, to join us here inside the hall, along with Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, Senior Vice President, AIMA, and Mr. Yezdi Nagporewalla, CEO, KPMG India. We are ready to start the second session of the conclave on G20, India Takes the Lead. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our second session. G20, India Takes the Lead. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa, Government of India, Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, Senior President, AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited, and Mr. Yezdi Nagporewalla, CEO, KPMG India. Before we begin with this session, we extend a very warm welcome to the honorable dignitaries on the dais. And I would like to take this opportunity to say a few words about Mr. Nikhil Sawhney. Mr. Nikhil Sawhney is the Senior Vice President of AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Triveni Turbines and a Director with Triveni Engineering and Industries Limited. The companies occupy leadership positions in their respective businesses of sugar manufacturing, distillation of alcohol, renewable energy generation, industrial turbines and gears, and water and wastewater treatment solutions spanning 16 manufacturing locations in India. May I now request Mr. Sawhney to please conduct the session.
Mr. Amitabh Kant, the G20 Sherpa from the Government of India's side, Yezdi Nagporewalla, CEO KPMG India, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you all with us and a very warm welcome in this session with India's G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Mr. Kant, it's a privilege to have you with us and many thanks for agreeing to do this session on India's presidency of G20. You are a friend of AIMA and it is always a pleasure to sit with you and discuss the most important issues facing the country and the world. As India hosts the G20 meeting and events this year, you have a central role in projecting India's leadership of this elite group, or to this elite group as well, which includes 2/3 of humanity and contributes 3/4 of the world's trade and 85% of the global economic output. You are heading the Sherpa track of the G20 consultation coordination, and you have a broad spread of developmental issues on your plate. You've done a fantastic job of making Indians feel proud of their opportunity to lead the world, and given your track record in organization and branding, it is quite certain that you will ensure that nobody ever forgets India's presidency of the G20. Today, we look forward to learning from you about India's initiatives and priorities. Thank you for joining us and a very warm welcome to you. Yes, thank you. Mr. Nagporewalla, it's a pleasure to have you with us and thank you for joining us in this session. A very warm welcome to you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we will explore the impact of India's G20 presidency on the world, as well as its impact on India itself. We will look at the circumstances in which India's turn to host G20 has arrived and consider how India can turn things around and get the major powers to collaborate again. The February meeting of the G20 finance ministers and the central bank governors highlighted the challenges involved in leading the group at this juncture. Global economic leaders were prevented from stating their strategy to overcome the growth crisis because of the West's insistence on using the forum to corner Russia. The war in Ukraine may be a geopolitical compulsion for both Western Europe and Russia, but it is holding back discussion and decisions on more global and urgent issues of food and energy security, crushing national debts, poverty reduction, and climate change. I believe that India does not need to pick sides, and it has not done so as well. This is particularly important here for India's soft power, because it has been presented with an opportunity to engage with all the major countries of the world as a leader. India must use this opportunity to fulfill its aspirations of promoting its interests and driving the global agenda, as well as to show the world a new form of development, greener, more inclusive, and scalable. India's presidency of the G20 is also useful for pushing through infrastructure and urban development across our own country. The 50-odd cities that are hosting various G20 meetings and showcasing events are being spruced up, and the host states have an opportunity to build their own global brands. We are privileged to have Mr. Kant with us to tell us about the various facets and objectives of India's G20 presidency, and also to tell us about India's potential gains from hosting the G20 this year. It's my pleasure to invite Mr. Amitabh Kant, India's G20 Sherpa, to deliver his keynote address, post which I will ask Mr. Kant some questions, and if we have time, I would open it up to the audience to ask some questions as well. To you, Mr. Kant.
Distinguished guests, Mr. Sawhney, Mr. Yezdi Nagporewalla, very distinguished guests in the audience, my friend Kabir Bedi from my college, Sanjay Kirloskar, Rekha, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly delighted to be speaking before this very august gathering on India's G20 and its priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, G20 is important because we are in the midst of very major upheavals in the world. These are very turbulent times, actually. There is a geopolitical crisis in Europe, a war going on for over a year. But it's also important to understand that the world is facing a very severe recessionary trend. 1/3 of the world, according to IMF, is seeing a recession right now. 75 countries in the world are facing a severe global debt crisis. 75 countries in the world. There is a very major crisis, the post-COVID era, which is a crisis of 200 million people having gone below the poverty line. Almost 100 million people have lost their jobs. And then there is a crisis of climate action, that the earth may survive, but we as human beings will be extinct if we are not able to reach 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050. And therefore, all of us have to believe in climate action. And then, on top of all this, there is a financial crisis with the collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank in the United States, and whether it will have cascading impact on other parts of the economy, because with inflation in USA and strengthening of interest rates, it has severe implications on emerging markets in terms of the wealth from emerging markets flowing back to the developed world. And therefore, in a globalized world, we are all interconnected. And G20 is important because it accounts for 85% of the global GDP. It accounts for about 78% of the global trade. It accounts for about 90% of the global patents. But more important than that, it accounts for about 2/3 of the humanity. And therefore, any decision taken by G20 has a severe implication on global economy. Now, G20 has grown and evolved as essentially an economic grouping, a grouping of finance ministers and the central bank governors to drive economic growth, prosperity, progress, and to ensure good financial management of the world. And every time there's been a crisis, whether it was 1919, whether it was 1999, or whether it was 2002 or 2008, whenever there's been a financial or a global economic growth crisis, G20 has stepped in and taken severe measures, and those have then got implemented through IMF, World Bank, and other implementing agencies. And therefore, G20 is critical. This is for the first time in the history of G20 that 4 successive presidencies of the G20 will be held by emerging markets. Starting with Indonesia last year, to India, then it goes to Brazil, and then it goes to South Africa. And therefore, if you look at the economy, the global economy, what you find is that from 1999 onwards, the share in the global output, the share of the global GDP, the component of the developed world is declining, and the share of the emerging markets is growing rapidly. And probably in another decade and a half, the emerging markets will have a much greater share of the global economy than the developed world. And therefore, when President Bush took it from the finance ministers and the central bank governors to creating a leaders summit, he was very clear that global crises like the one that happened in 2002 were all interrelated. An East Asian crisis will have an impact on global economy. Similarly, a Russian ruble crisis and a Mexican peso crisis will have a global impact all over the world. And therefore, the summit needs to be raised to the leaders' level. And since then, it has been held at the leaders' level. And G20, for a successful conduct of a G20, in the midst of a big war going on and all these crises going on, to my mind, there are three critical components which are important. The first is the political leadership and the political narrative that India builds up for the G20, and that is important. Because essentially, it's a leaders' summit. Prime Minister Modi is the leader for G20 during the course of the year. And therefore, the developmental perspective of India is critical, and I'll dwell on it a little bit. The second is the content, the priorities that India built up. What is India's priority? How does it want to drive the global economy? How does it want to drive the world in future? And that is important. And the third is, how well do we do the G20 presidency? How do we execute? Because we've also done the Commonwealth Games in the past. And how well do we execute it? And therefore, there are three components to it. The first and foremost is the political narrative that we are doing it in a lively, vibrant democracy. And in a lively, vibrant democracy like India, that you have an elected prime minister who's been elected the second time in an election and whose acceptance by the people still remains at a very high level of over 70%. And therefore, the political narrative is that you have a leader who's driving the global G20 leadership, who has very strong acceptance in a vibrant democracy. But I think more important than that is the development story that India has built up, that we are a young country which has a young demographics. Our average age is 29, and even as we go on to 2070, our average age will still be about 35. And that we've truly driven the digital transformation of India. That we are a country which has ensured a digital identity for every Indian. We've ensured that we open a bank account for every Indian, that we are able to link that bank account with Aadhaar, his digital identity, and the mobile number, and ensured that everybody can then use the mobile to make digital payments. And we do today 11x more payment than what the United States and Europe do together, and we do 4x more payment than what China does. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it's a remarkable story of digital transformation. It's also a story that we've used open source, open APIs, interoperable technology. Because if you look at the history of the world, in the last 2.5 decades, all technological development and innovation have been driven by the big tech. They've been driven by Google, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon in the West, and they've been driven by Tencent and Alibaba in China. But they've owned the citizens' data and used it for artificial intelligence, machine learning. India is built up, same model of United States was replicated in China. Europe took a different route, and they brought in a regulation called the GDPR, which ensured the privacy of data for citizens, but did it at huge compromise for innovation. And therefore, you've not seen much innovation emerging out of Europe in the last 2 decades. India took a very different approach, where it created the public platform, the railway track, on top of which we've allowed private sector to innovate and compete in the market space. So if you look at UPI, we've connected over 500 banks with each other, but we've allowed Paytm to compete with Google Pay. PhonePe competes with Amazon, with Apple, everyone in the marketplace, and there are 40 different companies competing as far as payments is concerned. And that has allowed a huge amount of innovation to take place. And what it has led to is an open source, open API model with the digital identity has ensured that a company like Jio, when it launched its mobile phone, was able to do acquisition of over 200 million people in 100 days. And the cost of acquisition of a customer, which was about $25 before, had shrunk down to $1. The cost of acquisition in Europe is still about $175 to $180. Why I'm saying this is that we've done innovation to population scale at low cost. And that's important. When I was a young officer in Kerala, one of my jobs was to transform the lives of traditional fishermen. And we were able then to give them outboard motors. They could go much further into the sea. We could give them new fiberglass crafts. We could give them new technology in terms of new fishing nets and introduce beach level auctioning. But fishermen were prone to drinking. And therefore, it was very important to open their bank account so they could save for a bad day when they will not get a catch. But opening a bank account was a nightmare. I used to chase bank managers, know your customers, and it used to take 8-9 months to open a bank account. The identity was a problem. Today we open a bank account in India using biometric in less than a minute. So I've seen this journey of transformation from 9 months to less than a minute in India. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, my belief is that the digital transformation that India has done has taken India, as the Bank of International Settlement has said, that during the COVID period, we were able to provide money into the bank accounts of 800 million people directly into the bank account without any leakages. And what the Bank of International Settlement said, that India has achieved in 7 years what it would have taken 50 years to achieve. In the normal course, what it would have taken 50 years, it achieved in 7 years. So that the transformational story of India is immense. Many of us do not realize it because we are seeing it on a day-to-day basis. The other important story is also to tell you the story of the transformation in terms of development, because India has been able to provide close to about 30 million houses. Now, 30 million houses really means that we are provided a house to almost every single citizen of Australia. Every single citizen of Australia. It's also important to understand that we've been affordable houses we've provided about 110 million toilets. 110 million toilets in India is like providing a toilet to every citizen of Germany. Every citizen of Germany. That's the population of Germany. We provided 243 million people piped water in the last 5 years. 243 million piped connection means that we provided water to every single person in Brazil. That's the size of Brazil. And we built 55,000 kilometers of road. That's like 1.5 times the diameter of the earth. That's the size and scale of transformation. And during the COVID period, we provided 2.2 billion people COVID vaccination, which is totally paperless and cashless. I mean, it was all digital. And therefore, the story of India in terms of the infrastructure built, road, houses, toilets, electricity connection, in terms of piped water, in terms of COVID vaccination is an amazing story. And therefore, my view is that this developmental perspective of India is to be highlighted very strongly during the G20 presidency, and that is the development narrative. The second key critical component to my mind is what are the priorities before the world? And what are India's priorities? So, ladies and gentlemen, let me dwell on some of them. The first and foremost is that at a point of time when there is a global slowdown, it's very important to push for inclusive, resilient, and sustainable growth. Because without growth, you will not be able to transform lives of citizens across the world. And when leaders of the world meet, it's very important for them to look at the lives of citizens. And therefore, how do you achieve sustained growth on a long period of time to transform lives is very critical. And this is important because, as I said, we are midway between the 2030 goal of sustainable development goals. Instead of progressing, we have regressed. We've fallen back. The world has fallen back from what it had said, that it will transform lives of citizens through the sustainable development goals. Now, if the COVID has impacted lives, inflation has impacted life, the progress made in the last 20 years, the world had lifted people above the poverty line through free trade. That has, in the last 3 years, people have gone below the poverty line. And therefore, how do you accelerate the pace of growth is critical. And how do you build up a new action plan for sustainable development goals, which will enable you to actually accelerate the progress of growth? And this is very critical to our mind. The third very critical issue is that is about climate action and climate finance. Because as we are all aware, the developed world, when they were industrialized, have carbonized the world. 88% of the total carbon space available, that is 2,800 gigatons of carbon space available at 1.5 degree centigrade, 2,400 gigatons has already been occupied by the developed world. India has occupied only 1.5% of the total carbon space available with 52 gigatons. Though logically, as per our population, we are entitled to about 17.5% of the total carbon space available. But irrespective of that, it's important to understand that we will, in due course, as we industrialize, the rest of the world has already urbanized, the rest of the world has already industrialized, our moment has just begun. And as we take this onward march for the next 3 decades of consistent rates of growth, and as we urbanize, as we industrialize, we'll become a major polluter. And therefore, India's challenge is to become the first country in the world to industrialize without carbonizing. And my belief is that it's important because the future belongs to those who digitize and those who go green. And countries and companies which go green will attract value and they will attract capital in due course. And therefore, it's very important that India adopts a very clean approach and a green growth approach. So the Prime Minister has committed to Panch Amrit at Glasgow, very ambitious goals. We've achieved our NDC targets committed at COP21 in Paris 9 years ahead of schedule. We do about 172 gigawatts of renewable energy, and we've now launched the Green Hydrogen Mission, which will ensure that we use renewable to crack water and produce green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is important because even if we do 100% renewable energy, there are hard-to-abate sectors, what are known as refineries, fertilizer, steel, cement, long-distance transport. These all use fossil fuel. They cannot be transformed by renewable energy. Renewable energy, even if we do 100% electricity with renewable, that's only 20% of the energy. The balance 80% of the energy is all hard-to-abate sectors. And these sectors have to be decarbonized. And therefore, the future belongs to green hydrogen. India is climatically blessed. India's entrepreneurship is top class. We have the possibility of becoming the lowest cost producer, the lowest cost exporter in the world, and the world will head towards green hydrogen. The challenge is about availability of low-cost financing. Our ability to get 30 years financing at low cost for climate finance is critical. There is no shortage of money in the world. The world is flushed with resources. The world is flushed with resources, but they are not able to find money into emerging markets because the risk profile of India is different. The interest rates in the United States are 1.5%. The interest rates in India are about 8%. The interest rates in Africa are about 15%. And in sub-Saharan regions, they are 22%. And therefore, Africa and sub-Saharan countries find it difficult to attract money. The challenge is how do we get 30 years financing in dollar terms at 1 or 2% with good hedging instruments. Now the challenge is that multilateral financial institutions like World Bank and IMF were made in the post-World War II era. They are creations of the Bretton Woods Agreement when there was no challenge of SDG, there was no challenge of climate action. And therefore, these institutions need to become institutions for supporting climate action and SDGs, and they need to ensure that private funds flow in, they are de-risked through new instruments like blended finance, like first loss guarantees and credit enhancement, and then you are able to get long-term financing. Once emerging markets get long-term financing, they will become the champions of climate action and climate change. Without that, Indian entrepreneurs will find it very difficult to do long-term financing. And therefore, India's fourth key priority is that there must be a huge transformation in the multilateral financial institutions which were made in the Bretton Woods period, and they need to become agents of greater credit flows to emerging markets, and this is important. That is the fourth priority. And the fifth priority is about digital transformation. It's about bringing right in front the digital public infrastructure that India has built up. We've done it not merely in fast payments, we've done it across COVID, we've done it through Diksha and Swayam, we've done it through FASTag, we've done it through DigiLocker, many areas. But it's important to understand that in the world today, there are 4 billion people without a digital identity. There are 2.5 billion people who do not even have a bank account. There are 133 countries in the world who do not have a digital fast payments. Now, India has been able to transform lives of citizens, become a more productively efficient economy because of digitization. And therefore, how do we take this model of India to the rest of the world is the challenge. And we'll use the G20 narrative to push this digital transformation story of India to the rest of the world and see how we can use this opportunity to transform the lives of citizens in the global south. And that is what is important. The last priority which the Prime Minister has put forth is about, for him it's very important, is about women-led development. That is important because today in India there are more women, which many of us are not aware. The new NFHS survey says that there are 1,022 women to 1,000 men. There are more women than men in India, and actually around the world. And therefore, like in India and like in the rest of the world, it is not possible to grow sustainably, it's not possible to transform lives till we are not able to put women into positions of leadership, we are not able to do more financial inclusion, we are not able to improve learning outcomes and health outcomes of women, we are not able to change the whole cycle of malnutrition by ensuring that women produce healthy children who are not very healthy children. Therefore, there is a need to focus on women as very major architects of growth. And therefore, women-led development is a very key priority for India. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've dwelt on the development priority, the perspective of how political narrative is important in G20. I've dwelt on what is the priorities of India. Let me dwell on a little bit more on how India is doing the G20. And India's G20 is very different from what other countries do. Other countries hold G20 in 1 or 2 cities of their country. They do it in their capital. And India could have done this in Delhi, all the meetings, and they could have been very official meeting. But the Prime Minister decided that he'll use this opportunity to make this into a people's movement. He'll convert this into a Jan Andolan and use this G20 actually to take it out to every state of India. So we are doing 215 meetings in all the states and union territories of India. We're doing it in 59 cities of India. We are using this opportunity to transform every single city of India where we are taking it in terms of their drainage, sewage, solid waste, in terms of improving the quality of urban infrastructure. So when we had the Sherpa meeting in Udaipur, the Fatehpur lake was transformed, the roads were done up. We've just finished a meeting in Kumaragam in the backwaters of Kerala, the Kerala government, which is an opposition-run state. But it's a great example of cooperative federalism. They transformed the backwaters, they built up a new convention center which will make Kumaragam a 365 days a year destination. They brought in new houseboats, they really transformed the roads. So Kumaragam became one of the top destinations, and actually Aurangabad, Pune, all these cities have been transformed simply because of G20. So we are using this opportunity to really transform the cities. The other thing we are doing is to use this power to the G20 to push the brand entity of the states in terms of their culture. So everywhere we are doing only local state culture. How do we promote and market the state culture? How do we promote market their handloom, their handicraft, one district, one product? We are using this opportunity to push for millets in a big way. So every meal has a millet component to it. We've done everything possible to bring a unique brand entity for every single state of India. So ladies and gentlemen, my belief is that G20 is a very unique opportunity. It's an opportunity to brand, promote, market India, but more than that, it's an opportunity to drive the destiny of the world through our leader. It's an opportunity to transform the states and the cities. It's an opportunity to push for priorities which will be transformational for the world. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we are doing G20 in a very, very different manner. We are differentiating it from anything else. If you look at a world football tournament, it's held for 14 days. If you look at a cricket tournament, it's held for about 20 days. If you look at a tennis tournament, it's held for 10 days. But here, G20 is being done for a whole year. And this is an opportunity to transform India and transform these 59 cities and use this opportunity to transform the world, which we'll do to the best of our ability. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Is he asking?
Thank you very much, Mr. Kant. You give such a comprehensive overview of a complex transformational exercise that the country is going through, and there's no one more able to be the Sherpa to this dialogue. Mr. Kant, I'm going to ask a series of questions which maybe you could just answer in one go. How can we keep the focus of these G20 countries on the agenda and priorities that India lays out and not allow it to get derailed? At the same time, what would you consider to be the success of this in December this year when we do pass on the baton to the next country? What would you define as a success? And lastly, the Prime Minister has such clear vision and leadership in establishing institutions such as the International Solar Alliance. The legacy of the G20 to continue the priorities and agenda that India's put forward for future years so that they don't get disregarded. What thought has there been put to allow that legacy to take the form of an institution? So these are just some preliminary questions, Mr. Kant, to you.
Nikhil, one is that there is a geopolitical crisis. There's a war going on for over a year. And we are not a party to that war. It's a war going on between Russia and Ukraine is being supported by other countries. And there's a geopolitical crisis. So last year in Bali, we had a scenario where 17 ministerial meetings had failed. 17 ministerial meetings had failed. And then the last Sherpa meeting, just before the leaders' conference came in, and India played a very key role in that. And at about 12, the next day morning at about 8 o'clock, the leaders' meeting was to be held. By about 12 o'clock, we were able to stitch an agreement. And how we stitched it was that our argument was that G20 is not a political body. It's an economic forum. It talks about growth and development and financial progress. But G7's argument was that the war is having a huge impact. The war is having a huge impact on food, fuel, fertilizer, and therefore it is having a huge impact on the economies of Europe because of this. And therefore, G20, the war has severe repercussions on economy. Now, after about 6 days of negotiations, we finally said that G20 will not look at the politics of it. The political body is the United Nations General Assembly, which is to discuss all political bodies. So we went back to the UN General Assembly resolution. We adopted the UN General Assembly resolution with its voting pattern, put it into that para 3, and we finally said that in para 4, we said that G20 is not a forum to discuss this, but in the view of the extraordinary situation, we are bringing in the UN General Assembly resolution into that. Now, that resolution right now, which was accepted by Russia and Bali, Russia now says that the situation is transformed on ground, and therefore in the finance ministers meeting in Bangalore and in the foreign ministers meeting in Delhi, they did not accept this. So there are deliberations going on. There are a number of ministerials. We'll see how it shapes up. But our view is that our view strongly is that we should ensure that G20 is not excessively politicized. There is a war going on. There is a repercussion on the economy. We should fall back on the resolution of the United Nations. There's a subsequent resolution of the United Nations after Bali. We should fall back on the updated resolution. That's our perspective.
Anything on what you'd consider as a success or?
Our success is to be very ambitious, as the Prime Minister said, very ambitious, inclusive, decisive, action-oriented, push for many of the priorities which I talked about. So our success should be determined against the priorities that we've laid out. We'll push for them. Our success should not be determined by whether we are on account of a war which is not a war of our making.
Thank you, Mr. Kant. We've had the opportunity to get certain slips from, we've already gotten questions actually from on slips. I won't be able to go through all of them, but I will give you the gist of where the questions come from. And they are about how these conversations in the G20 can touch the lives of individuals. The questions about how, I think maybe taking your earlier hat from Niti Aayog as well, in terms of e-initiatives in batteries, which are more progressive, to how could these digital public goods, which are truly transformative in the nature of a development of a company, how could they translate into physical public goods, which seem to have much greater problems in terms of being able to assign accountability and responsibility? Will this transformation or this opportunity for transformation give an impetus to some of these challenges?
So Nikhil, I've been a long-term believer that there are many things which India should do irrespective of G20. I mean, India needs to grow at high rates of 9 to 10% per annum year after year for 3 decades or more. And that would require us to, go in for sunrise areas of growth. These sunrise areas of growth are electric mobility, mobile manufacturing, advanced chemistry, cell battery, opening up your space sector. These are areas of which are going to give you huge value, green hydrogen. All these are areas. The world is transforming, and the world is transforming in these areas. It's very important that we get into these areas of growth and take leadership position, because they are the areas which are going to make a huge difference. Our population, 42% of our population is still dependent on agriculture. We need to, and they're poorly paid jobs. So we need to take them out and formalize these jobs into good urbanization, which is urbanization will, again, you're going to see 500 million people getting into urbanization. And therefore, you're going to create 2 Americas in the next 5 decades. So sustainable urbanization, good water, good electricity, all these is critical. And therefore, everything is not related to G20. What the government is pushing for is that every citizen has a house, electricity, good infrastructure, roads, new cities. That's what we are aiming at, that the country grows and prospers at high rates.
Thank you very much. It's now my privilege to ask Yezdi to give us the concluding remarks to this session.
Mr. Amitabh Kant, Sherpa G20, Mr. Shrinivas Dempo, for President AIMA, Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, Vice President AIMA, Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, and past presidents. It's always a pleasure to listen to Mr. Kant talk about G20, to talk about India's development as well as its challenges. But today, we've hit a new high where we had the pleasure of Mr. Nikhil Sawhney adding to it as well. As Mr. Kant explained and highlighted, we are in turbulent times. There is statistics of 1/3 of the world touching recession and 75 countries being impacted by financial implications. And in all of that, the fact that no country is an island, and we are living in a connected world, and we have the opportunity of G20, which extends over a year, which is longer than a lot of movies, as Mr. Kabir Bedi would know. India's train has left the station. It's galloping at a clip which is galloping in statistical terms, absorbing more than country populations with each station, whether it's Australia, whether it's Germany, in terms of digitization, in terms of transforming lives, in terms of an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable growth. There is importance of green hydrogen, as Mr. Grant brought out, but no achievement is complete without the element of digitization, where we are superlative as a country and as a population, where we have an opportunity to lead the global south, but most importantly, where we have the opportunity to have a women-led development. While there were lots of statistics spoken about by Mr. Kant impromptu, what he did touch upon is the fact that today India is at its pinnacle of confidence to achieve what it sets out to. And that's what's very different in the new India today. On behalf of AIMA, I thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs, for that insightful discussion. May I now request Mr. Sudhir Jalan, past President AIMA, to please join us on stage and present a memento to our distinguished speakers. We thank Mr. Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa. We thank Mr. Yezdi Nagporewalla. We thank Mr. Nikhil Sawhney. Thank you, Mr. Jalan. And we once again thank our distinguished speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please do remain seated as our next session begins shortly. Our next session of the day is on India's global leadership, navigating geopolitical reality. India finds itself at the center of new global and regional power struggles as the world transitions from unipolarity to multipolarity. With China switching from accumulation of economic power to projection of military heft, the world is looking at India to secure and stabilize the Indo-Pacific region. India has its own territorial issues with China, which need to be resolved to ensure peace in the region. As the host of G20 this year, India has the added responsibilities of preventing a new division of the world and building bridges between the West and the East for creating a credible and legitimate world order. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin our third session of the day on India's global leadership, navigating geopolitical reality. I'll once again request you all to please kindly be seated. Please join me in welcoming. We have in our midst Mr. Harsh Vardhan Shringla, Chief Coordinator, G20 and former Foreign Secretary, Government of India, accompanied by Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, Chairman and Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. I'll once again request you all to please remain seated. As you can see, our esteemed, distinguished speakers have already joined us on stage. Before we begin, I'll once again request you all to please kindly remain seated. It is my privilege to introduce Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar. Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar is Chairman and Managing Director of Kirloskar Brothers Limited and Director of Kirloskar Ebara Pumps Limited, SPP Pumps Limited, Kirloskar Brothers International EV, Kulkarni Power Tools Limited, and DCM Shriram Industries Limited. He is on the advisory committee of Symbiosis Institute of International Business, on the DKTE's Institute's governing body, and was until recently a member of the Dean's Advisory Council for the School of Engineering, MIT. He heads CII's Committee on Skill Development and Livelihood, and was also chairman of CII Western Region. May I now request Mr. Kirloskar to please conduct the session.
Mr. Harsh Vardhan Shringla, Chief Coordinator G20 and former Foreign Secretary, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to have all of you here with us today. And I'd like to thank Mr. Shringla for joining us this morning. Ambassador, it's a real pleasure to have you with us. You've been extremely busy managing India's G20 presidency, and yet you found the time to chat with us. You come from an illustrious family of bureaucrats from Darjeeling with a special interest in foreign matters. I can't say foreign affairs, but foreign matters. As a career diplomat, you've served the Indian Foreign Service for over 4 decades with important positions in Delhi as well as overseas. You've been High Commissioner in Bangladesh, you've been Ambassador in Thailand, and Ambassador in the United States, which I think was the highlight of your career, where we saw you build a wonderful relationship between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump. You also introduced the Prime Minister to the Indian diaspora, I think at that very well organized Howdy Modi event in Texas. You served with UNESCO as well as the United Nations, as well as held diplomatic positions in Vietnam, Israel, and South Africa. In this session, we'd like to learn from you about India's leadership of the world at a particularly difficult time. India's turn for the G20 presidency has come at a time of great polarization and conflict. And at the beginning of the tenure, it was marked by strong disagreements between key members. We've had the experience of global leadership from the 1950s, when nearly 100 new countries were born from decolonization and looked up to India to stand up towards the old colonial powers. Today, we can draw on our experience of ironing out differences between nations and developing a consensus around issues that matter to everyone. We are in the best position to tell us where the world is headed and how India is going to steer it. So without taking any more time, I'd now like to invite Ambassador Shringla to deliver his keynote address. Namaskar and good morning. Let me begin by thanking Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar for his very kind words of introduction and welcome. I've had the honor of knowing him for quite some time, and it's a great pleasure to reconnect. My greetings also to Sri Sanjeev Goenka-ji, convener of the conclave, Rekha Sethi ji, Secretary General of AIMA, whom I've known since we just met at the lobby since I was first Secretary Commercial in Paris in the early 1990s, and all the distinguished members of AIMA and all of our friends who are present here. Amitabh Kant ji, G20 Sherpa, has just spoken to you about our G20 presidency. And indeed, as Mr. Kirloskar just mentioned, our presidency comes at a time of great global uncertainty, global flux. There is a great deal of apprehension about how matters would proceed at a global level. And in this scenario, I think this is the scenario in which we have really assumed presidency of the G20. A few months ago, the IMF Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, was here. And she described the global situation as being shock after shock after shock. In other words, the COVID-19 pandemic has been the greatest shock to the international system since the Second World War. The Ukraine conflict has also really been, in many senses, the first time that Europe has seen conflict in the last 3 decades. And if you look at it as an all-out military conflagration, then we are looking at really the first time that such a conflict has happened in Europe, in the European theater, since the Second World War. And of course, she also referred to faltering momentum in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals as well as on climate change objectives. In fact, there has been some regression in these areas in certain cases. In terms of the economy, the global economy also, I mean, clearly these crises have impacted on the global economy. There's a falling GDP. GDP has really fallen from 6% in 2021 to 3.2% this year, probably fall further to 2.7% next year. We've seen spikes in inflation. And of course, in many senses, if you look at the fact that today the world is interlinked and interconnected, nothing brings home that fact more than the impact that all of these crises have on the developing world. You may be thousands of kilometers from the epicenter of conflict or disease, but you're equally affected as anybody else. And in the global south, we have seen clearly not only falling demand for goods and services and lowering remittances, but also an increasing tendency towards indebtedness. IMF statistics say that 350 million people in about 80 countries across the world are facing acute food shortages. 60% of low-income countries are either experiencing debt or are at acute high risk of debt distress. So clearly, the global scenario is not the most optimistic. And especially, I think the impact is especially felt on the developing world. And that is a matter of concern. Of course, there are signs of some revival of the economy. Inflation has come down from a high of 8.8% last year to about 6% this year. Might further slow down to about 5% next year. And the silver lining in all of this is that 4/5 of global growth today is from the developing world, comes from the developing world, out of which India alone accounts for 15% of global growth. So we are, in many senses, a bright spot in the global economy. What is our situation as we go on to take on presidency of the G20? I think in many senses, we are clearly the fastest growing large economy in the world. We have also come out of COVID as a resilient economy. We have made some fairly dramatic progress in terms of digital transformations. We are, in terms of adoption of fintech, we have the highest rates of adoption in the world. Prime Minister at Bali, at the G20 summit in Bali, pointed out that 40% of global digital transactions came from UPI, which means that we in India accounted for at least 40% of total global digital transactions. We have contributed by way of
renewable energy, both solar and wind now. We are also a nation of young people. The startup culture has taken root. We now have over 1,000 startups. We are going into unicorns and decacorns, and I think that progress in that area is also very, very significant. And of course, if you look at the fact that during COVID times, some of us would remember that we faced acute shortages of the equipment that was most needed at that time. Masks, PPE kits, ventilators. But government and industry came together, and industry collaborated to ramp up production of these items. And today, whether it is liquid medical oxygen or ventilators or PPE kits, India today is not only producing but exporting to the world. So we have worked on resilient and stable supply chains. We have worked on creating an Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is ramping up domestic capacities in a manner that not only helps us, but also enables us to help the rest of the world. Of course, when we look at all of this, what does all of this mean in terms of foreign policy, in terms of where we are today and where we are headed? Well, one factor is there, which has been a consistent factor in our foreign policy in the last few years, has been to work, in some senses, to work for the global common good, to contribute in a meaningful way to not only our own growth and development, but to help countries all over the world. And this was very well illustrated during the COVID times, when we supplied, despite our own domestic demand, over 190 countries with medicines. We supplied vaccines under Vaccine Maitri program to a number of countries, especially in the developing world and in our own neighborhood. We have also been, in many senses, first responders and net security providers in the Indo-Pacific region. No doubt we'll be discussing more on that. But whether it is a call for help due to natural calamities or due to instances of pollution or any other help that our neighbors need, I think we are first off the mark. Whether it is in Indonesia or whether it is in Mozambique, India has been a first responder and net security provider in the Indo-Pacific region. It was, I think, in the early days of the COVID pandemic that the Prime Minister actually made a call for the G20 to meet to discuss how they could assist in this difficult time. Saudi Arabia was the president of the G20 that time, and they convened an extraordinary summit of the G20. And at that summit, the Prime Minister said, this is the first time that the G20 has met on an issue that's not purely economic or financial in nature, but a humanitarian issue. And he called for a human-centric globalization. So our approach was to work towards a human-centric globalization, help other countries in a way that is helpful for humanity. And at that time, of course, you would recall that the G20 took some momentous decisions, including the debt service suspension initiative, by which developing countries that could not repay their debts or interest on debt were provided a moratorium during COVID times, right up to the end of 2021. So it was quite a momentous time, and momentous decisions were taken. We've also contributed globally to building capacities through the International Solar Alliance, helping developing countries build their solar power capacities. We have created another international organization called the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure that has enabled countries to withstand or build infrastructure that can withstand natural calamities, especially helpful in the developing world and in the small island countries. Our own global assistance, our lines of credit have gone up from about 14 billion, have doubled to about $30 billion today. And I think that also is an illustration of our work within our own neighborhood, where we talk about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and today Sabka Prayas. We also refer to the neighborhood as part of that effort. It's not just India, but we have to carry our own immediate neighborhood along in that endeavor of the Prime Minister's call for Sabka Vikas. So development assistance has been high on that scheme of things. Now, in the month of December last year, India took on the presidency of 3 important international organizations. The first was the UN Security Council, We also were president of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. We still are president of that organization. And we became assumed presidency of the G20. We had reached, in many senses, the global high table. And I think if you look at the fact that whether it is a global conference on democracy, whether it's a global conference on climate change, whether it's terrorism or issues dealing with international peace and security, the Prime Minister, India, has always been invited to meetings and conferences of heads of state and government on any of these issues. And I think that is undoubtedly due to the stature the Prime Minister has acquired globally. Today, his opinions are sought, whether it is by the Quad, whether it is by the G7, whether it's by BRICS or by the SCO, or even by the I2U2, which is a new construct that we are part of. We straddle the global space, from the developing world to the developed world to the developing world, from the north to the south. And one of the very key elements of that engagement has been our involvement with the developing world, the global south. Dr. Jaishankar, our External Affairs Minister, said that India is perceived to be a voice of the global south. And it is in that context that India convened a meeting of some 125 developing countries in January. And the Prime Minister himself engaged with heads of state and government of these countries. And the endeavor was to find out from them, in this difficult global situation, in these difficult global times, what are their views, what are their concerns, and what are their expectations of India's leadership of the G20 and other global organizations. And I think the response in many senses has been overwhelming, and I think many of the countries have been able to articulate to us how they see many of the areas. And needless to say, in our approach as president of the G20, we will factor in those aspects, whether it is financial inclusion, whether it is lifestyle for environment, whether it is a question of how to address the issue of indebtedness, the restructuring of the Bretton Woods institutions, what can we do to take the SDGs forward, how can we contribute towards accelerated, sustainable, inclusive growth. These are the areas that we will certainly work on. But today, as I said, as we sit on the high table where the opinions and views of the Prime Minister are greatly valued by leaders across the world, I think we are very well placed to take on the presidency of the G20. Our theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future, I think says it all. This is our approach to foreign policy. This is our approach to the G20. And in many senses, as the Prime Minister had stated at the Independence Day event at the Red Fort last year, he said, this is indeed our moment, India's moment has come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Shringla. We'll have a Q&A, and I'll start with the first one or two questions, and then we'll open it up to the audience. As we all know, we're here at a time of conflict and disagreements between two major powers, the US and Russia. So what is our strategy to bring the focus of the G20 back to international economic stability, growth, sustainable development, and security?
Well, it is true that the polarizations, the global polarizations that have come about largely due to the Ukraine issue, cuts across the G20. You know, the G20 is a very representative body. It has the largest developed and emerging economies represented. It's got the G7 membership. It's got the P5, the permanent members of the Security Council. It's got Russia and China. But it's also got a range of emerging market economies, Brazil and Argentina, Turkey, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, ourselves. So in many senses, it's a very representative body. But because it is representative, I think polarizations that are global can also cut across. And really today's polarizations cut directly across the G20. And so that divide that we saw in Indonesia continues obviously to exist today. For us, what is important is that there is a very, very major agenda out there. As I mentioned, I mean, our concern is the concern of countries across the world. There is a great deal of expectation from the G20. I mean, the UN clearly is now deadlocked. It's not able to take decisions on issues that are critical. Other bodies have also not risen up to the occasion. The G20, when it achieves consensus, can really come up with decisions that can make a difference across the globe, whether it's in times of financial and economic crisis, or it's in terms of contributing towards macroeconomic stability. It can contribute. It is essentially not a political body. It is a body that is there to provide a framework of policy decisions that really resonate across the world. Because we have to remember that the UN, the IMF, the World Bank, the OECD are all parts of the G20. I mean, they're all components of the G20. They attend all the meetings of the G20. So G20 decisions really are those that are easy to implement once they're taken. And our, let us say, rationale, our reasoning with our partners in the G20 is that there is a very large agenda out there. Countries across the world are facing the brunt of today's crises and today's uncertain global situation. And the G20 has to rise up to the occasion. We have to contribute towards solutions to global challenges, whether it is the lack of growth, whether it is faltering SDGs, whether it is a lack of movement on climate change, whether it is an issue of restructuring international global organizations, whether it is also a question of, contributing towards women-led development. I mean, these are issues that are there. They are also part of our broad priorities in the G20. And I think in many senses, our priorities have been formulated based on feedback from countries all over the world, in particular the Global South. As I said, the Voice of Global South conference gave us a very important sense of the urgency and the expectations of the developing world, and how can we contribute towards making that difference through the G20 that is there. So our presidency has been geared up to working on our partners, really reasoning with them and trying to develop consensus on issues that are important. If you saw the meeting of the finance ministers in Bangalore, the meeting of the foreign ministers in Delhi, both these meetings had a consensual chair's summary on all paragraphs except the Ukraine paragraphs. In other words, on every issue that's important to the world and important to the G20, we have achieved a certain level of consensus. And our endeavor is to continue to build on that consensus, work with all our partners and stakeholders, and take it to a level where responses to global challenges can come about in a manner that is expected by the rest of the world.
Thank you. You mentioned some of these old institutions like the UN, the IMF, and they basically, I think, reflect the realities of the post-Second World War era, and very difficult to reform. I was wondering, and maybe I'm just changing a tack a little bit, should India try and expand the scope and size of the Quad and turn it into a global alliance for security and trade?
Well, so far the Quad is what it says it is. It's the Quad. It's 4 nations. And we have always looked at the Quad as a force for global good. In other words, that when we work on the Indo-Pacific, we work with our Quad partners to develop a free, open, transparent, inclusive Indo-Pacific, which is in keeping with the principles, both India and our partners in the Quad. We have also obviously tried to look at what works best for the Indo-Pacific. How can we co-opt other countries in the Indo-Pacific in a positive manner? If you remember, one of the first initiatives that the Quad took was the vaccine initiative. The idea was to have US vaccines manufactured in India, transported by Japan, and last mile provision by Australia. And I think in many senses, we successfully provided vaccines to countries in Southeast Asia, Cambodia, Thailand, other countries that needed it. Of course, at that time, the demand for vaccines was already waning, but the Quad came up. Today the Quad has spread to areas across the board. We are cooperating in space, new and emerging technologies, on climate change, on areas like semiconductors. I think that level of cooperation is extensive. It's multifaceted in many senses, and I think there is a certain level of a great deal of convergence on the areas that we are working on. But it is still, you have to remember, it's still a nascent organization. After all, the first meeting of the Quad took place in 2021 after President Biden, first meeting of the leaders took place in early 2021 after President Biden took office. It was a virtual meeting. Later that year, the Quad met for the first time in person, the Quad leaders in Washington, D.C. And that was the first time that the Quad leaders had ever met. And of course, it's been followed up by the Tokyo meeting, and I think there are a number of other meetings that are there. Australia would be the next host. So Quad is a new organization. It needs time to develop and ensure that it has its own convergences, that it makes an impact on the Indo-Pacific and other partners before, I think, this is my personal view, and I'm making it very clear that it's personal, before it can consider an expansion to include other like-minded partners and stakeholders.
Take a question from the audience. This is from Mr. Manjul Kumar. That's for you. Who is working for human-centric globalization, the G7 or the G20? Do you see a conflict of interest between G7 and G20? If it is there, how can we work? If it is there, then now how can we work for human-centric globalization? More than.
So,
if it is more than now, how can we work for human-centric globalization?
Right. So when you talk about the Quad and you talk about G7, of course, and G20, in many senses, there was a perception that the G20 was largely dominated by the G7. I think today it is, I would say, in that perception is changing, because after all, Indonesia has been till recently president of the G20. We have taken over the presidency. After us, Brazil will take over the presidency, and after Brazil, it will be South Africa. So it's the IPSA countries that essentially, have the presidency one after the other. It is also developing countries that have hold the presidency on 4 consecutive years. And that imprint to the developing world in the G20's outcomes and their own deliberations, I think, will be very, very significant. And of course, it does not mean to say that you don't work, you work across the board, because G20 is not an organization in which any one country can decide on the outcomes. You, as the president, you can decide on the agenda, but the outcomes have to be consensual in nature. Even one country can get up and say, I don't agree with you, and doesn't fly. So we have to work very closely with all of our partners, our friends in the G20, to develop consensus. And I think from that point of view, whether it's the G7 or it is the emerging economies or it's Russia and China, I think we have to work to strive for convergences, work to develop consensus, and whatever we want to do in our presidency, it has to be with all concerned. So first and foremost, I think the G20 is certainly more democratized and more broad-based in its deliberations and its outcomes. Secondly, of course, I think the G7's contribution, as also other members, has always been there. As far as the Quad is concerned, and as far as human-centric globalization is concerned, I think this is an area where you can really work with all concerned. It's not an area where anybody would say that any organization or any group of countries would say this does not fit in with our agenda. Today, when you talk to the Americans on human-centric globalization, you talk to the UN, you talk to the Japanese or the Europeans or our partners in the Gulf, everybody will agree that working towards a human-centric globalization, the approach that the Prime Minister formulated is very, very, I would say, has a great deal of traction and is very well appreciated. How do we do that? How do we move that forward? I think is certainly something that is work in progress. We have seen a great deal of that, as I said, in the Quad. The Quad has worked towards areas that involve a certain human-centric approach. I think the G20 also, under our presidency, will see a great deal of that. I mean, many of the outcomes that we're going to see will be in the form of how we can push a human-centric approach, whether it is involving a global partnership on financial inclusion, or it is a reform of the multilateral financial institutions in order to make them to strengthen their mandate, make them more effective in the 21st century. These are areas that we will work with others, and we will work with the objective of ensuring a human-centric globalization. The ultimate objective is always that.
The G7 as a bloc has been together for a much longer period than the G20. Do you see any areas of conflict where, this body of the G7 countries are ranged against the rest of the countries in the G20, especially with China and Russia now? I mean, they're not part of the G7, but a lot of the other countries seem to be independent, and getting everyone together must be a tough job there.
I think it's definitely a fact that the G7 has been there longer. They're more organized. They have a strong secretariat backing from the OECD. And in many senses, their meetings have been far more. And of course, it's a more cohesive grouping than the G20. But the fact is that, the beauty of the G20 is that you have different shades of opinion, but you need to come together to make sure that there is a G20 opinion at the end of it. So there is no doubt that in many senses, the G7 has its own priorities. I mean, as a developing country bloc, it's got its own priorities. The emerging economies have their own priorities. Russia and China also have their own priorities. But a synthesis of that is what the G20 is. And that's why it's consensual, that's why it's global, and that's why today it is one of the most representative groupings in the world. And which is why, as we assume presidency of the G20, we can really make that critical difference that the world expects of us. Having said that, of course, we are also, please keep in mind that the Prime Minister has been invited to practically every G7 summit. We are almost like permanent invitees in the G7. We participate in their deliberations, we contribute, and as I said, the Prime Minister's views, his opinions are greatly valued and sought after. And so we are engaged with the G7. We are engaged with, as I said, with BRICS and SCO also. We straddle that global space. At the same time, of course, we, under our presidency, have also engaged separately with the G7. Japan is taking over the chair of the G7. We are in touch with Japan. We were in touch with Germany earlier. And as president of the SCO, we already represent the SCO. So we are taking care to ensure that we are consulting very closely with all the different components of the G20 in, again, securing our larger objectives for us and for the rest of the world.
One more question from the audience. This is from Nikhil Sawhney. Does the Ministry of External Affairs have guidance on what business Indian firms can do with Russia? And what happens if an Indian company is sanctioned?
So again, I want to clarify that I don't speak for the Ministry of External Affairs, so I don't think what I say would be my personal views. It is undoubtedly a fact that, ironical fact that, after the current situation, in many senses, our import-export figures with Russia have increased, and that's primarily because of the import of petroleum and petroleum products from Russia, but also in many senses we have managed to keep up our exports. The sanctions, I mean, we are talking about unilateral sanctions on Russia, are a complex array of sanctions, and I think there are areas where you can indulge in trade and exchanges of an economic nature, and there are areas where you need not. I think one has to really very carefully examine those sanctions, and it has also, I think it has to also be looked at from a legal standpoint, because what appears to be a clear-cut area where you can trade or you can deal with Russia on certain areas may not actually be interpreted that way. There are secondary sanctions that can apply. And all of us and many of the companies that are represented here have exposure in the Western world as well. So I would say that there is within the scope and within the limitations of the sanction, there is really no bar on the sort of economic exchanges you can have with Russia. But at the same time, whatever you do should be very carefully examined to ensure that you are not directly or indirectly contravening any of the sanctions that are in place by the United States, Europe, and many other countries that have imposed these sanctions on entities dealing with Russia. So I think that has to be very, very carefully observed.
The next question is from Dr. Lab Singh of the Calcutta Management Association, I believe, CMA. India's Tryst with Destiny 2047, but SDG mission is 2030. How will the gap in time and development space be bridged, given India's border issues with China and Pakistan?
So the question is on the SDGs, I imagine.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it does involve our neighbors. Well, I mean, it's very clear that, we are in the middle of the SDG process. We are at the halfway point. And while it started well, but I think COVID and the Ukraine issue did play spoiler. And in many senses, I think today we are faltering. And the SDGs are important not only for the world, it's also important for us. I mean, attaining socio-economic indicators and this, of course, is a very important gauge of global progress. It is not just the GDPs of countries, it is also the social and socio-economic progress that has to be very carefully monitored. So I think the fact that we are really losing the momentum with SDGs is not good news. I think the world needs to come together to provide solutions that can ensure that we continue on that track. We are working with all of our partners through the finance track, through the Sherpa track, in developing solutions that can really contribute towards keeping the SDG momentum on track. All I can say now is that this is work in progress and it involves extensive discussions, negotiations over several rounds of meetings until we reach the summit in September. And I think that effort is on. With regard to our own immediate neighbors, obviously there are issues that we have. These are not of our own making. And I think whether it is the threat of terrorism from Pakistan or whether it is the issue of unresolved activity on our boundary with China in 2020, these are issues that we have to certainly keep in mind. With regard to Pakistan, of course, I think until there is satisfaction on issues that are of core concern to us, obviously that limits any movement that we can have at a bilateral level. With regard to China, clearly, it is still after 15 rounds of talks between senior commanders and at the diplomatic levels, you still have areas where you need resolution. Obviously, as our External Affairs Minister said, progress has been achieved, but there are still outstanding issues, and unless those issues are resolved, I find it difficult to look at it as business as usual and conduct normal diplomatic relations with our northern neighbor. Of course, China is a part of the G20. We are obviously including them in all of our meetings. That's part of our deliberations. But we do have, at a bilateral level, an outstanding issue. And unless, obviously, peace and tranquility is restored in our border areas, in many senses, these violations have taken place in contravention of past agreements. There are issues that are out there, and those need to be resolved.
Is a multipolar world inevitable, despite the resistance by the US to that? And what would a multipolar world look like if and when it does become a reality?
Well, I mean, I would say that from our perspective, we would like to see a multipolar world. A multipolar world in which, there are a number of poles and these poles cooperate and there is a larger level of balance and equilibrium in the global level. We have seen a bipolar world. We have seen a unilateral moment with the United States standing as the sole, I would say, superpower. Today, that unipolar moment is fading. We are seeing the rise of China, but we are also seeing other poles. We ourselves are an important pole. And we believe that, start with Asia, there should be a multipolar Asia with India as one of the poles. But also at a global level, we would like to see multiple poles that all contribute towards global development and contribute towards the global common good. And that is the ideal framework that we would like to see. I think, in our view, a unipolar or a bipolar world, and especially a bipolar situation where there are two poles, is not a good scenario and takes us back to the era of the Cold War. You need a far greater balance in global affairs, in global governance, and in levels of global cooperation And that balance can only come when you have different countries across the globe assuming a certain level of prominence, a certain level of leadership, and a certain commitment to contributing to the global common good, as India itself is committed to doing.
I think it looks like there's an inflection point, with the way West Asia is moving away from America. You saw China mediate between Russia, Iran and Saudi Arabia. Last night's news about Egypt wanting to supply warheads to Russia, despite all the aid that Egypt gets from the US. And the other statement made by President Macron about Taiwan not being their problem. Does it look like things are slowly but surely changing?
Well, I mean, look at it from a certain larger global point of view. There is a rebalancing at a global level. The United States accounted for about 35% of global GDP at around the time of the Second World War. Today, it accounts for about 15% of global GDP. Growth, GDP, economy, technology is shifting from the global north towards Asia. And I think in some senses, this is good news because we are beneficiaries of that transformation, that shift. And all of us have grown, in a certain sense, grown quickly, assumed a certain level of prominence in economic matters, in scientific and technological developments. Quickly, we've been benefited from very, very sound political leadership over the last decade or so. And despite many of the challenges that have come our way, whether it's COVID or whether it is any of the conflicts in our area, you mentioned Pakistan and China. We have seen Afghanistan on our western borders, Myanmar on our eastern borders implode. And so we, in our foreign policy, in our conduct of affairs, have had to, play the international, I would say, arena very, very carefully. Foreign policy has been calibrated to ensure that we come out, despite the adversity and challenges, come out on top of things. And I think that is very important. So India has grown disproportionately, and today we are very fortunate. We are a young country, we are an optimistic country, we are looking forward. It's in many senses a generation that is looking forward with a great deal of expectation from the future. We have entered into what is described as a period of Amrit Kal. By the year 2047, we want to see ourselves as a developed economy. And I think we have really set the ground for that development, that journey from the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to Amrit Kal in 2047. But it is not many of us in this room who will deliver. It's the young people, the youth of our country that will deliver. If you're 25 today, by the time we reach 2047, you'll be 50 years old. But that is the generation that is really going to deliver on this journey and this promise of taking us to a developed world. But I'm sure, and I have no doubt, that in this global equilibrium and balancing, India will be one of the poles of a multipolar world.
Thank you. I think I've been getting enough indications. Thank you very much, Ambassador Shringla, for being here with us this morning and not only delivering your keynote address, but also answering so many questions that came from the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thanks to all the audience here.
Thank you, Mr. Shringla. Thank you, Mr. Kirloskar, for a great session. May I now request Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, Senior Vice President, AIMA, to please join us on stage to present mementos to our esteemed speaker and moderator. Thanks to Mr. Shringla. Thank you, sir, for being a part of this session. Thank you, Mr. Kirloskar, for being the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as we are immediately starting with our next session on Metaverse and money. A whole new economy is born. Thank you, Mr. Sawhney, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move on to session 4, which is Metaverse and Money, a whole new economy is born. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. Please remain seated. We are starting with our next session. We are immediately starting with our next session. Please remain seated. This is session 4. Metaverse and money, a whole new economy is born. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Rajan Navani, Vice Chairman and MD, Jetline Group of Companies and Founder and CEO, Jet Synthesis, and Mr. Pranjal Sharma, Economic Analyst, Advisor and Author. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause. I'll once again request members of the audience to please take your seats. Before we begin this session, a few words about Mr. Pranjal Sharma. Mr. Pranjal Sharma is an economic analyst and an author based in New Delhi who focuses on technology, globalization, and inclusive growth. He is an advisor to boards and international organizations. Pranjal has been writing about the impact of emerging technologies on the global economy. A former head of Bloomberg TV in India, he is a speaker at various forums in Europe, Asia, and Africa. His latest book on technology-led transformations, The Next New, will be published by HarperCollins in May 2023. May I now request Mr. Pranjal Sharma to kindly conduct the session.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. I'll request everybody to settle down at the back. But first, let me confirm one thing, that both of us sitting over here are here in flesh and blood. We are not the digital versions. So this is not a hologram. Of course, in future, you might see some holograms and digital versions and digital twins talking to you. Perhaps the audience will be like that. But this is just to say that, you know, it's always good to have face-to-face and people-to-people connect despite the digital world that we are living in. I think this subject of metaverse is exciting, and it also is sometimes very confusing. So I'm going to request Rajan to talk about it. Rajan comes with a fantastic history of being a pioneer in the field of digital businesses. Rajan, first I want to request you to talk a little bit about what you have done in the last few years in terms of creating businesses of a digital era, but perhaps before the digital era actually began. And then we want to get into what is metaverse, what does it mean for us, what are the opportunities, what are the risks, how do entrepreneurs, professionals, businesses plan for it, how do we ensure that we get the most out of it rather than getting hurt by the shift which is happening. So perhaps request you to talk a little bit about your work.
Thanks, Pranjal, and a very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, AIMA, for having me here. It's a pleasure and honor to be with all of you here today. I think, as Pranjal mentioned, I come from a third-generation business family that was primarily into large-scale manufacturing, headquartered out of Thailand. We built large companies with the Aditya Birla Group there and many other areas of interest. And when I was looking nearly a decade and a half back as to how would we look at the future or the next 30 years for our group and where would that be, we really took a very drastic shift and, said that we need to really be different from the way things have happened so far, because obviously what gets you here won't take you there. And I think it's important to realize that at the right time. And somewhere we felt that, instead of building, manufacturing and allocating capital there and doing a lot more, and then putting a strong marketing team to sell to people who have probably moved on, is there a way for us to tap into that next generation consumer? Is there a way for us to engage with them? Is there a way for us to build trust with them? And then really quickly synthesize things that can be delivered to them in a systematic asset-light mechanism. So the shift from Jetline to jet synthesis, I think really came from there. And when we were looking at the consumer of the future, we really narrowed it down to Gen Zs. These are people who were born from 1995 onwards and really who are today 27, 28-year-olds, but that generation has a very different attitude to life, a very different way of experiencing things that most of us have experienced very differently. And as we started to understand Gen Zs, we said we want to engage with their passions, and we also want to be able to address their concerns. And I think we realized very quickly that gaming, esports, and digital forms of engagement were very, very critical to the way they would appreciate and engage with each other as well as with platforms and enterprises. And then really looked at areas like health and income, so wellness and livelihoods, again, in a very Gen Z context. And that really set us up pretty well, because we started creating virtual worlds, and I think gaming is really about, letting an imagination go beyond what you could think of and really create future virtual worlds within which people will engage and do many, many activities. And I think that led to really where we are, with the metaverse. So that's really the broad, story, how we have got to where we are as of now.
Thanks, Rajan. I think that story of being ahead of the curve is always easy when you talk about it later. But when you're actually stepping into it and you're ahead of what the industry is doing, there is always a fear and there is always a risk. But let me pause by asking, how many of us in the hall can say that we understand Metaverse? Would you raise your hands? Okay. I can see maybe 5% of the people here understand what is Metaverse. So I think this is exactly the reason why we are having this session, to get a better understanding of what it is. It's also changing very rapidly, but Metaverse, I'm going to request by asking you a simple question. Metaverse, what is the definition? But it's not just about gaming. There is an industrial metaverse, there's a metaverse in health, there's a metaverse in financial and BFSI segment. So there are several elements and dimensions of it. But Rajan, how would you define Metaverse?
No, thanks, Pranjal. And I saw the hands go up. So given that there are limited, I'm going to kind of go a little more into detail to give you a foundational thought process of what has shifted and what has changed. Like I was saying, right, once your mind is exposed to a new idea, it can never return to its original dimension. I think we experience that in pretty much everything. All of us through our lives have experienced that, right? Once you're challenged, you see something different and new, very hard for your human mind to go back to its original dimension. And I think the internet really did that. Information street, right? You had people who were, you kind of replaced your print with a digital version. What enterprises did, they put up websites that communicated what they do, where their contact is, where they're located. Web 2.0, and this happened somewhere in the early 2000s, actually made a big shift because it made it a two-way communication. So technologies that drove Web 2.0 enabled you to now transact. It was built around some new changes that started to happen, even technologically, that drove this big change. So now you could actually buy and sell on the internet and do many, many other things in a two-way interaction. Gaming and a lot of that on the mobile and others, evolved in that era. And what also evolved was the penetration of smartphones, personalized devices, 3G, 4G, cloud infrastructure, making it easier to do a lot more of that faster and cheaper. And in that generation, while most traditional companies really looked at how can they do better what they're doing and use a digital world, the world's largest and most valuable companies today have got created. So if you look at Amazon, you look at Facebook, you look at Google, they were all built in that era of Web 2.0, where what they did is they actually created platforms that connected this entire enterprise group together to be able to create the most valuable businesses of the future. So like what you were saying, Pranjal, it was an early start in Web 2.0 that enabled all of these to go and occupy the space that other businesses would need to reach out to consumers. So today, if you want to sell a product, you go and put it up on Amazon. If you want to get your product visible to others, you really advertise on Google and Facebook. And it's crazy how they have nearly 80% market share of all advertising today in digital, because they were built early, they were built as businesses around Web 2.0. what has happened with Web 3.0, and the biggest difference between 1 and 2 is that today, you have a digital asset or a digital value that can be ascribed in a digital world. So just think about it. You can actually have a product in a digital world that has got value, right? Not only does it have value, it also has value and utility. So if you look at the technologies that have really driven that, it is truly, I think, blockchain that enables one to create a secure environment that can enable transactions to happen. And that transaction actually happens so securely that it is actually become a currency. There's a reason why they call it cryptocurrency, because it is like a currency. It cannot be it is non-fungible. It has got full transparency. There is a full tracking of where the particular token has moved, who owns it, how did you come to own it, it can be traded. And the beauty is, unlike a currency note, which has, say, 100 rupee value, this can have a utility. So it can say 100 rupee value plus a lunch with Pranjal, right? Now, for someone, that utility of a lunch with Pranjal might mean 1 million rupees, I mean, celebrities, etc. And for others, it might mean nothing. So it gives a variable value to that same ability of what we call currency. And that's what actually created so many currencies and this whole hype that we saw, because everybody was ascribing some utility that they thought different was valuable and did it.
One thing which my understanding is, and there are various interpretations, the one big difference in Web 3.0 or Metaverse is that in first and second, you were engaging with the internet, but in the third version, which is the Metaverse, you are inside it, which means a digital version of you is inside it and engaging and interacting with the internet. How far would you say is correct?
No, absolutely. I think you're inside it and it is decentralized. So the biggest difference in Web3 is you don't have ownership. And I think that's the biggest disruption enterprises are going to face. And those early adopters, and we see that in the US, I think the sneaker companies, you see Adidas and Nike, right? The shoes that get created today, right, which you thought will come from one company, and you will sell shoes to everyone, the creator economy there can go create the best design of the shoe, right? The avatar can try it on there. You can get a 3D printer version done and have it delivered in your home or wherever you are with the same quality, the same thing that was done in a large-scale factory. So there are multiple technologies. So it's 3D printing, it's materials in 3D printing, it's the experiential of AR, VR in the metaverse, in the internet, the blockchain that is enabling you to both own an NFT and then own that in the physical world, and multiple technologies like that that are driving this entire accelerated pace of the metaverse. So the reason why I spent a little time focusing on the economy, because today we do have a digital world which has an economy which is pretty significant, right? I mean, there are several $100 billion of the real world cash that has gone in to creating digital value. There is it's a $50 billion industry. Some predictions say it will be $1 trillion, others say it will be a $13 trillion industry in the next 10, 15 years. Of course, there has been a slowdown. It depends on who is the absorber of that economy. But that shift of having a virtual world in which people will realize their reality is very different from the world that exists today. And I think the initial days of Metaverse, Pranjal, is actually connecting your real world products in a physical world, is I think the first stepping stone for an enterprise, right? Again, like a Web 2.0 journey where you say, listen, I'm going to at least put up my goods on a website. So right now you have a Metaverse presence.
I'm going to ask you for some examples across different sectors. And those of you who have questions, there are slips on your table. Please write your questions and give it to the AIMA team, and they will be able to bring it to me, and then we can take some of those questions and address them. But how many people are from an industrial manufacturing background here? So I'm sure all of you would have heard and at least experienced the whole concept of predictive and remote maintenance, where you, in your virtual world, an engineer can wear a headset, connect to a person who's in a remote plant, and solve a problem. where both these individuals are talking to each other in real time, looking at the same machine or component, and then trying to resolve a problem. That is an example of Metaverse where you engage in a digital format as humans, but your digital version is engaging. And for that, I think, Rajan, one of the critical requirements is the kind of infrastructure we require, including 5G and 6G connectivity. But what are the examples or use cases of Metaverse across different sectors in your experience? You come from a manufacturing background as well.
No, thanks. I think, these experiences are still use cases, but what you rightly said, today if you want to look at the technology that's driving this, right? It's basically augmented reality, virtual reality. Now we have extended reality. And soon we're going to have a large use cases around mixed reality, right? And I mean, if you really look at what that means, we can have a whole discussion, especially in an Indian context when you talk of, multiple realities and this is Maya and, that is another world. But truly, people today are engaging in multiple realities at the same time, right? So think about it. You have a car, you have, the frame there, but nothing else in there. And you have avatars who are trying to fix, different pieces of the engine, fixing different things, actually moving it around with gestures, and actually creating something that has got some physical piece, everything else which is being done, digitally, and a product that is coming out in the end that could be valuable either in the digital world or in the real world. That's the big difference. Because if we interact with Gen Zs today, it's shocking, right? We do that all the time. And we say, if you had to buy a home, where would you buy it? So we buy it in the Metaverse. We can't afford a home in the real world today. Even if we afford a home, we'll buy a small home. In that, what kind of goods can we keep? We'll have a small cupboard. So I'm going to buy my fashion there. I'm going to go and, socialize there. I'm going to go to restaurants there. They're buying land. They're buying homes, right? They are going and interacting and experiencing. The first time they experience a product which they're going to use in the real world is actually in the Metaverse. So as an enterprise, if you're not there, you probably miss that consumer completely because that first experience, that first touch point is not happening in the real world as it was in the past.
But what's interesting, Rajan, is while the Gen Z and the younger generation is adapting and adopting it faster, Metaverse impacts all of us. Age is not a barrier in the sense that 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds, all senior professionals, entrepreneurs are getting impacted in some way by the new business models, the new practices which the technology which you mentioned is creating. So how do people like us, how do entrepreneurs like you, how do senior CXOs, how do they adapt and how do they identify the opportunities here?
No, the reason I'm saying Gen Zs is because about 87% of the 400 million people who are today interconnected and engaging in a metaverse are Gen Zs. In a country like India, I think 1 in 10 people in the world is technically an Indian under the age of 28, right? So we have the largest population of that segment where it is, like earlier we used to say digitally native, now it is like digital always. It's a continuous world for them, pretty much how our real world is continuous. So what we do, we say we have a real world and then we connect digitally for a few hours, we'll say digital detox and etc. Right? The metaverse is a connected, continuous world all the time. So you want to detox from, you come to the real world for some time and you go back there. And you might think that I'm overemphasizing this point, and it sounds a little unreal, but you just think at the technologies that are shaping the future, right? If you look at what we are saying with generative AI, even today, the addiction we face when we go to our social media and are offered content that so aligns with our thought process, right? Because you're able to segment it, right? We start engaging a lot more, right? It's the same thing that is happening in the metaverse, where it is generating not only for your personality in the real world, but your avatar personality that you have defined to live in that world. Why do we go and, you see youngsters today go and drink and all, they want to break away from this reality, right? For whatever reason, right? That reality they're finding there. I mean, it's scary sometimes, but there you can be what you want, you can be who you want. You can be an avatar. You can have personality traits of a different type.
How will this impact business? And I think there are some questions here. There's a gentleman here with question. Can we get some people to pick up the questions, please? Thank you.
The way it will impact business, Pranjal, is that this generation is going to be 30% of the employable workforce by 2030. This is the, you see the 25 to 50, if we talk of the next 25 years of, particularly of India, we talk of the Amrit Kal. That's going to be the generation that's going to be probably the biggest consumers of products, because they are going to have livelihoods. And interestingly, their livelihoods will come both in the real world as well as in the metaverse. So metaverse creates jobs. You can actually be a plumber in the metaverse and get paid for it, right? And what are you doing? You're plumbing a home in a digital world, which is so hard for somebody in the real world to even imagine what does that activity truly mean.
You referred to generative AI, which is about Chat GPT. Any thoughts on that? Because we have a question here.
Well, I don't know how many of you have used Chat GPT, but pretty much, if you wanted to see what I was saying today, you go to Chat GPT and ask that, and it will just rant it out for you, right? Or anything. You want to write a code on something, you just go and say, I want a code for this, it will give it to you. Generative AI has now, through Chat GPT, been experienced by individual consumers, in a very simple, user-friendly manner. And I think the biggest impact of that is going to come to enterprises. Because, I was in the Silicon Valley just 10 days ago, and I think historically over my last, 20 years there, whenever I visited, there's always this one buzzword that wherever you go, it comes up, and it's always a word that's going to change the shape of humanity and it's going to change the world. The word this time was generative AI.
But
Cumulatively, I heard, I'll just tell you, 200 million jobs that will be lost around the world in enterprises, right? By about 6 companies, right? Being able to create that. Now, they say that value, they're going to capture. I'm just giving you an example. There's the ambition of the vision with which. How is generative AI doing it? It's just a machine that's getting smarter and better than the human at everything that the human does. Earlier, it was a task. Now it is going deeper. And with quantum, where your processing capacity is going to go up 1 billion times faster, as intuitive as it gets, the machine is going to become probably much smarter than the human. And therefore, this thing with generative AI and quantum and AR, VR and metaverse all moving together is really what is worrying. Now, what is going to be the pace of this? Definitely, there are checks and balances. There are governments, there are countries, because metaverse is creating new countries. People feel citizens of metaverses. You have so many people in the world who are a first citizen in some other country, which is in the metaverse, already happening.
The way I understand Chat GPT is it's really the expression which is fantastic. The way it articulates content is the real effort, which is what the generative AI is. But the content that it generates is not necessarily the best, because we don't know what the source is. It doesn't always cite the source. So it means that whenever you see a new product or a solution, you still have to use your own brain filters. You cannot say that this is the final solution and answer to everything. The same way that you don't go online, do a search, and the first answer which you get, you think that's the absolute truth. So therefore, I think we also have to have our own guardrails in terms of how do we distinguish between what is good for society, how to interpret the output, Rajan. And therefore, that's one of the questions over here, that do we need some kind of a self-regulation or an external regulatory framework, some kind of guardrails to ensure that we are not misled? And I'll give you an example. So there are 3 different Chat GPTs which have come up. China has come up with its own, but Microsoft has Chat GPT and Google has Sparrow, created by DeepMind. So what Sparrow has done, I'm sure you know, but for the audience, they have put some guardrails where they say that if you ask a question which is criminal, it will not answer. If you ask a question, how do I steal a car? It will say, I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to give you an answer which breaks the law. That is an example of a guardrail, some kind of a security provision to ensure that you do not get misled. In the internet, today or YouTube, you can find a way to kill people in 20 different ways. So there is no regulation. But today, my question to you, Rajan, and I think that's come from the audience, 2 or 3 people have asked, what kind of regulation, if at all, is required?
No, absolutely. I think there's a good need and a reason for us to find ways to have policy and regulation catch up with technology. Problem is, it always catches up. So technology tends to stay a little ahead. You know, and essentially with generative AI, Pranjal, the biggest challenge is that it's going to get better over time, right? Because the more you interact, the more it understands from a larger cross-section of people, it just gets better. It's just like the Amazon, you know, irrespective of what will happen, you'll get the best product, you'll get the best price. It just becomes smarter, right? And that's going to happen with every area, you know, in different aspects. But, you know, and it's interesting how industry and enterprise is solving for that. You talked of content generation through ChatGPT, right? A big challenge is plagiarism, right? Because ultimately, if I am quoting some creative content and it's come out from some sources, probably I'm plagiarizing it from different pieces. There is an enterprise that has come up which only looks at that and identifies the clauses that are there and resolves for that problem, right? So many things that we will see with emerging technologies is that the opportunities to figure out ways to comply with today's governance norms and standards actually get, you know, found out there. Let's take YouTube, for example. Today, I'm a music composer, since you talked of creator, and I created a song, right? And, you know, you say, oh, you know, there is so much piracy and someone is taking that and doing that. What does YouTube do? It allows anybody to put up content, but YouTube as a platform will identify through a smart algorithm that this song or this content belongs to so-and-so and actually give a part of that revenue to that person from that thing. So the business has solved the issue around governance and regulation. And that's the beauty about most of the businesses that we will see emerging today. It'll come out of that. But my biggest worry is about the ethics and the values when man and machine actually come together. If machine is telling a man, go here and jump, I mean, should man be doing that? I mean, I think there are going to be so many issues that are going to come up. And it's extremely critical that the world comes together to understand and build standards, etc. for this, which unfortunately in today's crisis-led world has just made countries more inward-looking. And, you know, we talk of multilateralism actually dying out and, you know, becoming so polarized that we also don't really know where that is going to happen. So I think it's going to be very important for countries, people, and others, and particularly for the companies and enterprises that are building these solutions to self-regulate and create harmony in society to enable some of these things to succeed at scale.
Rajan, what's the advice you give to individuals, to professionals, to painters, to creators on adapting to this situation? We know that we are living in a world of constant skilling and learning, but that's easier said than done. How often can you upskill? And perhaps the new level of upskilling may not even be attuned to your temperament, for example. I mean, if I have to upskill to become a pilot, obviously I can't because I'm not used to doing something. What is the best way for individuals, professionals, students to keep up to pace and keep themselves relevant? You refer to 200 million jobs being destroyed, but there would be new opportunities coming in. What we are seeing today is a serious gap between the new jobs and demands which are being created and the availability of people to fill those roles. What is the way ahead?
No, I think we have seen in history that every time there has been a new revolution, actually there have been more jobs that have got created. The problem is in which areas have they got created and how have they shaped up have been distinctly different. I think that same thing continues, you know, even with this generation. I think what is really changing at a core is education and how do we address education, right? So the Google generation gave information. So you really didn't need to have rote learning because anything you wanted you could get. Now rote learning had other impact on a human being. It impacts your creativity. It makes you better analytical later on because your memory power is built earlier, etc. Today with ChatGPT, you have knowledge. Literally, you get the best of all information pooled out together. Google will give you 5 locations you can go to. You still got to pick the right website. You still have to go and pick it and, you know, put 5 things together to be able to address it. ChatGPT does it better than any human can and will do it even better. So now you have knowledge and pretty much wisdom with you available on the tip of a finger. Now, what do you evolve to next? Right? How do you really be able to do something that people want but is not available in the current context? And I think that's the challenge and that's the gap that we are seeing today. So I think the first most important, at least for a country like India and worldwide where we're going to have to feed millions of people or a lot of livelihoods, the digital literacy, the understanding of, being able to just cope with this transition is very important. Now, Singapore is doing an excellent attempt, and I know we keep quoting Singapore, it's a small country, but Singapore has set up digital centers around the city. If you go now, and 50-year-olds, 70-year-olds, 80-year-olds go there, spend weeks and days to understand digital and being used. Because without that, it's become like a life tool, right? You need to be able to be engaged in that world. Like we talked of Metaverse, where people are engaged nearly full-time. At least you got to be able to partially engage with that world. You need to understand what that world means and the impact of that world on your world and life today. I think that understanding is probably the first level, and therein lies the big opportunity itself for, a lot of jobs to be created, to see how one can enhance all of those experiences. And I think the second big part is the world has got an aging population, right? And I think physical experiences or physical activities are still going to be needed around the world. And I think as a country like India, we have to be able to use a technology first, a digital first, approach to being able to, capture a large part of those livelihoods. So I think if we have that edge built into our systems, and every person, irrespective of which industry one comes from, has a good understanding of that, I think the transition of that job will become easier. Like you talked of AR, for example, right? Augmented reality is an infrastructure that is enabling people to do more. But the design person, the design thinking is still the same, as of today at least. It might change tomorrow, whether the entire piece will just be done by a machine and you may not be needed. But today in this next transition is when you got to be able to invest your effort to be able to make yourself meaningful, at least over the next 5 to 10 years. And I think the challenge is going to be this, right? I think we all come, especially in India, we always said we have a career for a lifetime. You got one job, you lived it through and you retired, right? Then you had a lifetime of careers, right? We keep saying that you did this, then you went here, you went that. And today you see, that's the way it is. Someone's going into a startup world, becoming a professional, driving an Uber in the afternoon. You suddenly have to find multiple ways to be able to get your livelihood, but that is suited to what you have built as a foundation. I think it is foolish to try and, deviate too much from what is your comfort level and try and go and learn something very new, unless that personality is there in you, right? Otherwise, you try and see what is closest to what you have and find opportunities around that. And I must tell you that there are many, many opportunities. There are many.
We have to end this conversation. We could go on for much longer, but I think what's very clear is that Metaverse is something which is evolving constantly. I think our ability to evolve with it is very important. Second point is, I think the ethics and the values which are used, which are deployed at the form of designing these solutions are very critical. So we cannot have a bunch of 10 people sitting in Silicon Valley deciding what the rest of the world should be doing. So I think we need a little bit of democratization there. But what's interesting is that a lot of this development is happening in India. And the way countries like India are using Metaverse and new technologies to bring health services, education services, to make sure that hundreds of millions can benefit, I think is fascinating. But in the end, I think, Rajan, what I can summarize is that each of us has to be responsible and take the responsibility to make sure that we change as the metaverse evolves. I think we'll also have to think about not just our own personality, but the multiple personalities that we have to develop to survive. Thank you very much, Rajan.
Thank you. Thank you, Pranjal. Just a last point, which you said, Silicon Valley, and, Silicon Valley is deciding. I'm chairing this India at 100 initiative, and we are talking to people about what India will be in the next 25 years. And the director at IIT Kanpur actually, when you ask, when you dream of India at 100, what do you dream? He said, I wake up dreaming that, there are people coming from Silicon Valley, everyone in Kanpur, saying, what can we take from Kanpur and go back and give to the rest of the world? That is what I wake up every morning dreaming. So I think on that optimistic note, we should leave this audience that there's a lot to be done here. Thank you.
We thank Mr. Navani and Mr. Pranjal Sharma. Thank you for this insightful session. May I now request Mr. Shrinivas Dempo, President AIMA, to please join us on stage to kindly present mementos for this session. We thank our esteemed speaker and moderator. Our thanks to Mr. Navani. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Thank you, Mr. Dempo, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, our request, please remain seated. We are now ready to start our last session before lunch with one of India's leading film icons, Ms. Sharmila Tagore. This is a fireside chat on breaking the boundaries, an accidental actor to an idol. So please, I'll once again request you all to kindly remain seated. This is our last session before lunch. I'll once again request you all to please remain seated. I assure you that you will really enjoy this fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please remain seated. May I once again request you all to please kindly take your seats. We are now ready to start with the fireside chat, breaking the boundaries, an accidental actor to an idol. Ladies and gentlemen, for this session we have with us today Ms. Sharmila Tagore, veteran actress, and Ms. Suneeta Reddy, Vice President AIMA and Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited. Let's welcome them with a round of applause, please. Before we start the session, it is my privilege to introduce Ms. Suneeta Reddy to you. Ms. Suneeta Reddy is the Vice President AIMA and Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited, and also serves on the board of several Apollo Hospital Group companies. She is a member of the South Asia Advisory Board, Harvard Business School, Director on the board of Chennai International Center, a patron member of India International Chamber of Commerce. She is also a member of CII's National Council, Healthcare Council, and Family Business Council, and is a member of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. May I now request Ms. Reddy to kindly conduct the session?
It's on? Yeah? So that was my introduction, but hers is much better. The guest that we have with us
it's not
is
better or worse. We are now going to talk, right? So
it's
we can't
truly
be, we have to be
special.
at level.
Yes, so they said fireside chat, and I thought, how could you have a fireside chat when I'm sitting with this big movie star?
Freezing cold.
Freezing cold.
Freezing room. As
Freezing
opposed
cold
to, yeah.
and a beautiful movie star. So Sharmila Tagore ji started her career when she was 13. And today, I'm not allowed to say age, but
No, you are
I
I'm
presume
78.
she must be in her 70s, but she's still going strong. So there really has to be something special about a woman who's been able to do this consistently for over 50 years. So a special secret here. I grew up in the US, and I knew no other language but English. And when we came back to India, they said, you know, you have to learn Hindi. You have to learn at least Tamil or Telugu. So they took me to a Hindi movie, Aradhana. And I didn't know a word of Hindi. But I went back and I just loved the movie, and I've been watching Hindi movies ever since. And I understood the story because your acting was so brilliant. And it's, you know, you never remember her name because in whatever movie she's acted in, the Sharmila Tagore comes on so strong.
That's, I don't know whether that's a compliment or not.
No, it is.
Because
It
we are
is,
supposed
to
to
me,
play the...
because-
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say there, because at that time when Aradhana was released, there was a huge protest about Hindi in Chennai. Some of you will remember. So there was a kind of Hindi boycott. And yet Aradhana ran for 50 weeks. It was the RRR of our time. So, yeah. So it just shows, as you were saying, without knowing the language, and emotions do transcend language. And our films, when they're shown irrespective of the region, in the same place people laugh, In the same place, people cry. Same place, people get bored. So our commonalities far exceed our differences. So that was the point I was trying to make, that despite the boycott, Aradhana made,
No,
ran
I think
for
it
so many
made
weeks.
a significant impact. And as Ramcharan's mother-in-law, I have to say that, watching it from that point at that time, it really transcended boundaries. So, because, a picture is more valuable than 1,000 words, let me introduce Sharmila ji with a short clip. I think AIMA has a wonderful...
Sharmila Tagore, the great-great-grandniece of poetic genius Rabindranath Tagore, Sharmila was born on 8th December 1946. This Bengali actress achieved success at a young age. She started her career with Satyajit Ray's Apur Sansar. After appearing in a number of Bengali classics, Sharmila jumped to Hindi films, establishing herself as a lead right from her first film, Kashmir Ki Kali, with Shami Kapoor. Her intense performances opposite superstar Rajesh Khanna made her one of the most wanted and desired actresses of her time, including Aradhana, Amar Prem, Avishkar, Safar, Daag, and Choti Bahu. Since then, Sharmila became the highest paid actress in Bollywood. Her unmatched acting talent and versatility were evident in her roles. After having acted in a number of successful films, Sharmila married the Nawab of Patodi, Mansoor Ali Khan, in 1969. Sharmila returned back to films with Gulzar Sahab's Mausam and won a national award for her role in the same. Recently, she did a few character roles in films like Eklavya, Viruddh, and Break Ke Baad. In the year 1997, Sharmila was presented the Filmfare Lifetime Achievement Award and the Padma Bhushan in 2013. Sharmila is a popular veteran actress, a true diva, and one of the most influential trendsetters of the film industry.
How
beautiful is that?
I have to correct a few things there. I know, this Google, I know, is very, can't criticize it because it's everybody's Google educated these days. But unless and until you correct, I was not born in, I would love to have, decrease my age by 2 years. I was born in 44. And I got, December 44. And then I got married in 68, not in 69. So one of you should change that in that thing. Yeah.
So at least I think we have a few facts correct. You started at the age of 13, a beautiful Bengali, moving from, pure art with Satyajit Ray to working with Shakti Samanta. And I think, different levels of artists where you showed yourself as an artist and continue to show that part of you which is very special. But you moved to a level of sophisticate with an evening in Paris. And I think it's been quite remarkable, the evolution of Sharmila Tagore as an actress. So how do you see that balance between, the expectations of what the audience wants from you and what you do as an artist and how you would like to project yourself?
Well, the honest truth is that the script is paramount. When you hear the script, you know what kind of role you're playing and then what speaks to you. And most of you will be surprised. Today, Indian film has come a long way. And there's so much that has improved in the industry. But when we started, some of you will be surprised to know we didn't even have a script. Somebody would give us a narrative, would tell us, this is what the story is about. And then we took it from there. And since the money was also not in place, barring Raj Kapoor, barring Shantaram, B.R. Chopra, and I'm perhaps forgetting a few other names. Of course, the South was always far ahead of us. But movies took a long time to make. And also, we didn't have that many theaters. So again, let's say a Dilip Kumar or a Raj Kapoor or Devanand film was ready, and Anupama would not get a release for a very long time. So everything was quite different. So when you talk about a role and audience's expectation, and right when we start, we just want to act and, pay our rent and just get a few, get noticed and sign a few films. And then perhaps you are in that position to pick and choose. But right at the beginning, you just take what comes along. But to that extent, I would say I was very fortunate, which of course I didn't realize. When you're young and things come to you, you don't realize what's happening. Like when Satyajit Ray's introduced me to world of cinema at the age of 13, I don't think I quite appreciated that. Now, when I look back and think of that, and I wonder, what would I have done? It was obviously something accidental. Somebody saw me, or I don't know, it's quite a mystery to me. But the fact is that I did that film, and I did get noticed by the world. So, it opened so many doors for me. I'm so grateful. But I think that time I was quite blasé. At the age of 13, I had no idea who Satyajit Ray was, how famous he was. I was a school-going girl. Somebody told me that you're working there, so I went there, did my shots, came home, carried on with my school. So you know what I'm trying to say. Then later, so that moment arrived when I did Evening in Paris. And my bikini shots became kind of shocking and whatever. The public at that time, including the industry, were very shocked at this image. And questions were asked in Parliament, I believe. So it became quite a thing. So that, and Evening in Paris was released a little later, although it looks very innocent compared to what kind of films we see today. But I remember there was a poster in front of, I stayed in Carmichael Road, and on the way home, my mother-in-law was coming to town. So I got my driver and the bearers to go and take down that poster in the middle of the night. Not realizing that there might be other posters in other places in the city, starting from the airport. But that point is when I felt that a glamorous image is all very good, but it's skin deep. So I think if I want to make a place want to be taken seriously, I have to do more than that. And very fortunately, Aradhna arrived at that time, which I signed. And from then on, consciously, I was choosing my script. And of course, we sometimes work obviously for money. Then sometimes when we get a good role, money is no consideration. And sometimes to help a friend when you're in a position to do that. But keeping all that in mind, because after Aradhna came Amar Prem, then there was Avishkar, there was Mausam, there was Griha Pravesh. There was quite a lot of films that spoke to me. Namkeen. So these films have stayed on. And so I managed to take myself beyond glamour and create a kind of goodwill amongst people. Because let's say glamour is not forever. I mean, you're very attractive and the world go crazy about you. But after a while, somebody else will take that place. So I think so yes, to give a long answer to your short question, that's when I felt that I should be more script conscious.
I think you answered my second question as well, because everyone was asking about the bikini shot, but I think you really explained it.
I don't think, like my husband one day, I think Karan Johar had become the editor for 1 week or 1 day or something, and my bikini photograph was in the front page of the screen. So my husband said, well, I don't think you'll ever get past that. So I think it's there, so might as well, it's there.
Own it. You truly own it.
No, now people look at it differently also. Now people think it's cult. People think it's a kind of liberation.
Yes.
I mean, there's many interpretation out there, because when you are just one person doing one thing, and sometimes it is just one film. But when that film is over, it becomes everybody's film. And everybody has a take on that. So people interpret and see, and today's generation is looking at it very differently than then, 50 years ago.
So post that in 1975, you won an award for Mausam, which I think you answered in your earlier question, where you acted because you chose the role. I think you liked what you represent. So why did you do Mausam?
At that time, Gulzar Saab was making very good films. A lot of adaptation from Sharat Chandra, So I was very keen to work with Gulzar Saab. And this role gave me the opportunity to be somebody that I'm not at all, with that kind of language and smoking a bidi and, So that was mainly the reason why I accepted, because it gave me an opportunity to perform. And what I really loved about the character of the sex worker is that she doesn't, she's not a victim. She has a sense of self and she has agency. So that is what I liked about her. She's not apologetic about what she's doing. So that made the role special for me.
Yes, I think truly respect for what a woman does in different roles. In the beginning of this century, I think it was 2007, 2009, you were on the National Board of Film Certification. And I think with all the experience that you had in movies, what would you say was your contribution to the way Indian movies changed?
I don't think I you can't single me out as the change. It's actually the audience and our film is connected. So as and when the society changes, our movies change, because we are a reflection of their taste, the audience's taste, what audience would like to see. After all, it's a commercial industry, so we want the audience to come and see our film. There are some people who, of course, make different kind of films, which are where commerce is not the consideration. But most of us are there because it's a commercial industry. So when I would say the significant change came, I can do a quick recap of our film industry, because earlier were the studio days when they made, there was one in new theaters in, I don't know whether you'll get bored with this, it'll take a little while. It was in new theaters in Kolkata, and Prabhat Studios in Pune, and Bombay Talkies in Bombay. And they were making these very, very forward-looking films like Achut Kanya, Duniya Na Mane, which, I mean, the name Achut also we will not allow as a title of the film today. And very, very forward-looking. And those films didn't necessarily run. What ran was the mythological and the devotional films that these studios were also making. So they balanced that with this. So after that came the war. Everything changed. Black money entered the system. The star system came. Before that, Ashok Kumar was the star. And then came Dilip Kumar. The partition happened. Many things happened which changed the economics of the film. The studios went out. And then the era of Dilip Kumar and Devanand and Raj Kapoor doing different aspects. Raj Kapoor was the tramp. Devanand was the underbelly. You know, during partition, so much had happened. And so he was reflecting that, the underbelly, the crime aspect of the country. And then, of course, Yusuf Saab, a conflicted person between this and that. And then came the 60s when the Chinese aggression happened. And our films became completely escapist. There were 6, 7 songs in the film. Everybody ran to Kashmir and the village girl and the city boy romance. That was the time of Kashmir Ki Kali and many other films that happened in the 60s because the newfound euphoria of independence was waning off. There was an unemployment, grain shortage. So Hindi films reflected all that and became sheer entertainment. And then came the 70s where wonderful things were happening. The Pune Institute gave people like Nasir, Jaya Bachchan, Shabana Azmi, they all came out. Ankur happened. So that kind of parallel cinema was happening. At the same time, The Angry Young Man of Amitabh Bachchan was happening, Diwar, etc. And then there was Amol Palekar, Bashu Bhattacharya, Bashu Chatterjee kind of films were happening in the 70s, which was something for everybody. Then came the terrible 80s when the TV came. So then the gentry refused to go to the theatre because the rats were running around. So then they modernized the theatre with Dolby sound and this, that, and the other to compete with TV and to bring back the audience. And they had these multi-starrers, all the posters from here to there, you know, everybody there. And many rape scenes, and it was a terrible time, 80s. And then 90, when the India opened up with its economy, and then we started seeing films from abroad, our audience were exposed to different kind of film. The churning started, their appetite increased, they were ready for different kind of films. And although at that time, lot of people were going out to work. In our time, women going out to work was frowned upon. Working in film was doubly frowned upon. But in 90s, things were different. It became a wonderful profession. Girls were giving up, going to USA for further studies and wanting to join films. And the parents would come to me for counseling. I mean, how do we stop them? So that era, but that more and more people are going to work, and on the films, we were only showing people who were staying at home and waiting for their Prince Charming. Whether you take Kuch Kuch Hota Hai or Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gham or whatever else, Hum Aapke Hai Kaun. So it became that pull and push of globalization. So the Indian films became very traditional and very different from what was going on outside, then to now. So we really respond to the age. Right now, our films are not doing well at all, as you know. Nobody is going to the theatre, the South Indian films, and now the films are English films, South Indian films are getting dubbed in Hindi. So people are saying, why can't we see the original? Why do we have to go to the theatre? So people really now have to think about content, like what is required right now with the OTT competing. So when they know that it's going to come to OTT, why go to the theatre? And the multiplex screen has completely changed the viewership, changed the viewing of the film, I would say. Because once you were all sitting together, the cheaper tickets, the expensive tickets, there was a collective experience of India. Now luxury, these multiplexes have become with their prices and popcorn, and it's beyond people. So that has created, even the seats are so far apart, the luxurious bit. So it's now you have to see the films in a different way. And half of the film is in English. And so it's, we really have to think. And that's why Gulmohar is so important, because it has reflected something that everybody has loved that film. Why have they done that? Because of the script, because of something that is as basic as a family dispute or young people or 3 generations, wills, everybody, it resonates with people.
I can imagine.
And so yeah.
On, after break ke baad, appropriately enough, you took a decade off and you came back on the digital screen with Gulmohar, which fortunately I watched last night. So shall we have that, can we play a little bit of the movie before I move on to the other questions? Sure. So we have a lot of audience questions. For you. So let's play Gulmohar. And then I think what Gulmohar does is it gives you a view of Sharmila Tagore as she is today, a very evolved human being. And in this, she plays the role of a matriarch and plays it to perfection with perspectives that are truly unique to her. Shall we see?
तुम सबसे 1-2 बातें करी हूँ। मैंने एक छोटा सा मकान खरीदा है पौंडीचेरी में। अब मैं वहीं रहूंगी। मैं चाहती हूँ इस बार की होली हम सब साथ मनाकर इस घर से निकले। ये हमारा घर था जो हमने ईंट पत्थरों से नहीं, रिश्तों से बनाया था। रिश्ते जो खून से नहीं, दिल से बने थे।
Sharmila ji, you look more beautiful in real life. You also look slimmer. It was truly a wonderful movie. I was fortunate enough to watch it last night. But since we have so many questions from the audience, let me move to a more personal note, which is, I think, what you were trying to emote on screen, which you did very successfully. You married Tiger Pataudi, the Nawab of Pataudi. He was a cricketer. So long before Anushka and Virat Kohli became a sensation, you did it. You were the first to do it. You married not only, a cricketer, but I think someone from a different religion and a completely different life. So what are I think the question that we have here is, what are the emotional aspects of that relationship, and how was it special?
When you say different, you just said, different culture. But that is not really true, because I come from a joint family and a very old family. So to us, sharing and tolerance comes very easy, because we never had a room of our own. we had many people who had the authority over us, who could scold us or whatever. We went to sleep in somebody's bed, woke up in somebody else's bed, So that was, that wasn't the difficult bit. And also, their family was also old and also extended. So that kind of adaptation or adapting was not difficult at all. But I was a rice eater and they were a chapati eater. That was a major difference. So being a Bengali, I, had to put my foot down. And they had no idea about fish except fried fish and some kind of tandoori preparation. So I had a serious talk with the cook. And other than that, at an emotional level, it doesn't really make sense what you're saying, because love is love at whatever, and then respect is also whatever. So those emotions are just universal,
Tiger Pataudi,
right? So that is not. But when you're talking about the Hindu-Muslim thing, in Mumbai we were completely unaware of it, because we just announced to our respective parents that we are getting married. Then he went back to cricket and I went back to work, and it was their problem to sort it out. So in Bengal, when they were organizing the wedding, there were things like bullets shall speak. So my parents were getting those kind of notes, and similar things were happening here. So much so, one morning I woke up and I was told that a couple of people from Delhi have come to see you. So I went to the sitting room, and two very official-looking people were sitting there. They said, "We've come from Delhi, and we've been told that you need our protection, so we've come to protect you." So I said, "No, I think I'm all right in Bombay. I don't feel threatened at all." So I sent them packing, and which was true. I didn't feel anything, and the wedding went off peacefully, and all was well. So the perception was that there will be some sort of a problem, but thank God it didn't happen.
So did Tiger Pataudi play any pranks on you?
Sorry, Tiger.
He was known for being a prankster.
Oh God, yes. He was, and his mother was also. I mean, she would do all kinds of things to unsuspecting guests, and, much laughter after that to the person's embarrassment. So Tiger, I think, got it from Amma. One day he came to me with a very serious face, and he was introducing me to Bengali. I had very little Urdu. Not very little, I had none. So was introducing me to Begum Akhtar and other things. So one day he says, "I've written this wonderful thing for you." So I said, "Yes, how lovely." So he told me. So next day I was shooting with Feroz. And I think some of you have said this in many forums. I was shooting with Feroz in Safar. We were shooting in Mahabaleshwar. So I said, "Feroz, guess what? Tiger has written this wonderful thing for me." He said, "What?" I said, "Dile nada tujhe hua kya hai, aakhir is dard ki dawa kya hai." So he said, "You idiot, stupid woman, that's Ghalib, for God's sake." So thank God I only told Feroz and didn't make a public.
But now,
so that kind of, and many others. It's just that was him.
So now you've made it public. But, you've been brand ambassador for UNICEF. And in that role, you as an actress and a respected actress have the ability to do so much social work. And it's probably, it started with your generation and it continues. What do you think that people with personalities and respect like you should do in the future in terms of contributing to society?
They are, I think. Most of them have a charity. I know Salman Khan does a lot, Shah Rukh Khan does a lot, Akshay does his bit. So they are very conscious, and most of them do. And also, they're giving their voice to many NGOs, even if they're like Nandita Das or Shabana. They're constantly speaking up for causes or for whether it's maternal or infant mortality, which I do. We have a trust, Patodi Trust, and we burnt victims, domestic violence victims. So we work closely with some, and acid survivors. Because being an actor, I think, to me I've seen these people. I've been working with them now for the last 10 years. And I support a institution called Brave Souls. So where, I've supported individual victims, but now I support this, where the acid survivors have come together. Somebody called Shaheen. This another lady from Ludhiana, husband wants to drink and she didn't give him the money. And he just threw acid. And somebody wanted to marry and she said no, then somebody threw acid. As stupid a reason as that, you destroy somebody's face, and if you see them then, this sort of raw flesh, and if somebody's lost their eyesight, this lady who came from Ludhiana couldn't close her mouth and couldn't close one of her eyelids. So Dr. Pakrashi, a lot of people, they work pro bono, and nobody charges, but you have to pay the hospitals. That charge is there. So, so this eyelid had to close, because if you don't close your eye, infection can set in. So that was important. So now you can grow your eyelashes also. There are lots of, this Shaheen went to Chennai but then she herself decided not to do, because then you put something, anyway, she decided no. So, and the pluck of these women, I can't tell you how wonderful ambassadors they are. And imagine, just for a trivial reason, and acid is still, despite so many laws, it's still easily available. So, and people still continuing to do that. So now, of course, the government is giving help, so our load is a little less. But the civil society also. So that is one thing I personally support. And there is another institution in Chennai. So I'll tell you all about it later.
Yes,
so
yes.
they have their people in hospitals. So the burnt victims, when they come there, they start giving them counseling. And then they also develop is PCVC. It's I'll talk to you about it. It's a wonderful organization. So I think everybody should donate to
I know this to be true because Sharmila ji just opened our genome lab where we work mostly with cancer patients. So thank you, Sharmila ji. I think, all of us know the noble work you do, and we are working with acid victims, by the way. So I have a question from the audience, and probably you'll find this amusing, but it says, the success of Natu Natu remind us that the world maybe we should go back to the basics and not copy Hollywood in terms of entertainment. And what is your view on that?
I think I said that earlier, that we need to do that. And also the success of some of the films, like Kalki, as you would know, everybody in Chennai knows the story, right? It's like Mahabharata or like Ramayana. So when you make that into a film form, so people are already aware of that. So yes, we most certainly need to look at we are not making stories on published works. Like earlier people were doing of Sharat Chandra or whoever else. It was published work. And obviously of Indian ethos and Indian sensibilities. like I was talking about multiplex, we have gone too much towards the West. And, you know, and then even people who are writing in my time, they were all Urdu speaking. And my kaf and gaf were, you know, आप वो 11 ठीक से नहीं बोल रहे हैं, आपका प्रोनाउंसिएशन ऐसा होना चाहिए, काफ का जो होता है काफ बोलना चाहिए और गाफ बोलना चाहिए. So now तो there is no such thing. Everybody is actually translating, writing in English and then translating it in Hindi. And the script is coming in Roman. Now HAIN is hai ya, I mean, how do you pronounce it? I want my script in Devanagari. I don't want my script in English, Roman. So the problem is that some of our filmmakers themselves are not reading Devanagari, not familiar with our literature, etc. So really we need to seriously look at it and understand what works with our people, not just the multiplex, but many people out there. You know, go back to that single screen time.
So if there are any questions from the audience, would be happy to take it. So my last question to you is this, you know, women who work, they always ask us this question, how does this work-life balance happen? And for us, it's, you know, there is never a balance. But for you, it's even more, because not only is it about work life, but it's the expectation that you have for media. How do you manage your work life and expectations that you have?
And we did that without cell phones.
Yes.
You guys have cell
but
phones.
Actually, that was easier.
No, it wasn't. Now the people ring up and say, "Wo khana idhar taiyar rakhiega." When I watch these films and these rows of women, वो जब साहब आएंगे ये तैयार करके रखना, बच्चे के लिए ये तैयार करके रखना. So all those instructions are on the cell phone. So I don't think you should approach, it is a problem. It's something that you want to do. You want to work. And then, of course, you have family. And, of course, you have some obligation towards your audience. But you have many people out there, and there is a single person, I. So I cannot cope with 20 other perspectives or expectation. So you have to be very sure that who are you and what you're going to follow. So there's no question of balance. It's just knowing who you are and doing, you know, following your own path and your own calling, and not be swayed by other people's expectation of you, because they don't really know you. Even if they know you on the screen and they think they know you, and I appreciate their goodwill, but they still do not know you. And there is that private eye, and I can't ignore. And that person is constantly telling me what I need, when I need to sleep, when I need to take a break, and I must follow that voice. If I don't, I'm going to land myself into trouble, because you can't please everyone. That's the first. So you might as well please yourself. But I learned from my granddaughter that not to fight with the social media, because they're there to stay. I'm not on social media, but people, when they're there, the media, you have to be nice to them. That's all. Wave at them, but you can't wake up in the morning and write something about I ate this breakfast and at lunch I'm doing this and at dinner I'm doing. I mean, come on, we've got only 24 hours in a day. So I think we need to be mindful about how we spend it.
So I think I learned a lot from you, Sharmila ji. There is really no perfect life balance, work-life balance. But the interesting thing that you said about being uniquely you, and it makes you uniquely you. In meditation, we learn that in the purest form of meditation, we focus on our breath, because the breath is us. And as I hear Sharmila ji speak, you know, I have understood that not only is she an actress, an artist, a lady with incredible grace, and someone who's made a huge contribution to society in many, many ways. We've truly been privileged to have you with us this afternoon. And I think, we've given a lot of food for thought because there's lunch. But what a better appetizer than having you with us today, Sharmila.
Thank you.
And we must all look forward to the movie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Thank you, Ms. Reddy, for this wonderful and extremely interesting session. May I now invite Mr. Shrinivas Dempo to please join us on stage to present the mementos to the esteemed guests of this session. We thank Mr. Gore. Our thanks to Ms. Reddy. Thank you, Mr. Dempo, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention, please? We will now take a break for lunch, which is being served at Rani Bagh just outside. But please do remember that we start the next session on time, which is exactly sharp at 1:40. We have a very interesting post-lunch session, the Vande Bharat Story, Messages for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And in that session, we will have a conversation with Mr. Sudhanshu Mani, former General Manager, Integral Coach Factory, Chennai, Indian Railways. So please, once again, I'll request you all, please do take your seats by 1:35 because we will be starting the next session on time at 1:40 sharp. Thank you.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement. And it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
How did one man's dream with a single clinic in Dubai become a global institution with a presence in 7 countries, offering 777 opportunities for accessing good health? By striving for excellence in every endeavor and having a steadfast vision of delivering quality healthcare to millions of people around the world. In just 35 years, Aster DM Healthcare has developed 30 world-class hospitals, healing and caring 24/7, 467 pharmacies, helping bring good health home, 121 clinics to cure and relieve, backed by 159 labs and patient experience centers, delivering care to over 20 million patients globally, with 3 brands addressing different patient groups. The one common thread has been the unwavering dedication of over 28,428 dedicated Asterians to the cause. At Aster, it's not just about making quality healthcare affordable and accessible. It's about creating a sustainable world for everyone by taking concrete steps to fulfill our ESG goals, and by creating a compliance framework that enables our organization to achieve its forthcoming sustainability goals. In 2017, we took that step with the launch of Asta Volunteers, creating one of the largest volunteering organizations with 50,000 volunteers committed to championing the cause of humanity. Through its initiatives in medical aid, community outreach, empowering individuals through education, and disaster relief, over 4 million lives have been impacted. 2022 has been a landmark year where we continue to add to a long list of significant milestones. Our hospitals were not just loved by the families whose lives we touched, but also by the reputed Global Newsweek ranking, where 5 of our hospitals were listed and 1 hospital was recognized in the global top 150 specialized hospitals list, strengthening the belief of the millions of individuals who trust our institution. Nurses are the unsung heroes of healthcare and rarely get the spotlight they deserve. To recognize their phenomenal contributions to humanity, Asta DM Healthcare launched the Asta Guardians Global Nursing Award on International Nurses Day 2022. Anna Kabali Duba, a nurse from Marsabit County, Kenya, was adjudged the winner this year among 24,000 nurses and went home with accolades and the prize money of $250,000. With our unwavering dedication to redefining the healthcare industry, we decided to battle the dreaded disease affecting millions globally, diabetes. On the 19th of November 2022, Asta DM Healthcare conducted a 24-hour free diabetes screening camp in Dubai for 12,714 individuals from low-income groups and created a new record in the Guinness Book of World Records. The journey of Asta DM Healthcare in the last 35 years has been an astounding one, and we feel humbled to celebrate this achievement. The power of 7 is really just one promise, valid through 7 days of the week, across the 7 seas and the 7 continents. We'll treat you well.
Serum Institute was founded by a true visionary, Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla, in 1966. As he says, it is our endeavor to make quality vaccines more affordable around the world, because we firmly believe that health should be the right of every child. Today, the company is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines by number of doses, and a testimony of the quality is the fact that the company's vaccines have been accredited by the World Health Organization, Geneva. 1967 saw the first manufacturing operations for tetanus vaccines in the company that was formed with the aim of manufacturing life-saving immunobiologicals, of which there was a shortage in the country and which were being imported at high prices. Today, the company's product portfolio encompasses a wide array of recombinant, conjugate and combination vaccines. In response to the ever-increasing global demand for high-quality, affordable vaccines, the company is constantly adding to its setup of dedicated, state-of-the-art manufacturing plants, sophisticated laboratories, and high-tech quality and R&D departments, which undertake cutting-edge research projects that endeavor to make the world a safer and healthier place to live. The colossal production output, which will soon find its way across the planet, is stored under carefully monitored environmental conditions in huge storage bays. The huge blending vessels of 3,000 liters capacity produce vaccines to the tune of 1 million doses a day. Fully automatic, high-speed vial washing, filling, stoppering, and sealing machines ensure both the highest quality standards and quantity of the output. AIMA Institute has the largest computerized facility around the world for lyophilization of parenterals. Focused efforts on the international markets, mainly through WHO, UNICEF, the Pan American Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc., have enabled the company to export a wide variety of vaccines and anti-sera to over 170 countries around the world, notably to Asia, Africa, and South America, and also to the CEE and CIS states. The company has been instrumental in saving millions of lives across the globe by supplying billions of doses of vaccines at short notice to control epidemics and also to cater to mass immunization campaigns. The future holds a lot of promise as we are committed to introduce newer technologies and products to contribute to the making of a healthier world. The company will continue its relentless pursuit of trying to conquer diseases. While the accolades come as milestones on this humanitarian journey, Serum Institute of India is steadfast in making Dr. Cyrus Poonawala's dream come true.
Take hello. Serum Institute of India. Protection from birth onwards.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
How did one man's dream with a single clinic in Dubai become a global institution with a presence in 7 countries, offering 777 opportunities for accessing good health? By striving for excellence in every endeavor and having a steadfast vision of delivering quality healthcare to millions of people around the world. In just 35 years, Aster DM Healthcare has developed 30 world-class hospitals, healing and caring 24/7, 467 pharmacies, helping bring good health home, 121 clinics to cure and relieve, backed by 159 labs and patient experience centers, delivering care to over 20 million patients globally, with 3 brands addressing different patient groups. The one common thread has been the unwavering dedication of over 28,428 dedicated Asterians to the cause. At Aster, it's not just about making quality healthcare affordable and accessible. It's about creating a sustainable world for everyone by taking concrete steps to fulfill our ESG goals, and by creating a compliance framework that enables our organization to achieve its forthcoming sustainability goals. In 2017, we took that step with the launch of Aster Volunteers, creating one of the largest volunteering organizations with 50,000 volunteers committed to championing the cause of humanity. Through its initiatives in medical aid, community outreach, empowering individuals through education, and disaster relief, over 4 million lives have been impacted. 2022 has been a landmark year where we continue to add to a long list of significant milestones. Our hospitals were not just loved by the families whose lives we touched, but also by the reputed Global Newsweek ranking, where 5 of our hospitals were listed and 1 hospital was recognized in the global top 150 specialized hospitals list, strengthening the belief of the millions of individuals who trust our institution. Nurses are the unsung heroes of healthcare and rarely get the spotlight they deserve. To recognize their phenomenal contributions to humanity, Aster DM Healthcare launched the Aster Guardians Global Nursing Award on International Nurses Day 2022. Anna Kabali Duba, a nurse from Marsabit County, Kenya, was adjudged the winner this year among 24,000 nurses and went home with accolades and the prize money of $250,000. With our unwavering dedication to redefining the healthcare industry, we decided to battle the dreaded disease affecting millions globally, diabetes. On the 19th of November 2022, Aster DM Healthcare conducted a 24-hour free diabetes screening camp in Dubai for 12,714 individuals from low-income groups, and created a new record in the Guinness Book of World Records. The journey of Aster DM Healthcare in the last 35 years has been an astounding one, and we feel humbled to celebrate this achievement. The power of 7 is really just one promise, valid through 7 days of the week, across the 7 seas and the 7 continents. We'll treat you well.
Serum Institute was founded by a true visionary, Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla, in 1966. As he says, it is our endeavor to make quality vaccines more affordable around the world, because we firmly believe that health should be the right of every child. Today, the company is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines by number of doses, and a testimony of the quality is the fact that the company's vaccines have been accredited by the World Health Organization, Geneva. 1967 saw the first manufacturing operations for tetanus vaccines in the company that was formed with the aim of manufacturing life-saving immunobiologicals, of which there was a shortage in the country and which were being imported at high prices. Today, the company's product portfolio encompasses a wide array of recombinant, conjugate and combination vaccines. In response to the ever-increasing global demand for high-quality, affordable vaccines, the company is constantly adding to its setup of dedicated, state-of-the-art manufacturing plants, sophisticated laboratories, and high-tech quality and R&D departments, which undertake cutting-edge research projects that endeavor to make the world a safer and healthier place to live. The colossal production output, which will soon find its way across the planet, is stored under carefully monitored environmental conditions in huge storage bays. The huge blending vessels of 3,000 liters capacity produce vaccines to the tune of 1 million doses a day. Fully automatic, high-speed vial washing, filling, stoppering, and sealing machines ensure both the highest quality standards and quantity of the output. Our institute has the largest computerized facility around the world for lyophilization of parenterals. Focused efforts on the international markets, mainly through WHO, UNICEF, the Pan American Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc., have enabled the company to export a wide variety of vaccines and antisera to over 170 countries around the world, notably to Asia, Africa, and South America, and also to the CEE and CIS states. The company has been instrumental in saving millions of lives across the globe by supplying billions of doses of vaccines at short notice to control epidemics and also to cater to mass immunization campaigns. The future holds a lot of promise as we are committed to introduce newer technologies and products to contribute to the making of a healthier world. The company will continue its relentless pursuit of trying to conquer diseases. While the accolades come as milestones on this humanitarian journey, Serum Institute of India is steadfast in making Dr. Cyrus Poonawala's dream come true. Serum Institute of India. Protection from birth onwards.
And AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement. And it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and a warm welcome. I'll request you all to please kindly take your seats. We are now ready to start the post-lunch session. Our next session of the day is on the Vande Bharat Story, Messages for Atmanirbhar Bharat. I promise you, it is a very interesting session. So I'll once again request you all to please kindly take your seats. Please do remember to either switch off your cell phones or put them on silent mode. In this session, we will be joined by Mr. Sudhanshu Mani, former General Manager, Integral Coach Factory, Chennai, Indian Railways, and Mr. C K Ranganathan, Chairman and Managing Director, Kevin Care Private Limited, and Mr. P Balaji, Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer, Vodafone Idea Limited.
मैं करा दूंगी इसके बाद वाला चेकिंग लगा के रखे तो लगा दिया
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll request you all to please kindly take your seats as quickly as possible. As we had shared before going for the lunch break, this promises to be a very interesting post-lunch session. It is entitled The Vande Bharat Story, Messages for Atmanirbhar Bharat. In conversation in this session will be Mr. Sudhanshu Mani, former General Manager, Integral Coach Factory, Chennai, Indian Railways, Mr. C K Ranganathan, Chairman and Managing Director, Kevin Care Private Limited, and Mr. P Balaji, Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer, Vodafone Idea Limited. Please kindly take your seats. We shall be starting with this session within a short while. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed speakers are already here in our midst and are due to join us very shortly on stage. So please, once again, I request you all to please kindly take your seats. We are delighted to have in our midst Mr. Sudhanshu Mani, former General Manager, Integral Coach Factory, Chennai, Indian Railways, Mr. C K Ranganathan, Chairman and Managing Director, Kevin Care Private Limited, and Mr. P Balaji, Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer, Vodafone Idea Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a round of applause. Let's show them that we are alive. It gives me great privilege to introduce Mr. C K Ranganathan to you. Mr. C K Ranganathan is the immediate past president of AIMA and Chairman and Managing Director of Kevin Care Limited. He is the current President of TIE, Chennai Chapter, and the past Chairman of CII, Southern Region, and Madras Management Association. He is one of the founder members of the Ability Foundation, an NGO working towards the rehabilitation of the disabled. He instituted the Kevin Care Ability Awards and Chinni Krishnan Innovation Awards in memory of his father, Sri R. Chinni Krishnan. May I now request Mr. Ranganathan to kindly conduct the session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So it's tough to catch up post-lunch. I'm sure you all had a sumptuous lunch. Mr. Sudhanshu Mani, former General Manager, Integral Coach Factory, ICF Chennai, Indian Railways. Mr. P Balaji, Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer, Vodafone Idea Limited. It's a pleasure to have you all with us and a very warm welcome in a session with an unusual achiever who has proved that Indian engineers can create world-class machines faster, cheaper, and better than the rest of the world. Mr. Mani, it's our pleasure to have you at AIMA's National Leadership Conclave. And many thanks for agreeing to share your story of Train 18, which is also known as Vande Bharat Express. We also look forward to hearing your views on the correct strategy for India to develop intellectual property and become a genuinely Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you for joining us and a very warm welcome to you. Mr. Balaji, it's a pleasure to have you and many thanks for agreeing to provide your perspective on the subject of the session. You are a telecom industry veteran and you have seen many stages of the hardware service evolution in Indian telecom. We look forward to your remarks towards the end of the session. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Mani, you have become a legend in the country and you are a rare kind of a YouTube and TED talker. And you are a star. In fact, you are a star in the YouTube and TED Talks. You are not only the hero of a great story, you are a very good storyteller as well. What you do is capture the kind of imagination, you trigger passion with a lot of youngsters and whoever sees your video. And that's very, very nice. We require more of Manis of the world for India to walk in the journey of innovation. You also hold a strong views on how India can become a global center of innovation and not merely manufacturing. You are not shy of saying that the government must encourage local developers of products and technologies even if it means tilting the playing ground. You have become the voice of Indian talent that wants opportunity to create intellectual property. It may be helpful to remind the audience that Mr. Mani served Indian Railways for about 35 years. He had a dream of making world-class fast trains in India, and he got this chance when he was given the charge of ICF. He led the project to design, engineering and manufacture an indigenous semi-high-speed train. Under his leadership, the Train 18 project was taken from conception to completion in just 18 months, which is half of the time taken by leading global train makers. The first such train he built had only about 20% of imported parts in terms of value. Since then, indigenous supplies have been developed to reduce imports from even that level. Now I am sure it will be negligible or nil. We would definitely get to hear from Mr. Mani on that. The train would have been inducted much earlier than it was had it not been for the Vigilance Department's enthusiasm for finding faults with procurement for the train. Anyway, Mr. Mani came out in flying colors. The government eventually stepped in, and now we have the Vande Bharat Express. Moreover, the IPR for the train is entirely with Integral Coach Factory. Mr. Mani not only developed a new train, he transformed the culture of ICF. I think you all will appreciate changing an organization, a government-led one. It's not easy, but unless you change the culture of the kind of organization, I think Mr. Mani led it from the front. During his leadership, ICF's production of coaches averaged to 3,200, which was about a third higher than the earlier annual output. He made ICF a carbon negative organization through a bunch of offset projects. He overcame the usual management challenges in Indian Railways by handling the internal contradictions of the Railway Board, developing closer ties with the industry, reforming the supply chain, and imposing deadlines. Most importantly, he got ICF cadres to give more by improving their working and living conditions. Mr. Mani, you have proved yourself not only as a visionary and an innovator, but you have also proved to be a great leader and communicator. We look forward to learning from you. Here is Mr. Mani making an impact. Thanks.
I'll leave the slider. Oh. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Extremely thankful to Ms. Rekha Sethi and Mr. Sanjeev Goenka for giving me this opportunity to talk to you about the Train 18 Vande Bharat story today. I cannot be funnier than I already am. I'm not going to lie. I'm not nervous. And I'm quite sure in my allotted time, I should be able to say exactly what I wish to say. I will begin with these wonderful words of the people's president, APJ Abdul Kalam, that dream is not the thing that you see in sleep, but is that thing that doesn't let you sleep. In The Merchant of Venice, Portia says that if to do were as easy as to know what were good to do, chapels had been churches and poor man's cottages princesses' palaces. In the same vein, if to do were as easy as to come to you and speak about it, ... So, I will try to speak only about what I would call proof of the pudding, whatever little I was able to do along with my team members. I come to you as a railwayman for life. Indian Railways in India, love it, hate it, is not an organization you can easily ignore. As for the story, by now it is some kind of an old wine in new bottle, same tannin, same terroir, same body. But perhaps there are some messages for you, some takeaways. So I will begin what I call my Sarkari presentation. Of course, in the allotted 15 to 17 minutes, I possibly cannot go long and winding, which I am little want to do at times. But there is a Q&A, some audience interaction, so I will give you a caveat. Since I am a railway man for life, I have an inherent right to be derailed. Any attempt to derail me is not going to work. I'll begin with Make in India, which was started by this government around 2014 to make in India a manufacturing hub, a factory of the world. There were some successes. Then came COVID and it was rejigged into Atmanirbharta with the expectations that these lions of Make in India would roar into self-reliance. So we have seen many initiatives, liquidity infusion, collateral-free loans, a lot of things, productivity-linked schemes and so on, which I actually don't understand. I would only like to speak about the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, which, to my mind, is more about creating something of your own with pride and ownership, because it is that pride and that ownership which can make you do 110, 120, 125% more than what you are otherwise capable of. We are familiar with transfer of technology, especially in railways. All our trains, all our rolling stock have come through technology transfers where you get some 15, 20, 30 numbers, then PKDs, CKDs, transfer of documents, specifications, protocols, training, visits abroad or rather jaunts abroad and so on. Still you are not able to make it to the standard you imported in spite of passage of decades. And why is that? I've been trying to find this answer all my service life. To my mind, it is because any technology, ladies and gentlemen, is a creation which lives not only in the mind but heart of the creator, and there is no technology to transfer that. Firak Gorakhpuri has said that mere sher aina khane mein teri beshumar adaon ke. I can go poetic about your beauty. मेरे शेर आईना खाने में तेरी बेशुमार अदाओं के, मगर ऐसी भी है कोई अदा जो रहेगी सीना ए राज में. There is some elegance of your beauty that will remain buried in the recesses of my heart. Nobody is going to get access to that. Unless the gap is too large, you have to challenge yourself to do it your own, create your own with ownership and pride. That brings me to a very basic question. And to do anything, anywhere, for paucity of time, I will not ask you. I'm sure the answers would be these. But from my work, life journey, I would say there is something more than that. And that is, even today, human resources continue to be your most important resources. You are not going anywhere unless your people are with you. As a leader, it doesn't matter how many people report to you. If you deal with human beings, you are a leader. Whether it's clients or suppliers or anyone. And you must love everyone. You must love what you do. You must love your organization, which is not very humanly possible. So as a leader, you have to manufacture it. You have to construct it. You have to contrive to get it. And once it becomes a habit, the dividends it would get you are enormous. एक लफ्ज़ से मोहब्बत का अदना ये फसाना है. This word, love, has this brief story. सिमटे तो दिले आशिक, फैले तो ज़माना है. As ChatGPT takes over our life, I am not sure, but as of today, you have to have your human resources with you. A little deviation. I know I'm hard pressed for time, yet I'm writing a book, nothing to do with railways, collating the work of Ghalib and Shakespeare trying to find similarity or opposites. And sometimes, you know, cultures apart, age apart, you wouldn't really find a similarity so easily. It would take sometimes days finding an equivalent in a sonnet or a play, sometimes 3 days, and you wouldn't find something very appealing. I gave this, what I did in 3 days, I gave the work to ChatGPT, it did it in 3 seconds, better than what I did. So I cannot vouchsafe much for future, but as of now, this rules. For me, it was easy. As you know, the organization I worked for, the scramble for the window seat, as the marvel, the wonder of India passed you by, desolate, crowded, hard work, labor, grind, celebration, mourning, pathos, joy, rivers, mountains, valleys, open fields. So much so that the journey itself became the objective, not the destination. And even today, unless my train came 2, 3, 5, 4 years back, our trains have doors which can be opened as the train moves, and you can look back and look at this snaking train behind you, and it would still give you goosebumps. And a railway station still is a place where the poorest to the richest stand next to each other to catch the same train. In Tempest, Antonio says, "Travelers never did lie, fools at home condemn them." I dare say, if you are not taken in by these fantastical views you see through the window of an Indian Railways train, then perhaps you are a prisoner of your own contradiction and your own confines. But I'm not here to talk to you about this romance. I'm here to talk to you about this. The recall of Indian Railways train for the last 70 years have remained the same. Color has changed. German technology has come. More AC coaches, but the same box type structure what you see on the left. एक जैसे लग रहे हैं सभी चेहरे मुझे, होश की ये इंतहा है या मैं नशे में हूं. Is it supreme consciousness, or am I intoxicated that such a large pool of our engineers have not been able to give to the country an aesthetically superior, speedier, modern-looking train, which I would look as a child in late 60s, early 70s, and wonder when we are going to have a train like this. This is the seed of the story. And the message is very simple. Look, you have to look beyond love, because the only thing permanent is change. I got posted in Integral Coach Factory in 2016. As you in railways, you know that, as you know, donkeys and horses all move in the single file. And in August of 2016, this donkey had the chance to be thrown up as a general manager. A general manager in Indian Railways is some kind of an institution, a kind of a job everyone looks up to as someone who can do things. Set up in 50s as a factory to make coaches of current technology, as a dream of Jawaharlal Nehru, not followed up by any vision or action plan by railwaymen like us. So it kept on doing more of the same, much more of the same. Numbers, so much so that it has a Limca book of world records, having turned out the maximum number of coaches from the same factory. In 50s, this gentleman in the center with garland is Chow Enlai, Premier of China, who came to ICF in 1955 and wrote in the visitors book that he would like every Orient to come to ICF and learn how to make coaches. And every Orient should be proud of this factory. And look where we have reached today. After 65 years, we make a beeline to go to China to learn from them in practically every aspect of technology, not only railways. I was invited by IIM Kolkata within days of joining to speak on being a government CEO. And I made this table. I didn't understand what a CEO was. I was surprised, thanks to empowerment given by this government. The authority and power and the capability to spend money is far greater than the CEO of a large public private sector. But there are two ways to look at it. One is, aap sarkari ho, sarkari raho. What's in a name? A rose would smell as sweet or as rotten. Or nearer home, my uncle Ghalib has said, हमको मालूम है जन्नत की हकीकत लेकिन दिल के खुश रखने को ख्याल अच्छा है. Or the other way to look at it is as a huge canvas given to you with variegated palette of colors for you to paint it in hues and shades you want. And largely no questions asked. I was trying to be a votary of the second thought. I will not spend too much time here. These pictures only show how much a feudal organization like Indian Railways can reap benefits simply by demolishing the boundaries, the hierarchical propriety, straitjackets of protocol. On left you see a family tree where the janitor used to keep his brooms and buckets. I threw that out. That's a tree with 12,000 faces, nobody bigger or smaller. It became a project to find your own mug, including for me. But sense of belongingness it gave to everyone in Integral Coach Factory was tremendous. What you see on the right top, I was told not to interfere with production. A 10,000 crore unit, I spent 0.5% is mine. Apart from large sanctions of 500 crores and above, I'm going to spend that money to improve facilities in community, in factory and so on. He said, do that, don't interfere with production. So I would aimlessly move around and meet people and ask only one question, which I was asked never to ask. And the question was simple, any problem? I was told you will be flooded with answers which you wouldn't be able to solve. 99.5% of the time the answer was, no problem, sir. So, these people had heard of somebody called GM because GMs come to the factory for a ceremony. They don't even know the name, let alone the face of the GM. But it was a pleasure just going to them. कालिक वालिक लगी होती थी उनकी और जाके उनके गले मिल लो. आपको याद होगा एक बार पार्लियामेंट में माननीय राहुल गांधी जी मोदी जी के गले लग गए थे जाके. याद है आप लोगों को? उस समय मोदी जी ने कहा था कि आज पता चला कि गले लगने और गले पड़ने में क्या फर्क होता है. मैं जाके गले पड़ जाता था इनके. एक और चीज है, एक छोटी, बिफोर आई मूव अहेड. Politicians are fine. On public money, they have to glorify themselves, but bureaucrats. कोई काम कहीं पे हुआ, ले जाके एक प्लाक लगाया, अपना नाम लिख दिया. बड़े साहब ने लिखा तो कई सारे छोटे साहब ने भी लिख दिया. In a misplaced notion that it will immortalize them. I said, the day I joined, within 2-3 days, I asked the chief engineer, please get all the plaques since 1955 counted. Those with bureaucrats, chairman railway board, secretary this, secretary that, member railway board, general manager, this and that. उसे समझा शायद ये आदमी आया इनको चमकने को बोलेगा, इनको चमकाने को. Because oftentimes, you know, you can see it is not taken care of. A dog goes and does its thing on it. But next day he comes to me, sir, there are as many as 165 such plaques. I said, okay, have you not, I hope you have counted each one of them. He said, yes. So I said, you have time till evening. Put all your men, extract these and throw them in the dust so everyone can see that's where they belong. From now on, every single facility except large ones which would be done by luminaries, no politician, no bureaucrat. अगर कल्चरल है तो भरतनाट्यम डांसर कोई आएंगी. स्पोर्ट्स का है तो कोई बड़ा स्पोर्ट्समैन. Otherwise, the senior most member of staff of that area, who's about to retire in some years or some months, he will come and do the honor. His name would be there in plaque and nobody else's. And he's the one who would come with his family. His son, his daughter, his spouse, his parents stand next to it with tears in his eyes and take back with him a memory of a place he gave his blood, sweat and tears to. A lot of money was spent, ladies and gentlemen, in 2.5 years, 2 years and 5 months that I was. 500 such inaugurations other than the big ones with luminaries. And if one man has influence over 10, half the factory won over by this simple measure without having to do anything special. I must bring this. Britishers have taught us to work, or rather designed a system for the government to work with mistrust. Whatever be your position, be the highest, you are still not trusted, in spite of the gravity and the sheer magnitude of your position. And that's why so many watchdogs, so many rules, procedures, and so on. And what has it given us? Has it freed us of corruption? Not at all. Corruption has gone up. It's time, because we practiced it. For example, this is a broken story, so I would just tell it to you right now. For procurement of anything to do with the train, the last word is the chief design engineer, electrical and mechanical, no questions asked, no finance, no stores, no general manager. Your decision, that's final. Trust has to be given a chance for India to do things, because mistrust has not taken us anywhere. Through all these simple measures, we were able to, as something was said in my introduction, production went up 2.5 times. The number of men required per coach manufacturer came down from 8-9 to as low as 2.5. Because we should never ask for more men, because more men is always more trouble, especially in government. There is the square root rule, you know, that where 10% of the people do 50% of the work. Not quite so much, but 20-25% of the people do most of the work. They have to be banked upon, and asking for more men is always more trouble. I want to leave this picture with you, because related to human resource, there's so many things, but there is a shortage of time. But what is important is, women in workforce, you hear cliches. In government, if there is any instance of sexual harassment or gender-based discrimination, there is a long rigmarole of inquiry, deposing, this and that. It's not always that something comes out of it. I followed a simple principle. I told everyone that I am a simple administrator. I am not the Chief Justice of India. I don't even understand law. What I do understand is, if I learn of such a case through word of mouth, and I encourage people to come and speak to me in my ears and my officers, I give myself 4 hours to determine if the complaint is genuine, informally. And if it is genuine, because sometimes there may be a false complaint as well, then I give myself 4 more hours, drawing upon the powers given by the government of India, where you can sack somebody provided no inquiry is possible. The officer concerned would write that no inquiry is possible because this organization doesn't want the woman employee to live through that horror once again of any inquiry or anything. Show the door, kick him out the same day. We were able to sack 4 such people. That encouraged these about 17-18%, not a very good ratio, but still these employees to come, that we have been employed as technicians and fitters, but we are used as helpers. So I said, what can I do for you? Make gangs. So we segregated them. It's not segregation, empowerment. In various jobs like computer-related, desk jobs, assembly jobs, plumbing jobs, seat making, berth making. What gives me immense pleasure is to show it to you, where 29 Chennai women, aged 23 to 57, came forward and said, we will do all the heavy fabrication work, welding and fitting, lifting, and we will make a coach entirely on our own, supervised by lady supervisor and officer. It's not something you'll easily see anywhere in the world, not only in India. And that's why I carry this image. And the pride they had in their work can be seen in this photograph as it was splashed all over the media as a group of Chennai women making an entire railway coach totally on their own. And in the last 5 minutes, the story, a train set is nothing but a set of coaches. There's no locomotive, all coupled together. A lot of equipment packed under the board. You can pack so much equipment that it becomes more energy efficient, better acceleration. You can go from one cab to another, crossing the vestibules, replaced by sealed gangways. You won't even realize you crossed a coach because it's not a rickety vestibule anymore. 25, 30 years, that's the trend in this speed range to make, but why India didn't have it. And it's not very complimentary to railways. There is these departmental struggles as it's neither a coach nor a locomotive. Who's going to, iska mai baap kaun hoga? Then there is the import lobby and so on. But as the general manager of Integral Coach Factory, I did not have that luxury anymore because it's all right to have a lot of concerns all around you because in India things don't work, that's true. But in that process, we forget that small circle of influence that we have. As a Chinese saying goes that, what's the use of cursing darkness? You should light your own candle. And this was the time for me to light my own torch instead of cursing so many things which can easily be cursed off. And the childhood dream to the dream I always carried in my service life, this was the time for me to realize it as heading the, I should say, the largest factory in the world. And for youngsters, if there are any here, we are told that we should live our dreams. I say you should not live your dream. You should first look after your bread and butter, but wait for the opportunity. Let it linger. Let it not be extinguished. An opportunity will come to you to realize your dream. And that's what was the time for me. I thought I had the vision, the fortune, because a great set of staff and officers with ennui written over their face doing more of the same, with chutzpah and audacity to do something new was bequeathed to me, not my doing. The great opportunity of heading this factory, and there was many doubts. One of the doubts, which is nowadays talked about for the authenticity of what I say, and that is not going anywhere in the railway board because of various negativity, cynicism, skepticism, and so on. For 4 or 5 months not getting the sanction, I went to the chairman, lied to him that I'll turn out this train before you retire. Mr. A.K. Mittal, God bless his soul, he's no more. He said, this is April 17 and July 18, I'll turn out the train. You will come and inaugurate it. Import whatever you want, give me a sanction of just 2 trains. I'll build it at 1/3 the cost at which you will import. Half-truths, actually. And then I keep saying I fell at his feet because he was wavering but not really decisive. And therein lies the story of pride and vanity. You see, pride enhances. Pride makes you feel good and you look at everyone with happiness. Vanity diminishes because you belittle others. You think more of yourself and less of others. By grabbing his feet, I was enhancing my pride. Because I knew it will work, I'll come back to my people with the sanction. And by grabbing his feet, I was only killing my vanity, which some of you, somebody will definitely kill someday. Why not kill it yourself today? I come with the sanction, and then there is this doubt. 200 crores for 2 trains. For the first time, ab initio. Earlier, all designs have been tinkered with over imported design. If it works, fine. If it doesn't work, who's the scapegoat? I said, that's easy. I'm retiring in December of 18. If it doesn't work, then I can be the best scapegoat. What can they do to a retired person? Of course, I was wrong. They did try something. But if it succeeds, then you would have given to the country what it has been waiting for decades, and you will bask in that glory for the rest of your life. That worked. Obviously, it would be our child. IPR would rest with ICF, good or bad. It will be totally designed in the country. It will not be world class, but it will be our baby. From then on, it would only improve. It's not as if you import something and then go down after importing. There'll be failures, but these failures, are always stepping stone to successes. Whenever you introduce somebody like I was introduced today, you only talk about the successes. Nobody talks of the 1,000 failures that I had or somebody else had. More learnings more learnings can be had from the failures one had. And I always say that instead of the successes, the failures should be talked about more because buried in them are greater learnings. That excited them. There was one doubt. One was, and I'll finish now in 3, 4, 5 lines, is industry had really come up unlike railways themselves in last 15, 20 years. And that was the bedrock on which we were going to design this train. Still, we made a matrix. If there are 150 things that you need to build a train, there were 3, 4 areas where we were just about not there. In spite of excelling ourselves, we would not be there. And that's where it is important to be a witty fool than a foolish wit and accept what you don't know. Don't go to a company, go to a consultant, design consultant. Having worked in Germany, I knew there are who would provide you good designs. They have no stake in future supplies. We gave 3 such contracts for the 3 areas that you see here. And then there was one more doubt that a project of this magnitude, starting from ideation to concept, to design, to engineer, to manufacture, to prove out, validation takes 36 to 42 months. And you will see as tenders have been done how much time it takes. And we had, my team said, you will be retiring in December 18, and if the train is not completed by then, or rather it would not be completed, only design would have been done. The new leader may as well say, why are you doing this? Do more of the same. Who told you to make this train? Why are you purchasing trouble? Where would we be? I said, yes, you have a point there. And your hard work cannot go down the drain. So we have only one solution. So our minds may not be there as the Europeans or the Japanese, but we are still Indians. We can burn our midnight oil and we will really work hard to everyone else's time, industry's time, consultants' time, and so on, right from the morning 7, 8 a.m. to night 9, 10 p.m. And we will do what has never been done earlier, and that is turn out this train before I retire. We have 21 months for that. And to remind everyone that it's going out in the calendar year 18, we will give it a name, and we called it Train 18. After that, it's a story of only hitches and glitches and daily solution, synergies, and that confidence to surmount whatever came your way, which I have no point going through the details. Basically, I present to you one picture of, for example, doing meeting with all the industry stalwarts and others and so on, not in any air-conditioned room, but right where the train was being built. Fortune favors the brave. And it was finally in October 18, living up to its name once again. The train was launched in October of 2018 to a ceremony unprecedented, as all the families of ICF were allowed to come in. And unprecedented scenes were seen because all the ICF families, all the ICFians, they had turned out 60,000 coaches. But this was the first time they could look at the train as a baby of their own, made by Indians for Indians. After that, it was tested online at 180 kilometers per hour plus, came out in flying colors, was launched by the Prime Minister himself as the Vande Bharat Express between Varanasi and New Delhi. There was a lull for 3 years, but now it has picked up speed. As I speak to you, the 14th train shall soon be inaugurated between Ajmer and Delhi. There has been only one case of loss of punctuality in September last year, which makes it 6 Sigma plus. It was just a train. It was not Chandrayaan or Mangalyaan. And we never bargained for, if I can say, for such appreciation and such coverage, especially for me as a leader, because we knew we were making and doing a good job. We were proud of it, but it was after all a train. The only answer I have is what has been captured by the Prime Minister himself. And he speaks about it from the Red Fort, apart from other podiums. And he says that the train captures the symbol of aspirational and resurgent India. And ladies and gentlemen, it's the 200th time, perhaps, that I am reliving this story. As my uncle has said, things one are done, but joyous soul is always in the doing. But I do get these opportunities to relive that joy again. And I close by saying that 1,000, 1,000,000 such projects are possible in this country. All it needs basically is leadership with empathy, passion, and a sense of purpose. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Due to paucity of time, we have to go on with the next program. I request Balaji to propose the vote of thanks. Sorry, sir, we don't have time for Q&A.
I won't even attempt to summarize it, but Mr. Ranganathan, thank you for your opening comments and setting the stage. I think Mr. Sudhanshu Mani has given us so many nuggets of, should I say, learnings that I think it has been an absolute delight and pleasure. What he said and the way he communicated, as CK rightly said, will make this remain etched in our memories for a very long time. I think the statistics that have been spoken about by Mr. Ranganathan and also Mr. Mani is, of course, testimony of the outcome. But frankly, the things that he spoke about, the things that I at least take back with me, pride and ownership, about getting into the heart of technology transfer, not just the mind of it. I think that's a very interesting concept, actually. About the passion, about not just loving your work, but loving your organization, loving your people unconditionally. I think that's a fabulous thing. To actually start to think about saying, if it's about creating history, then you need to basically not necessarily take lessons from legacy, but also actually demolish legacy in order to create value. In the thing that you talked about, the 165 plaques that were removed. And to win the heart of people with authenticity and also to kind of make sure that you're willing to walk the talk. I think those are things that are universal in many, many organizations or whatever we lead and whichever way we lead, right? So, and of course, he talked about trust and women empowerment, very close to all our hearts and something that we can live. I think I'll just leave in about 30 seconds one broader message from all of us. If you look at it, those who are here today, AIMA for the country, is to say there's a lesson to be learned from what Atmanirbhar Bharat can be, where you kind of go way beyond, just make in India to basically say, can we engage with the world to create standards that are absolutely for us as a nation, and then start to work saying, if we have defined the standards, then we'll actually make sure that we move from there to define the supply chain and to also manufacture, not just for India, but manufacture for the world. And that's the opportunity that we have with the young people that we have, and we have a very good session coming up immediately after, the entrepreneurs of the world, of India, the youth of India, that all of these things from standards to supply chain to actually production, not just for India but for the world, is a reality that we can actually look up to. And with that, I once again thank you, Mr. Mani. Of course you must.
So in all the negativity that followed, then I was blogging about it all the time and generally wondering why, as the leader, I was getting so much of coverage and so on. But I was conscious all the time that it was a great teamwork and a wonderful team that helped me get all this coverage. And largely all of them, except some interviews, were generally unknown and unsung. Most of them are still in service. And I thought it was my duty to call them out by name, each one of them, as far as possible. And that's when I converted these blogs into a book. It's called the My Train 18 story. It's available on Amazon. I have no particular commercial interest in it. And it is my pleasure to present one copy to Ms. Sethi here. Is she here?
We're waiting for Rekha to come and pick this up. I think I can definitely say this reminds me of that old Frank Sinatra song, right? I did it my way. So I think that's really what this is. And if each one of us can live that I did it my way kind of a moment, we would have done a lot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this beautiful gesture. Meanwhile, may I now request Mr. Rajiv Vastupal, past President AIMA, to please join us on stage to present mementos to our distinguished speakers and the moderator of the session as a token of our gratitude and appreciation. We thank Mr. Sudarshan Mani. Thank you, sir. Our thanks to Mr. C K Ranganathan. Our thanks to Mr. P Balaji. Thank you, Mr. Vastupal, for joining us on stage to do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request you all to please remain seated. We will be starting our next session with Generation Z entrepreneurs in just a quick change. So from Atmanirbhar Bharat, we now take you to Generation Z entrepreneurs. This next session is a panel discussion on how emerging technologies can help democratize entrepreneurship for Gen Z. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have with us Mr. Karthik Sharma, National Chairman AIMA, YLC and Artificial Intelligence Thought Leader, Mr. Kunal Khatta, Founding Partner, Advantage, Founder and Director, Rapido Bike Taxi, Mr. Apurva Chamaria, Head of Startups and Venture Capital, Google India, and Mr. Anil Wali, Managing Director, Foundation for Innovation and Technology Transfer, IIT Delhi. Let's welcome them all on stage with a huge round of applause. It is my privilege to introduce Mr. Karthik Sharma to you all today. Mr. Karthik Sharma is the chairman of AIMA's Young Leaders Council and founder and CEO of Agnitio. He is a member of All-Party Parliamentary Group on Artificial Intelligence, whose aim is to explore the impact and implications of AI. He is a member of the FICCI EdTech Task Force, a leadership fellow at St. George's House, Windsor Castle, UK, a mentor with Atal Innovation Mission, and a guest speaker at various prestigious universities. May I now request Mr. Karthik Sharma to conduct the session.
Thank you. And today's session is pretty interesting, right? It's about democratizing Gen Z entrepreneurs. Gen Z entrepreneurs making products and services for Gen Z audience. And as you can probably figure out from the composition of this panel, since I was closest to the Gen Z regime, I was made the moderator, and all our panelists are going to be giving their inputs around how Gen Z entrepreneurship can be democratized. I'll just give few data points before getting our panelists into action. If we talk about Gen Z, and I was just sharing backstage, the whole definition of Gen Z and millennial is a hotly debated topic. that whether it starts at 1996 or 97 or 98 up till 2012. But howsoever you may look at it, between millennials and Gen Z, if we talk about, we are looking at an audience of almost 50 to 55% when we talk about India. If I talk about startups, 2 in 3 startups who are raising funds are by Gen Z entrepreneurs. If you look at our unicorn list, almost 70% of those startups, if you see the founder's background or one of the co-founders, they are Gen Z entrepreneurs. So the timing is absolutely right to talk about Gen Z entrepreneurship and Gen Z as a customer. As a customer also, I must tell you that Gen Z individuals are very different in terms of their liking. They value purpose over money or commerce. They value things like ESG, environment. If in terms of working, they prefer, they call it digital nomads, working from anywhere in any format, gig working. So it's a very peculiar tribe, as they say, so to speak, in Gen Z language, to look at. And here we've got a very interesting melange of panelists who would give you a view of Gen Z entrepreneurship from their lens. We've got somebody from academia, industry interface. We've got somebody from Ecosystem Connect. We've got somebody who's been an entrepreneur as well as a venture capitalist. So I'm sure you'll be amazed by today's interaction on how to relook at Gen Z entrepreneurship. I'll start off first with our panelist, Kunal. Kunal is the founding partner at Advantage and earlier worked with Carnation as well. He has been into the automotive space. His father was a household name, Mr. Khatter. In the VC space, he's heavily invested in EV and mobility, which is a hot topic right now. And in his conversations, I'm sure he speaks to a lot of Gen Z entrepreneurs. What I want to know from you, Kunal, is that how do you look at Gen Z entrepreneurs? Like, I know backstage you were saying money has no color. People could be from any age, caste, creed, religion, or political affiliation. We don't care as long as they can make us money. But when a 16-year-old comes and pitches to you, do you have any thoughts going on in your mind? Ki, I don't know, he's still in high school. Would he be able to pull off a business? Do you have a different sort of a checklist when you evaluate Gen Z entrepreneurs? What are the first thoughts that come into your mind when a Gen Z entrepreneur comes and pitches to you?
Sure. I thank you so much for having me. So, we've looked at over 2,000 founders now. We've spoken to them, coming from all sorts of stages. I think the most important thing about what we do and what we've realized is that the startup ecosystem and entrepreneurship is all about meritocracy. Doesn't matter what age you are, education, etc. The average age of the founders that we've backed is about 27, 28. So I think it's a combination of Gen Z, millennials, etc., etc. The beauty of it is, they come with different, the current cohort of entrepreneurs are very different to the old, what we used to see, 15, 20 years ago. They're much more digital. They're much more aware. They care about the environment, etc., etc. I think what you mentioned, Karthik. And we started seeing that as well. When we look at investment opportunities, I think one of the most important thing is we look for the concept called a founder market fit. And for us, that is probably one criteria where we prefer a certain profile of a founder versus others, because we sort of have a tendency to look at individuals without any lens per se. But it's always good to see if there's a certain cohort or a certain profile of a founder who understands the market or understands his own customers. And we've seen that predominantly, especially if you're a category creator. As a fund, we have a simple philosophy. We look for reasons not to invest. And if we can't find a reason not to invest, we go ahead and make that investment. But we've been extremely successful with backing founders who are actually fail founders and things like that. But with regard to Gen Z, what we are very pleasantly surprised and what's coming across now is that these are people who are actually grown up in the pure digital environment. They have built, they are digital savvy. They understand the customers. They understand go-to-market. They understand how to acquire customers online. So these are quality and traits that we look for, and we've seen that the younger founders have a tendency to be able to deliver much more effectively because of those qualities.
And when can we see things like Thiel's Fellowship, where venture capitalists and ecosystem players almost instigate you to drop out from formal education system and get into entrepreneurship? Or do we see in your fund a general partner who's 17 years old or 18 years old? How comfortable are you in doing something like that?
I think as a society, we still have kids who listen to what their parents say. So I think till we don't have that change, I don't know if we're going to see a Thiel Fellowship coming up in India. But I can honestly tell you that because we're a pure meritocracy-based system, I would say about 25-30% of the founders that we have backed have not come from Tier 1 institute. They've all gone to school and colleges. I wouldn't say that they haven't. We've looked at actually 2-3 opportunities where kids came to us from high school itself. And the reason we didn't end up investing in them was not the fact that they've not gone to college or completed that, but we just didn't probably believe in the business that they were trying to build. But again, the good thing about it is what we do is that, there is ultimately the only reason an individual in our space is going to be successful is his hard work and determination. It doesn't matter where he has gone to school, if he's gone to school, and what he brings to the table. And we've seen that time and again.
Right. I'm going to switch gears and go to you, Apoorv. Apoorv, I'm sure most of you are aware of. He heads venture capital and startups at Google, and previously he has worked with organizations like Redkane and Tech Mahindra. Apoorv, just harping on to the same fact that as an ecosystem sort of enabler, so to speak, because you wear multiple hats, I know, but as an ecosystem sort of big brother, so to say, how do you see organizations and individuals like yourself can support Gen Z entrepreneurs to come up and even help them? I mean, raising funds is a secondary question, but at least be confident about entrepreneurship, helping them make a business plan, helping them connected in the ecosystem, and making them ready to take on the big leap. What kind of role can people and organizations like Google play in this?
It's a great question. So, if you look at last 5 years data, about 5,000 startups have got funded in India. So while we celebrate Indian entrepreneurship coming of age, I think the potential is almost 10x of what we are doing right now. We have a potential for 5,000 companies in a year to get funded. And that will only come when we increase the supply. And all the supply comes from Gen Z, Gen Y, youngsters who are fearless, who are bold, and who are committed to challenging the status quo. One way in which companies can help is support student entrepreneurship clubs. And student is not necessarily starting at graduate or postgraduate level. That's already too late. I think we need entrepreneurship clubs in schools. We need courses around entrepreneurship. We need curriculum change where you're not taught accounting, but you're taught business finance. Where you're taught how to build products, you're taught UX. You're actually taught life skills, more awareness, less education. So I think that's what is required. And you will start seeing the change. We are seeing that change now. Now you have funds like Campus Fund, which only invest in student startups in India. A lot of VCs are based outside my alma mater. So if you cross the road from IIT Delhi, a bunch of VCs are there in the SDA market. The reason for them being there is a lot of great entrepreneurs are going to come out of colleges like IIT Delhi. And if we can take it one step down into schools and increase the supply, automatically you'll see radically different and larger outcomes come out of the Indian ecosystem.
And especially when you talk about the audience, right? So if you talk about Google, right? One of the biggest sort of consumers of your products increasingly would become Gen Z, right? If we were talking about backstage that young people in schools now want to be influencer, they want to have their own channel, create a lot of content for peer-based review. With that happening, do you see a good fit from a business perspective also? Because I was talking to somebody in Silicon Valley and they say that Gen Z making products for Gen Z makes a lot of sense versus baby boomers creating a product. You would have seen in US, for example, a lot of kids, 3-year-old, 4-year-old, would create content of unboxing of products and toys for their peers. And they have the highest amount of visibility on YouTube channels versus a old person doing a review for a kid's product. So do you think it makes a lot of business sense also in your value chain?
I think as we think about founders or product managers who are more likely to create success in the market, it's very important to create diverse and inclusive teams. If you only have youngsters creating for youngsters, they might not be even aware of the pitfalls or challenges which the youngsters who use the products might face. So creating a more heterogeneous team is very important when you think about startups. Otherwise, you're going to just have confirmation bias, where the product manager, the engineering lead, the founder, everybody is going to think the same, and it's going to be a one-directional ship, actually reducing the chances of success. So personally, I advocate always to the ecosystem, to founders, to investors that encourage founding teams to be more diverse. You need adequate amount of women in leadership. You need youngsters, you need experienced leaders. I would caution against over-indexing on any one age group or sex or any kind of a social strata when you're building startups. Because you're trying to build startups which are going to impact hopefully billions of people. So you do need diversity.
Great point. And I'm going to move on to you, Anil Wali, sir. Anil Wali is the MD at Foundation for Innovation and Technology Transfer, FITT at IIT Delhi. He is actually at the cusp of the interface between Gen Z, when they are getting educated, to then they're becoming entrepreneurs or joining corporates. And I know you were laughing, sir, when we talked about Thiel Fellowship and disruptive programs where people would directly opt for entrepreneurship or go the alternate route. But on a serious note, what are your thoughts in terms of, I know it's a very tricky balance to maintain in terms of people doing their proper degrees, educational program, which obviously makes them more aware of the world and more prepared. But at the same time, do you feel that, especially with this Gen Z crowd, and I know you've been in IIT for a long time, you would have seen people like Apurv to people who are studying right now in IIT. Do you see a fundamental shift in the kind of students who are coming at IITs now? Do you see that there should be an option for them to go into this alternative career during the college level or even before at K-12 level? Or do you feel the regular approach of first finishing the education and then doing a side gig, as they say, and then taking the big leap is the preferred approach, especially in the Indian context?
I think, thanks, Karthik. A very interesting question. In fact, we at the Institute are grappling with such issues. To be honest, I think, now taking from where Apurva left, why are there so many, what is the DNA of IIT Delhi that is able to produce so many, their alums are able to produce so many of the unicorns. So if you look back and see what exactly contributes to our alumni creating such fabulous enterprises. So it has got something to do with the culture, the nature, the environment that we have created. We actually don't distinguish we want the students to complete their education. Because everybody can't be Bill Gates or those dropouts. That's one, because that's also sort of a commitment to the education, to the parents of the students and whatnot. We get many students who are actually working on their ideas. We do encourage them to keep working on their ideas, as you said, the sidekick. Build on them. Think through, work with entrepreneurs, work with investors, while at the same time not totally neglecting your studies. Who knows that because we have to be very clear that all ideas are not going to make a mark in the marketplace, for one. So we want to actually de-risk their decisions, their whatever approach they adopt towards building their ideas. We have several examples of companies. I think some of them might have actually come to you all, where they might have needed funds. They were grappling with many things simultaneously, be it education, be it talking to investors, be it talking to competition of all the people. I think there are very interesting stories which I can narrate maybe at a different platform, how the students have actually navigated through all that with our help. In fact, one of the competitors did mention to me after there was an arbitration which was going on, he says, your boys are very, very smart, which indeed they are. So coming to the larger point, we are actually not putting any restrictions whether they should be finishing the studies first or going for startups. So we leave it to them, one. Second thing is, at a broader level, at the macro level, we feel that entrepreneurship is an important component of engineering education. Accordingly, we try to build capacities of the students while still they are pursuing their degrees. Be it, let's say, courses on entrepreneurship or modules of that, design thinking, intellectual property, what it may be. But these are some of the components by which we try to ensure that they do not lose out on their studies, but at the same time, keep their interest alive on their ideas. Okay.
No, absolutely. And I know in West, I was looking at a concept in which like they have TUs in Germany, Technische University, and similar organizations. What they do is, they believe that there is a merit in combining top tech institute students with B school students, for example. Because then a lot of times there is a bias towards product development, R&D in organizations like IITs, and as people like Kunal will tell you, that they look purely from a numbers perspective and the business model, which sometimes even Gen Z entrepreneurs who are very tech savvy may not be able to articulate well and sort of present to people like Kunal. So do you also see an opportunity to create that ecosystem connect with the business folks and maybe marry them in some way so that when they pitch to investors or ecosystem players, they are able to present a strong front?
Yes, Karthik, it's happening. In fact, this evolution is happening. In fact, when we talk of strengthening the ecosystem, this exactly is the objective of that particular one. That is, the techies can keep on working on their ideas because, we have a bias that we tend to focus on deep tech startups. But I think what they normally, not always, sometimes miss out on is the business side of it. This is where I think people like Kunal and Apoorva come in. At incubators, this is one of our objectives, is to curate all these startup companies so that they score well both on the idea side, the technology side, as also on the business side. Because one of the reasons why we admit them in the first place is that if only we are sure of a decent business plan around the idea, then only they are into the game. Otherwise, we don't want to. We also would want to de-risk as many of the business plans as possible.
Right. And I'm going to come back to you, Kunal. So talking about Gen Z entrepreneurs, and I know there are so many stories around, young entrepreneurs who immediately experience a lot of growth, raise a lot of capital. There are issues around managing them, so to speak, right? And I'm sure you would have experienced similar situations in your career as well. How do you feel as a venture capitalist or as a governance board member, those situations can be handled? Because I'm sure over the years, people like yourself are used to a certain structure, a certain form of governance, a certain form of management style reporting. But with very young folks who are truly disruptive, they sort of challenge the status quo. They do not like boring meetings with people in suits, right? So how do you handle such a crowd in your portfolio?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, we don't wear suits. I think we just wore because we wanted to.
We are only wearing a jacket for Karthik.
No, so I think, let me start off by saying that I'm so happy that, we are now creating more job creators than job seekers. I think fundamentally that augurs well both for the country and for the startup ecosystem. And we've all read about the fact that we've had 100 unicorns. So suffice it to say that the startup ecosystem is on fire and doing very well. I try not to use that phrase to describe the EV ecosystem because that literally goes into a literally different meaning. But the entire industry is doing well as well. So to your point, yes, there is, 100 unicorns, honestly speaking, is an outcome of a valuation that a third-party investor has given. We are pretty conservative in our assessment. So we think a valuation is not a financial outcome based on a capital being raised and a kind of dilution that you're getting. The value of a business comes from the kind of customer satisfaction that you're able to build, and you can't put a price to that. As an investor, we typically identify opportunities in two buckets. Either you're a category creator or you're entering an existing category with
an insight that is significantly going to improve the experience of a customer. So if you're creating a new category and if you're a technology or a hardware company, we actually prefer that you remain undercapitalized for the first 3 or 4 years till you achieve what we refer to as product market fit. I think one of the challenges that we've seen, especially in the last couple of years when we had excess liquidity, is that companies without product market fit were able to raise substantial sums of money because there was so much of liquidity in the market, and that helped them increase the valuation. But ultimately, they ended up blowing up a lot of capital because they had to grow into that valuation. That's another challenge that we've seen. And I can honestly tell you there are a lot of VCs that encourage funds to burn money to grow business, because ultimately if startups become profitable, they don't need VCs, right? So basically we'll be unemployed if all the startups become profitable. So there is an inherent bias where VCs actually encourage companies to burn more money. But I think what's happening now is the music has stopped. I think we are experiencing a funding winter for sure, which means everybody is going back to brass tacks and now focusing on unit economics, path to profitability, etc., etc. These are traditional concepts that for some reason we were missing. I mean, you have to also recognize the fact that we've had almost a 15-year bull market from the great financial crisis of 2009 up till 2022. So actually a majority of the founders that we have never really experienced a slowdown, which I think now they're realizing that it's a much, much more tougher business. The good news is valuations are more realistic. And I think, you know, when I was in business school, my finance professor told me that if you ever want to make money in investing, then sell when everybody is buying and buy when everybody is selling. So now that we are seeing fewer and fewer deals happening, we're actually pretty aggressive and active. And we feel that the kind of investments we make today are the ones that are going to give us alpha returns from the fund's perspective.
And I know why you're saying, because you're raising your third fund, right?
We are in the process of raising. Fortunately, our two funds, previous funds, have done extremely well. I think what helped us was we were a thesis-driven, sector-focused fund. And for us, the worst period was during COVID, when we are a mobility fund, and pretty much all our companies, all our businesses were down to zero in terms of revenue, and all of them survived. So now I think for us, I mean, this is a walk in the park now. We're in a much better situation, both at a macro and at a sectoral level. And if there are two sectors that are actually doing much better, it's mobility and EV, which are the two focus areas for us.
And talking about raising funds, and I'll have you also chip in, Apoorv, that this Gen Z is also supposedly very comfortable in deploying capital in startups. If you look at platforms like Grip, I know you are part of the board as well, Sethi, Tyke, there are a lot of these platforms on which almost 80% of users are actually Gen Z. So they're very comfortable in also becoming investors in the startup ecosystem. What do you have to say to that?
I would just say be careful. Be careful because you need investing maturity. It's a highly illiquid space. It's also a highly risky space. Do check out whether these platforms are regulated, not regulated. There are concepts like community CPS. Yeah, so I would say my advice to all the youngsters is be very careful, because investing in unlisted assets is prima facie very risky. You require a lot of investing maturity to be able to gauge the success of a company, value it, price the risk in, and invest. So it's great to see young investors coming in. They're going to go through the same learning curve which me and Kunal went through. So they're going to make bad investments, hopefully fewer than us, learn from it. But I would ask people to exercise caution, because a lot of these platforms might not be on the right side of our legal frameworks.
Right. And Kunal, do you see any Gen Z LPs in your funds, or do you talk to entrepreneurs who have made money, who are Gen Z entrepreneurs and want to invest and become proper investors?
No,
So yeah, we have a couple of family offices. And the good thing is, I think there is a very high engagement and interest that we are seeing from the second or third generation of these family offices. And these are typically people in the age of, well, maybe not 17, but definitely 20 to 25. I think startup investing is something that people are looking for, not only for diversification, but I think what the second and third generation want to do is they want to create a success story outside of their family businesses. So there is a lot of interest for them to come on board as LPs. And they also are very active and keen to see how they can support and mentor the portfolio founders per se. So I think that's very, very good for the system. The other thing I can honestly say is that now that, we've seen, so when I started Carnation, of course, there was very few options of capital available to us. There were a few private equity guys, there were 1 or 2 growth capital funds. Today, I would say that there would be anywhere between 300 to 400 pools of capital that's available to you, not just the friends and family, but you've got angels, super angels, you've got companies that are syndicates where you have the ability to raise money, you have micro VCs, seed VCs, you have early stage funds, you have debt capital, and you have the larger hedge funds and private equity. So with that, there is so many different pools of capital available. I think that's an even more important disintermediation of capital and democratization of the whole startup ecosystem. And now that we've seen about 10 to 12 years of investment, we're actually seeing exits and liquidity back. So we are experiencing 2 or 3 exits every year from investments that we started doing back in 2005-06. What that means is that now you'll have a second cohort of angel investors who have now liquidity coming back to them and they're ready to deploy. So I would say in every deal that we do, we actually get about 8 or 10 young angel investors who are coming in investing along with us, which is great because they bring different skill sets to the table.
Right. I want to get all 3 of you to have a thought on a particular topic, and then I'll take audience questions. When we talk about entrepreneurship and Gen Z, most of the conversation typically centers around tier 1, tier 2 cities, right? Even some of the events Google does, hackathons, whatnot. You see a lot of participation from Bangalore, Bombay, Delhi, Hyderabad, the usual towns. But what are we talking about when we think about promoting entrepreneurship in Gen Z in Bareilly, Ulhasnagar? Do you look at these towns when you go for road shows, when you're looking for investors or entrepreneurs? Do these towns also come into your mind, and how are you addressing the opportunity?
So I think there's 2 ways to look at it. So one is, of course, when we think of tier 3 towns, we automatically think we look for startups out of these towns. But I can honestly tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if almost 40 to 50% of my founders are actually from tier 3 towns.
That's their hometown.
Yeah, that's fine. But at the end of the day, you have to also, we recognize the fact that these are individuals who have come from maybe government schools, studying in vernacular languages, and have really made their way to the top, where today they have the ability to raise capital and build successful companies. They may be sitting in Bangalore and Gurgaon. Ultimately, it takes a village to build a successful company. So you may have talent coming out of these tier 3 towns, but unfortunately the ecosystem doesn't exist in these smaller towns, right? Entrepreneurship is hard, right? There's only a 20% chance of success. So you have to do what you have to do to try to increase the odds of success. I just feel that thinking that you can sitting out of a tier 3 town and build successful companies will continue to be difficult because there's a lack of talent to build successful companies. Of course, now we talk about work from home, and the world is becoming flat, so that's changing very fast. But we are seeing now some companies building successful startups in these cities, catering to the needs of those small towns themselves. So that is happening for sure.
Apur, what are you and Google doing in terms of promoting entrepreneurship in Bharat, as they say?
So I'll first say, we need to flip our definition of tier 3 and tier 1. Living in a crowded city, where you can't find time to build personal connections, where the air is overcast with soot, is that tier 1? Or staying in Jaipur or Indore, great air, easy to meet people, cost of living is low. Is that tier 1? So I would firstly challenge your definition of tier 1 and tier 3. I think this is all in our heads, that this is a tier 1 town, this is a tier 2 town. We're actually seeing a lot of talent migration happening from tier 1, like you call it, to tier 2 and tier 3. One of the SaaS startups, which has created a tool for VCs to manage their portfolio companies, actually works out of Udupi. The whole team works out of Udupi. They are never going to move to a Bangalore and Delhi. Zero attrition, very profitable, very happy, very productive, because every day is spectacular. So I would urge everybody here to rethink what's their definition of tier 1 and tier 3. That being said, if you actually think about towns which are smaller, where the number of people is less, we are doing a lot of things. So we organized an event in Gujarat called Garvi Gujarat, where 100% of content was in Gujarati, all the slides were in Gujarati, all the content, speakers, handouts, office hours, everything was in Gujarati. 2,000 founders turned up. We did it in Surat. We are planning to do more and more of these. Phenomenal demand. Some of the best developers, apps actually come out of Gujarat. And I'm sure you will have similar stories out of UP, Bihar, many other states. Yeah.
And what can academia do? Do you also partner with colleges and educational institutions in these geographies?
Karthik, let me give you another contextual information. See, what happens, we manage a lot of government schemes, the private schemes. So aside of these non-metro towns and cities, I will not use the definition, challenge right away. When we look at the data, particularly in terms of the startups or ecosystems that have been supported, there's a skewed ratio, particularly with regard to how many innovators or entrepreneurs get supported in the large cities. The picture is not so very rosy generally in the smaller cities, except for few down south, which have mature ecosystems. And I think I entirely concur with Kunal when he said the ecosystems in many of the far-flung areas or smaller towns and cities is actually not developed or mature. Now, on behalf of the government agencies or on behalf of the academia, we do tremendous outreach programs. So our job is actually to find out people. First, two things. One is try to strengthen as much as we can the environment, that is make people aware of the policy support that is available, okay, and try to create local ecosystems in colleges and universities to ensure that they put in place all the the tools, the equipment, etc., either at the incubator or in larger cities, and have linkages established. And third is, of course, the funding part, for which, of course, we go and do the outreach. Because in some of the schemes, we do tell openly, you have to try it out. We are giving you money, which is nothing but the freedom to fail. I mean, just imagine the catchline. So the thing is, if they know that, of course, there's nothing which they are going to spend, but there's government or maybe private entities, the CSR money which is there for them to try out their ideas, I think that would be some of the small elements which can actually strengthen the ecosystem. And that's what I think your objectives are, about how to bring them onto the mainstream.
Right, and I love that phrase because I was reading a book and they said that Gen Z actually likes to fail and they don't care, unlike some of the earlier generations who used to look at failure in a very negative connotation. We are almost out of time. We can take a couple of questions from audience, if there are any. Do we have any questions? So we are almost out of time. Last closing remark, maybe one line each from you, that how can Gen Z entrepreneurship be fostered in India? I have one sort of line of suggestion that maybe we can create a platform or a forum which can be maybe supported through AIMA and similar organizations, where we have got so much of skilled experts and subject matter experts, which I can see in the room, who can probably sign up as a mentor to Gen Z entrepreneurs. So if I am a Gen Z entrepreneur, very good in tech, I don't know how to manage finance or how to build a team, I don't know HR, and maybe I can get on-demand support from some of the experts who are in this room or part of the larger AIMA fraternity, and maybe can get that right support at the right time so as to support my business. One quick line from each one of you on one tip or idea like this to help Gen Z entrepreneurs.
I think before a tip, I think what's important is you raise the point that Gen Zs are willing to fail. 70% of the founders we backed actually have failed businesses and they're trying again. So we love failed founders. The advice to my founders is always there's no such thing as failure in entrepreneurship. You either succeed or you learn. And then you continue to build. Just don't give up.
Well, the message is India is a huge opportunity landscape. Address any of the challenges and it could be $1 billion enterprise or an opportunity.
Apur, closing remark.
There's no better time to build. People talk about spending downturn, people talk about recession, but there's no better time to build. You have generative AI, a lot of things can be automated. Your time to market is far faster. Government policies are becoming easy. So go out and start building today.
Thank you so much, Kunal. Thank you so much, Anil sir. Thank you so much, Apur. Thank you, audience, for being with us. And back to AIMA team.
Thank you, gentlemen, for sharing your insightful thoughts and ideas. May I now request Mr. C K Ranganathan, past President AIMA, to please join us on stage to present mementos to our esteemed panelists. We thank Mr. Kartik Sharma, Mr. Kunal Khattar, Mr. Apur Chamaria, and Mr. Anil Wali. Our thanks to all the esteemed panelists. Once again, Mr. Kartik Sharma, Mr. Kunal Khattar, Mr. Apur Chamaria, and Mr. Anil Wali, thank you for being a part of this session. And thank you, Mr. Ranganathan, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon be starting with the next session, which is again a fireside chat. I'll request you all to please remain seated. I promise you that our next session is just as interesting as our deliberations have been so far. Our next session of the conclave is a special fireside chat on an actor, adventurer, author, a global Indian in a changing world. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start the next session of the conclave, which is a special fireside chat on an actor, adventurer, author, a global Indian in a changing world. We have with us the inimitable Mr. Kabir Bedi, veteran actor, in conversation with Mr. Harsh Vardhan Neotia, Chairman, Ambuja Neotia Holdings Private Limited. Let's welcome them with a round of applause, please. It gives me great privilege to introduce Mr. Harsh Vardhan Neotia. Mr. Neotia is the chairman of Ambuja Neotia Group, which has interests in real estate, hospitality, healthcare, and education. Mr. Neotia was conferred with the Padma Shri from the Honorable President of India in 1999. He is also the recipient of the YPO Legacy of Honor Award and D.Lit from Vidyasagar University, West Bengal. In addition, he was awarded Banga Vibhushan, highest civilian honor from the government of West Bengal, and is the honorary consul of Israel in West Bengal. May I now request Mr. Neotia to kindly conduct the session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to be seated next to Mr. Kabir Bedi. How does one introduce a person whose presence in our lives has been not only for a very long time, but in so many different facets? We've heard his baritone over various mediums, various channels. We have seen him perform on stage. We've seen, of course, his legendary role as an actor, not just in our country, but overseas. He's been knighted by the Italian Republic for his lifetime achievements with its highest civilian honor called the Cavalier. He's a voting member of the Oscars Academy in Hollywood. And of course, for those of you who know, he had starred in that famous television serial that broke all records called Sandokan, which was produced by a group of European producers, I think many, many years back. He also was the famous villain opposite Roger Moore in the James Bond thriller Octopussy, which also was filmed partly in Udaipur in India. And of course, numerous Hindi films where he has been leading man and leading villain. Besides, of course, he's had a very, very eventful life, to say the least, with many influences that we will talk about. But before we take it any further, may I request the organizers to play a short video on Mr. Kabir Bedi.
Any man bring me back those traitors, I will give him $1,000. Revolution! Fire!
प्रेम तुझे निर्बल बना देगा मुझा। प्रेम नहीं, राज कर सृजन का बेटा। सरमन सृजन का बेटा। ताजमहल।
Understand? Justify sending those children into slavery.
At least the Tuaregs will give them food.
Dad, please.
You'll be fine, son. Just fine.
Fantastic!
Thank you. Thank you. Give me the volume up. Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Bedi, let's start. Why don't you make some opening comments before we get down to talking about your very, very eventful.
Thank you, Harsh. Thank you for that. I want to start with something that most of you probably don't know about me. And that is, before I became a professional actor, I spent 5 of my years in the corporate world. I was the film and radio chief of Lintas and the film and radio chief of Ogilvy and Mather in advertising. 2 big. So I got to know the entire advertising world very well in Bombay, as it was called then. And through them, I got to know lots of clients in different companies. And that being a long time ago, I've watched all of them rise up the ranks, and some do extraordinarily well, some change professions, some do things, but all people moving up the ranks doing amazing things. And then, apart from people I knew from that time, people from the corporate world came up and became friends because they said, we loved your voiceover in this, we loved the way you presented that, we loved you in this film. And some relationships became friends. So I feel very much at home in the corporate world in that sense. I'm, in that sense, one of you because that's where I came from. And it was a great and enormous learning for me at many levels of my life, because as I should probably explore, I went from government service, All India Radio, to the corporate world, to the film industry in India, to the film industry in Italy, then on to Hollywood. So I've had to adapt a lot along the way. But whatever I learnt in my advertising days has remained with me throughout my life and has served me in many, many ways, because so many judgments and decisions had to be made along the way. Not all of them were made correctly by me, but a lot of them, a lot of what I learned saved me from a lot more grief. And so my sense is that I'm a traveler that has come from your world and traversed the world, and I'm back here now to tell you how I survived the adventure.
Wonderful, sir. We will talk about your book, which I think is a thriller in itself, your life. And I'm sure this is waiting to be made into a film. Certainly not very far in the future. But before we take up the book, I think there's a small video. Could I request the organizers to please play that?
Heartfelt autobiography. I bare my soul with emotional honesty, with stories about affairs and anxieties, milestones and mistakes, and successes that made India proud. Stories of heart-wrenching setbacks, how I survived the roller coaster journey by making, breaking, and remaking as a man. Stories I must tell is an emotional experience. I'm pretty sure you'll enjoy Stories I Must Tell, the emotional journey of an actor.
Amazing.
Oh, thank
What
you. Thank you. I hope the sound department can make me sound like I sounded in that document, that ad just now, because that's what I'm looking for. कहते हैं ना कि आपकी आवाज आपकी पहचान बन जाती है.
सही बात.
So अगर आवाज बिगड़ जाए तो पहचान ही बिगड़ जाती है.
So when I look at your life, and I sort of went through this book with tremendous amount of interest, I see it broadly breaking up into 4 different parts. Your childhood, your young days as can you hear? Hello?
Can you put the volume up a little for Harsh, please?
Yeah. Your childhood, I think that itself was very eventful. You were born in Lahore, you came to India, you were in Kashmir, and all the political influences that you had. You were friends with Rajiv and Sanjay Gandhi, and a host of other political people that you were associated with. Then, of course, is your very, very impressive young years when you had, you were very bohemian, I would say, very, very unconventional to say the least.
Pratima and I were the original bohemians of Bollywood.
Yes. And you lived a very unconventional life. You had multiple relationships. So that was a very interesting phase, I would say. No other word can describe it more appropriately. And then we have some struggles that you went through. And then we talk about your films, both India and overseas, and how your success became the reason for your problems as well. So if we take it one at a time, let's first talk about your childhood. And what would you like to share with us? Of course, I would recommend to everyone who wants to know it fully, because he's not going to be able to tell you even a tenth of what is contained in the book. Please pick up a copy of the book, which is available right outside. I promise you, I read it in one straight sitting. I mean, I would say in 2 days, I would say. And I think each one of you will pick up this book, will do the same.
You know, I've always had a love for writing because my mother wrote very beautifully. And then I was trained as a copywriter as well in advertising. So I understood the economy of words, not wasting time using unnecessary flowery sentences. Just tell it cleanly, evocatively, sincerely. And I think that's why people have connected to it. And I'm very gratified. I'm very gratified because the book has done very well. It's now out in its Hindi and Marathi edition too. It's called, it's called Stories I Must Tell, The Emotional Life of an Actor. And I underline the emotional life of an actor because, you know, if you want to know the graph of my career, you can go to Wikipedia and see the basic facts of what I've done and achieved and everything else. What you won't find in Wikipedia is the emotional roller coaster that a person has to go through when you live a freelance life. When you live a freelance life, not on one continent, but on 3 continents, dependent on the uncertainties of each continent for that profession that I'm in. Because in our profession, we work very, very hard on each film to get unemployed. At the end of a film, we don't know who our next project is coming from. So it is, I say, the most insecure industry in the world because everything is so fleeting. And I found that even the most secure people, the most successful, are insecure because they're afraid of losing what they got. No matter how big they are, 3 big flops and you're out. Very hard to survive that. So the fear of losing that, the fear of losing face, the fear of losing prestige, the fear of losing income is constantly there. And those that don't have it are insecure that they're not getting the jobs that they want to get it. So insecurities of living with insecurity is part of the business and part of what you have to develop the strength to deal with in situations. Nothing is secure even in the corporate world, I admit, because life is changing so fast in every single field that I think everyone, even in the corporate world, is in a state of future shock, just keeping up with the new developments. But the demands of the film industry certainly are exceptionally difficult at an emotional level. And you add that to the emotion of turbulent relationships you've gone through and things that are happening simultaneously. So you were, a volatile profession with turbulent emotional relationships, and you set yourself these broad horizons of wanting to become a name across the world. How do you survive that? What does it take? What happened? So that's the essence of the story, the emotional core. Many of the scenes in my book are really about, you could be a fly on the wall. You hear conversations happening, you hear dramas happening, you hear the actual emotional scenes, because that's why this book has related, because it relates at an emotional level. Coming back to your question, you want me to begin at the very beginning?
Just sort of snatches of the political influences in your early life, and how you saw the.
Can I come to that a little later?
Yeah, sure, whichever way.
What I'd like to do is, because I started with this theme of changing.
Sure.
So, from the advertising world, which is full of creativity, full of bright people, full of its conventions of the way things are done and the way people agree and disagree, but in a reasonably civilized way on the surface. I jumped into the film industry. And I jumped into the film industry because my good fortune was that my bosses in Lintas were Jerson D'Cunha and Alec Padamsee. And Alec realized I was an actor because I'd done work in Delhi. So he cast me in this play called Tughlaq, which is Girish Karnad's first play in English. And of course, Girish wrote a great play. Alec directed it beautifully. Bombay's best actors were there. But that's not what people talked about. What people talked about was the opening scene of the film, when I appeared on stage standing back to the audience, arms out, look with top light, black background, looking as though I'm completely nude. And the opening scene, the lights came on, the audience goes, oh! Nobody had seen a nude man on stage before. Even today to draw gasps. So, for all the merits of the play, which made it a success, all they talked about was my butt and why this play became a success. But that success of that play, which was huge, led to producers coming to ask me for work. And suddenly I'm called by this producer called O.P. Ralhan, who was, he looked a bit like Walter Matthau. He walked with a slight limp, and he had a very loud voice and a huge ego. And I was told the important producer wants you as a hero for his film, go meet him. So I met him. So he looked me up and said, हाँ ठीक लगते हो, बैठ जाओ. I said, okay sir. मेरी पिक्चर है, करोगे? I said, sir, स्टोरी जरा बता दीजिए, क्या है स्टोरी? स्टोरी? मेरे को स्टोरी पूछते हैं? शर्म नहीं आंदी? शर्म नहीं आंदी? मैं धर्मेंद्र नू फूल और पत्थर च हीरो बनाता ते तू नया मुंडा मैनू कह रहे हैं कि स्टोरी सुनाओ? Sign here if you want to do the film. Yes, I signed. Signed.
Which film was that?
Halchal. Now it turned out that he did the same thing to Zeenat Aman. That was Zeenat Aman's first film also. I thought as the hero, she thought that she was the heroine. It turns out O.P. Ralhan himself was the hero of the film. And Helen was the leading lady, famous dancer was his leading lady. So Zeenat and I were playing side roles in this film. And we had great visions of glory. Fortunately or unfortunately, the film did not succeed. Therefore, we did not get the blame. So then we went on to other things. I had my first big hit with Kache Dhage. She had hers with Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. And that went on. But it was a culture shock for me entering one industry and going into the other. And then, because then the Italians came looking for a hero, an Asian hero to play an Asian pirate who fights the British Empire. And they asked for an actor around who was tall, bearded, etc. And they were on a tour of the whole of Asia to find the best Asian actor because Sandakan was an Asian character. And they met me, and I already had a beard. I was athletic. They liked the look of me, and the producer said, come to Rome for an audition at your cost. So at first I bristled. I said, what do you mean, my cost? I'm not some wannabe actor. I've had 2 big hits already. You're saying, come to Rome at your cost for auditions? Kaun samajhta apne aap ko? So then I said, stop. This is the opportunity. And I said, yes, I'll come. I went to Rome, I nailed it, and then it became a mega hit. And it broke every television record in Europe, a record which still stands till today, a 32% share. Unheard of. But to digress, to come back a bit, this whole road that I set out on was because I guess the path that my parents set me on. And my parents are very unusual people. They were graduates they were in Oxford University on scholarships, and they met each other, fell in love, came back to India, not to get the best corporate jobs in India, which they could have, but to fight for India's freedom. And my father, of course, was this rabble-rousing trade unionist, leading strikes and, agitating, etc. My mother was much more peaceful. She was actually picked by Mahatma Gandhi to lead the demonstration of Satyagraha in my hometown in Punjab, Dera Baba Nanak, in 1941. And I forgot to mention, my mother was British, but she was more Indian than the Indians because she always wore Indian, she always thought Indian, she always behaved Indian. And a British woman being arrested by the British police was huge news in the Tribune of Punjab, etc., etc. But they were extraordinary people. They actually, where I was born in Lahore, just before partition, there were actually huts, kutiya jise kehte hain. No electricity, no running water, 2 huts in a country on the edge of Model Town in Lahore, with the buffalo tethered nearby for milk. But this was the kind of adda which, because they didn't have much money, but they were rich in their idealism, rich in their friendships. And this sort of huts became an adda for people that became very famous later. People like Inder Gujral, who became Prime Minister, Gyani Zail Singh, who became President, Sheikh Abdullah, who became the ruler of Kashmir, the poet laureate of Pakistan was also there, Pran Chopra, number of leading leftists, Harkrishan Singh Surjit, all these people were part of the adda, watched by the police, harassed by the police, beaten by the police. So I grew up in an atmosphere of great idealism. And they also had, they were going through great religious changes after independence. They sort of said, politics is over, now look at deeper things. My father became a very original thinking guru who spent many of his years of his life in Italy. My mother not only became Buddhist, but by the end of her life became the highest ranked Buddhist nun in the world. So, the influence of Buddhism, of Sikhism, because the Vedas are descended from Guru Nanak, and of Sikhism, of the Hindu ethos in which I grew up, the Christian schools in which I studied, all those were part of my growing up ethos. But there was no money in the house. So even though I had enough money, I was bright enough to get marks to get into St. Stephen's. I had to find ways to support myself. So I went to work, because I liked acting even then. So I joined All India Radio, read the news at night, studied by day, did commentaries, voiceovers, documentaries and all that. And that led to my biggest breakthrough at the time, which was the Beatles came into town. And I was the biggest Beatles fan in the world. I said, I've got to meet them. I've got to meet them. So I went to my bosses, I said, I want to interview the Beatles. अरे क्या बात कर रहे हो यार, पूरी प्रेस उनके पीछे पड़ी है, आपको क्यों इंटरव्यू देंगे? I said, आप टेप रिकॉर्डर दीजिए, बिल्ला दीजिए, आपका क्या जाता है? Give it to me, I'll go. नहीं, ये फजूल बातें कर रहे हैं. I said, सर आपका जाता क्या है? मुझे दीजिए ना टेप रिकॉर्डर. I became so insistent, they gave it to me, like some parent giving a kid a toffee who's nagging him. And then, I don't have time to get into the whole thing, but how I beat the entire Delhi press corps and got an exclusive interview with the Beatles one-on-one in their hotel room, in hotel suite at the Oberoi Intercontinental. I've written about how I got that thing.
Amazing, amazing.
I've written about what happened in that 45-minute interview. But what's interesting is the aftermath of the interview. After All India Radio broadcast it, about 10 days later, I went to get a copy of the interview. Would you interview नहीं मिल रहा, नहीं मिल रहा, नहीं मिल रहा? नहीं मिल रहा क्या मतलब? Beatles का interview क्या मतलब नहीं मिल रहा? कहे जी नहीं मिल रहा है क्या कहें आपको? So an inquiry was launched. I raised such hell. They found that the backroom boys had recorded somebody else's interview over the Beatles interview because they had no money for new tapes in those days. That's how badly All India Radio was funded.
So we've lost that interview for good.
For good.
Wow.
Forever. And that shook me to the core so deeply. Because, you know, it's like you're given the Oscar and then somebody says, I take it away. I decided I don't want to work with these people anymore. Rightly or wrongly, I thought, I just don't want to work with these people anymore. And with 700 rupees in my pocket, I left Delhi and set off for Bombay to make a new life. So that's how I came from Delhi to Bombay. And fortunately for me, one of my friends in radio, a wonderful gentleman who I'll always thank for the rest of my life, chap called Janki Gaur, gave me the name and address of Jason Takuna, who was the head of Lintas. And I went to meet him on arrival in Bombay, and he gave me my first job. So one thing leads to another, and that's how my journey began.
Wonderful. Yes, that does deserve a lovely round.
पूरी किताब बता दूं आपको तो खरीदेंगे आप क्या? No, no, I'm happy to share it with you.
There is so much, sir, that you can't really. We have Rekha sitting here. She's going to soon tell us to get off the stage. So वो पूरी किताब तो नहीं पूरी होगी. लेकिन now we must dwell on this. What I found fascinating that you were married 4 times, and you had multiple serious friendships, if I may use the word. When I read the book and you talk so candidly about this tumultuous period of your personal life, you talk with so much of sensitivity and respect for each of those relationships. I don't see, of course you must have had disappointments, but I don't see any element of bitterness that at least comes across in your book, and it must be also the way you look at life. There is this kind of, what should I say, acceptance to the fact that things don't always remain the same, change is inevitable, accept it with grace and move on, kind of an approach. Will you like to share with us a little bit of how these things came about and how you looked at life with so much of grace? In fact, there's one photograph where 3 of your wives are together in one picture. So,
yeah, there's a picture that I treasure because I regard it as one of my achievements, where I have my British wife living with me in LA, in my house in Santa Monica, under a Christmas tree, together with Pratima, my Indian wife, Indian ex-wife, and Susan, my American ex-wife, all 3 having dinner together under a Christmas tree. So,
now isn't that an achievement? One round of applause for this.
As any man who's been married will tell you, that's not a small achievement. You know, thing is, here's how I see it. Nobody, at least I don't believe anybody, gets married with the intention of getting divorced. The intention is to make it work. The intention is to have a beautiful, productive relationship, life, grow together, evolve together, etc. Not all things work out, whatever the reasons. And by the same token, there is no such thing as a painless parting. There will always be great pain, anger, rage, guilt, whatever it is, trauma, if you separate. It's a terrible price to pay. Because it's a failure of dreams, of her dreams, your dreams, if there's children involved, their dreams. It's a terrible, terrible thing to go through. So I don't wish that on anybody. It is possible, although I must admit difficult, and should be avoided at the very outset by perhaps making wiser choices. But I don't regret any of that because, as we say, they all become life lessons. They all become, and I've gained a lot from all of them. Even if we went our own separate ways, the fact of the matter is, I empowered them in some way, they empowered me in some way. And so we can focus on the worst of the relationship or what is the best in the relationship. Once it's over, why dwell on the worst? So I was dealing with this very dangerous situation, very tragic situation, where I was being pulled down by, it's a window into what happens in such relationships. It's a window into how you deal with such situations. And I also dealt with schizophrenia in the case of my son. There's a chapter about me dealing with how to deal with a schizophrenic son. And a story of a father trying to prevent his son from committing suicide. And this was, again, another very traumatic time in my life. So lots of ups and downs, milestones and mistakes, tragedies and triumphs, everything, it's all there. But I hope I've not gone too off.
No, I think, but tell me one thing, when you were dealing with both in Parveen Babi's case and your son's case, both with bipolarity or schizophrenia, whatever you may call it, did they ever know that they were having this problem, or it was only something that you knew and they didn't kind of never accepted it?
Parveen never accepted it. Parveen never accepted it, which is why she never accepted anything that I wanted to do in terms of getting the best doctors for her in London, where we had a beautiful house then. She absolutely resisted. She had a mortal fear of doctors. My son, on the other hand, did realize eventually. Actually, none of us knew what was wrong with him till about 2 years. He did realize, and that's when he started thinking about suicide. You know, because he was bright enough to know that he wouldn't quite be normal again, that there might be ways to manage it and control it. But given the medicines of those days, today medicines are better, I hasten to add, he just thought of giving it up. And the struggle that a father goes through trying to save his son, this I have chronicled because I lived through that. And the other thing is, you know, one of the things of writing books like this, especially where you delve into the emotional heart of people and myself, is that you have to relive those moments again. It's not just some casual memory. You relive those moments that you went through. The agony, the ecstasy, the madness, the rage, the joy, everything, the reasonableness, unreasonableness, everything. And it stirs a lot in you. So this process of writing may be cathartic in the end, but the process is highly unsettling, highly unsettling. And the authors, I believe in the end it's been good for me, but certainly at the time, there were moments when I was deeply affected, deeply depressed, and I had to pull myself out of that to get the book complete. Because I'd set out to do this book, write this book after 10 years of thinking about it, and I was determined to get it done. And that determination took me out of those valleys that I'd go into. But at the end of the day, it's like a purging. You just tell it like it is, and let the chips fall where they may, and hopefully it will touch somebody, it will change their lives in some way, it will give them an insight into other things in other ways, it will entertain them in certain ways, it will give them a very unusual life on the road, and above all, what it is to live the life of a freelancer. You know, all of us here are creative people. I might be in the creative industries. You may or may not be in the creative industries. Each one of you is creative. You've got your interests, your music, your painting, your film, whatever it is, whether it's you partake of it, whether you express it, we're all creative people. Now, the difference is I'm sort of in the creative industry. So I'm saying express your creativity in whatever way you can, because that is very much that is one of the most positive things you can do to deal with the stress of life. And that's what I had to do as well.
I would like to speak to you a little bit about your parents. And they, of course, had a very important role in your life. But what I read from your book, Baba Bedi, your father, he kind of moved from his initial political activities to becoming some kind of a faith healer of sorts, some kind of a guru. And he had a great following. Your mother, on the other hand, became a Buddhist monk and a nun. And she took a very different spiritual path. Both your fathers, in a sense, father and mother, in a sense, had a very spiritual sort of part of their life, which is a substantive part of their life. Your life, on the other hand, has been influenced by them, and yet your life has been very bohemian, very unconventional, in a very, very, what I would call a karma yogi kind of a world. Yet you seem to be connected spiritually in some way, because you have always had this quest to figure out. You have been a follower of Krishnamurti, of Osho, of various other gurus. And so I just want to understand from you how this, should I say, contradiction, apparent contradiction, worked in your head.
Well, it's not for me, it's not a contradiction, because that's me. I had this very deep religious background from my parents. in terms of the religious influence on me. I even became a Buddhist monk for three months of my life, with a begging bowl and walking on the streets in Burma, begging for food and coming back and doing Vipassana meditation under Mahasi Sayadaw, the greatest teacher. And those kind of experiences of being the monk, listening to my mother, seeing how she faced adversity, seeing my father, how he faced adversity, plus the wisdom that they gave me, that stayed with me. That was the center of me in the middle of all these storms. I believe if I didn't have that, I'd have fallen to pieces. I would have fallen to pieces. But they gave me this bedrock of solidity, because don't forget, they were also, in a sense, freelancers. They were writers, they made their money. My mother was, after independence, she became editor of Social Welfare, which is a government social magazine, Social Welfare magazine. We lived in Motibag in a government flat. So, but she was doing something she was idealistic about, which is caring for people. And that sense of calm in the midst of difficulties remained with me. So I have to thank them for my survival, because a lot of the mess was my own making, but the salvaging of it was thanks to all they taught me.
Wonderful. Now we have probably time for the last round, and then maybe one or two questions from the house.
Okay.
Since you are from the film industry, it would be, my audience here would feel not fully satisfied if we were not to ask you some chatpata gossip that might have been a part of your life, or something that you witnessed in both Hollywood and Bollywood.
Okay, so here's the scene. Sandokan is at its top. The streets are filled with people. Every magazine cover has me on the cover. Every magazine has me on the cover. I'm on every television show, every radio show. It's at the top. Parveen comes, I've taken Parveen with me to Rome at the time. So all our pictures were there together on these covers. The manager of Air India calls me and says, there's an invitation to dinner from Gina Lollobrigida. Gina Lollobrigida was one of the two great Italian actresses, Sofia Loren and Gina Lollobrigida. These were the two big Italian international stars, Hollywood stars. Fantastic, delighted, you should come. So we went off to Gina's home, and the plan was meet at home and then go to a restaurant in town privately and meet friends at home. From the time that I met Gina at her home, she welcomed us, etc., introduced me to everybody. She would only speak to me. She refused to speak to Parveen. And Parveen, who was a bigger actress than me at the time in India, was not used to be treated like this. She's some little chattel on the arm of a star. So her temperature's rising. I'm trying to balance her temper with all the praise. People saying, oh, Sandokan this, Sandokan that. And yes, lovely, thank you. What's happening here? Oh my God, she's, temperature I could see was rising. Anyway, to cut a long story short, it's in my book actually. Cut a long story short, we were driven to this restaurant in the middle of Rome, beautiful restaurant, band playing, low lights, people dancing on the floor. At least the dance space, tables with candlelit things, waiters with white gloves coming, serving everything. And there was Gina, the manager of Air India, Melvin De Mello, me and Parveen. And we sit down at the table, and I'm thinking now Gina will start talking to Parveen and all will be well. Gina says, come, let's dance. And she picks me up and takes me off to the dance floor. Now, part of me is saying, my God, I'm dancing with Gina Lollobrigida. I've made it in life, man. This is no small thing for an Indian actor to come and dancing with Gina Lollobrigida in Rome. Another part of me is thinking, what will Parveen think? What's going to happen there? I'm going to get in big trouble. Anyway, we chatted, I won't get into details. When we came back to the table, Gina finally turns to Parveen And she says, and you, my dear, what are you doing here? Following the star? Kaato to khoon nahi. A woman who's the biggest star, who's my host, who's invited me to dinner, has insulted the woman that I love. What do I do? What do I say? Before, and you know, Gina was single at the time and she was famous for her grand romances with big Hollywood actors. So, before I could even think of what to say, Parveen looks at her and says, no, my dear, I'm here because I'm with my man, because I have a man. So, Gina says, oh, she's very clever, very clever. Now Parveen says to me, let's dance. Mare gaye. So, take her to the dance floor. I realized something is not going to go well. I tried to calm her down on the dance floor. She was rigid as a board. I'm trying to say, I said, listen, don't worry about it. Gina's older than you. She's jealous of your beauty. You're far more beautiful than her. She said, don't try that on me, baby. Don't try that on me. I don't like this woman. I said, I understand you don't like her, but you know, cut her some slack. She's a big star. She's got her own ego and all that. Nothing. After a little dancing, she said, I'm leaving. I said, you want to leave the dance floor? She said, no, no. I'm leaving the restaurant. I'm going back to the hotel. I said, you can't walk out of a dinner with Gina Lollobrigida? She said, yes, I can. I said, if you go, then I have to go. You do what you like. I don't like this woman. I'm leaving. And I had literally between here and that table there to decide whether I will go with Parveen or whether I will stay with Gina Lollobrigida at dinner, at her dinner. And I was hoping Parveen would change her mind. Then I went there. She went there, picked up her bag. She's leaving. She's really leaving. She's not threatening. Women do that sometimes. They just threaten. They don't do it. She was picked up her bag. I realized she's leaving. And I made a decision. I said, you know, Gina might be the biggest star, but the fact is she has insulted my woman, and I have to stand by her. So I bent down. I bent down. I told Gina, I'm sorry, Gina. I have to leave, and I think you know why. Please forgive me. She said, no, but dinner is coming. What is this? You cannot leave me like this. I said, Gina, I'm terribly sorry. I'm leaving. Good night. Thank you for your hospitality. And I left with Parveen Babi.
And that must be the last time you met Gina. Or did some...
Actually, no. Actually, no. This is even funnier footnote. About 4 or 5 years later, I was in Spain at the Spanish television station, and I was being taken to meet the head of the station. So I'm walking down this corridor, and there's all the crowd is bustling around. People are bustling around, 2 or 3 people fussily take me towards meeting the head of the network. The door opens, and this woman comes out. And I look at her and I nod, and she says, you don't recognize me? And I looked at her and I didn't, because I'm in Spain. It was Gina Lollobrigida. It was Gina Lollobrigida. You know, women change their makeup, they change their hairstyles, and you see them in another country, I didn't recognize her immediately. She went into such a rage, she stormed off, and I had to then explain to the head of the Spanish television network why this woman had shouted at Sandokan just before he met me. So
you had 2 bad experiences with her.
Yeah, with Gina, unfortunately. And I salute her. She's a great actress, and she was a great artist, great photographer. And we've been given the timeout signal, so...
Yeah, so we have a couple of questions. Yes. 1 minute. The gentleman, 1 minute. Yes.
We could go on and on, but let me tell you, I do hope you buy my book. Not for me, there's not much margin of profit in books, but I think you will get a lot of enjoyment from reading this book in terms of the adventures I've had and the kind of adventures you might have had you been a freelancer in your life.
Yes, please. Very quickly, please. Short question.
What is one common reason for your 3 successive failure of marriage? Is it cross-cultural conflict, or is it religious conflict, or it is personal conflict? You are the common among 4 characters, 3 ladies and you yourself. Kindly respond.
One reason that is common to all the 3.
One reason is common to all 3 marriages and their failures is me. Basic fact is, you know, every relationship, every single human being is different. Nobody ever knows what happens between 2 people. Nobody knows. Only those 2 people know. And we live in a complex world with enormous emotions going around, thoughts, feelings, ambitions, hopes, desires. And people change. Sometimes good, they evolve together. Sometimes bad, they evolve in different ways. Sometimes they turn out to be people you didn't think they were. So, various things happen. I can't give you a single reason from each woman being the same. I'm the only common factor, so I take the blame. But each one had its own reasons, and each one gave me a lot of joy as well as a lot of sorrow. But today when I think back to my relationship with Pratima, I think largely of joy. When I think back to my relationship with Parveen, I think largely of love and sorrow. I won't carry on the list here, but the fact of the matter is, जैसे साहिर लुधियानवी ने कहा, जिस अफसाने को अंजाम तक लाना ना हो मुमकिन, that story which cannot be brought to its conclusion, जिस अफसाने को अंजाम पर लाना ना हो मुमकिन, उसे एक खूबसूरत मोड़ पर छोड़ देना बेहतर.
क्या बात है, beautiful. So on that happy note, we have the, I know this one gentleman has been raising his hand,
yes,
and
definitely.
clapping also.
Persistence pays.
Yes.
Quite a good experience we have had. Just to know about, because you talked about your parents, your son, and obviously relations, but you forgot about the puja. I mean, any word about puja and other things, and your relation and how she reacted to your so many infringes? Thank you.
You know, Pooja is my firstborn. She's a wonderful, she's always been a wonderful, spirited girl, full of life. And in divorce, as happens, you know, especially when parents are living in different countries, I don't see them as much as possible. But every vacation they would come to me. She spent 2 years of a high school in America before deciding to return to India. And we've had the most wonderful relationship, except for a period about 5-6 years ago, where we had a big falling out, a public falling out, which saddened me greatly. But now that's all sorted out. She is into health, wellness, positivity. She has a wonderful restaurant in Goa called Happy Soul, which is combined with the meditation space, which is combined with an exercise space, combined with a store that sells healthy products. So that's her mission in life. Health, wellness, spreading joy. So she shuttles between Goa and Bombay and remains a very important part of my life. Thank you for asking about her.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bedi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harsh Vardhan, for your lovely questions. And I wish we had more time to talk. But all good things must come to an end. And I thank you for your lovely questions.
Thank you, sir, for this very wonderful and heart-to-heart session. May I now invite Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, past President AIMA, to please join us on stage to present mementos to our esteemed guest and the moderator of this session. We'd like to thank Mr. Kabir Bedi. Thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure to have you here. We thank Mr. Harsh Vardhan Neotia. Thank you, sir. And with that, I thank Mr. Kirloskar for joining us on stage to present these mementos. Gentlemen, with that, we quickly move on with our next session of the conclave on Behtar Bajaj, Building the Digital Future of India, which is another special fireside chat. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'll remind you all to please kindly remain seated. We are quickly moving on to the next session, which is Behtar Bajaj, Building the Digital Future of India, another special fireside chat. For this session, we have with us Mr. Sanjiv Bajaj, Chairman and Managing Director, Bajaj Finserv Limited. He is in conversation with Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, Chairman, Hero Enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming them with a huge round of applause. I request you all to please remain seated. Please remain in your seats. We are moving on to this special fireside chat. It gives me great honor to introduce Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal. Mr. Munjal, the chairman of Hero Enterprise, is a celebrated business leader, an institution builder, a social entrepreneur, an angel investor, and a thought leader. He sits on the boards of IIM Ahmedabad, ISB, SRCC, and University of Tokyo. He is also on the board of trustees of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. He has co-founded BML Munjal University and is president of Dayanand Medical College and Hospital, Ludhiana. He has been a member of Prime Minister's Council on Trade and Industry and was on government task forces that prepared the ground for India's banking, financial services, and taxation reforms. May I now request Mr. Munjal to kindly conduct the session.
Thank you. Sanjeev, let me welcome you to this conversation. And I presume it's okay for you to make it a conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So you and I have a lot in common, if I think about it. We've both been involved in a two-wheeler business. And both our families, actually both our brothers run two-wheeler businesses, which neither one of us does now. And both of us have played a role in CII, which has been an interesting role. As you know, you are still on the roller coaster right now. And I got off a while ago. Your story, your own personal story, is a very fascinating one. Not only are you from a renowned family, a super successful entrepreneur yourself, leading many initiatives both in business and non-business. You have been in many ways a transformative leader. The conversation today was supposed to be, and I'm saying supposed to be, by the way, on digital technologies, especially as they apply to the financial services. But if you're okay with it, I'd like to make it a little bit more open, a little bit more personal. And maybe the audience will find that also more interesting than only a conversation on technology, which we hear a lot of nowadays. Let me begin by asking you a little bit about home. You know, since our families are well known to each other, I've known your father and your brother both quite well. And they were both pretty strong personalities. And I'm putting it mildly, by the way. And you, on the other hand, have this very quiet demeanor. I was trying to wonder if there was an argument on the dining table at home, and I'm sure there must have been every now and then, how would they actually get resolved?
So Sunil, it's good to be here, and as you said, we have more similarities than many other people that we know, and equally strong or mild personalities on both sides, definitely very smart ones on both sides. So the simple answer to your question is that when somebody takes the lead to talk, someone else has to take the lead to listen. And being the younger brother, having a father as aggressive as mine, you learn very quickly that it's better to first listen, let some of the steam blow off, and then present your point of view. And I'm, of course, saying that partly jokingly, but partly that was my experience with my father, because for some of you who may have seen him on television or otherwise at some of these events, and he was always very vociferous, he had a strong point of view, he made sure that his point of view got heard, got discussed. That was not for the stage. That is how he was 24/7. That's how he was at home. Growing up when we were kids, that is how he was. So in many ways, we were used. We were used to him being like that. But I always found of him that once you gave him a few minutes and then presented your point of view, he actually heard it very seriously. And if you could present a point of view different from his, but logically, he very often accepted it and then supported you fully as well. So that was just his way, that was his personality. And we used to joke later on in his later years where I used to tell him that, because we both went to Harvard Business School, I used to tell him that we've both learned the same thing, that we can argue both sides of the issue, but you don't have to argue that every time at work. I also know that. And he started laughing, but that was him.
So while on Harvard, I understand you worked really, really hard. And I don't know if this is accurate. I was told you went through some 700 case studies or some such. You were doing like 2 or 3 a day, every single day.
Yes. So again, the joke over there was you had 4 terms over 2 years. In my first term, you did 3 cases a day, Monday to Friday. So that's 15 cases a week. But a lot of students were complaining for the past few years that the case study was getting too heavy. And by the second term, they brought it down to alternate days of 3 and 2 cases. You did 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, which also, if you total up with the first term, comes to about 650, 700 cases. So I remember coming back, and my uncle Neeraj also went to HBS and saying that, what a large workload we have. And he said, nonsense. He said, I did 3 cases a day, and it was much tougher for me. And my father was sitting over there, and he said, we did 3 cases a day, and we had a submission every Saturday. So you guys have had it light.
I'm also told you were forced by your father to walk to school one day when he learned that you were using the family car. Is there a message you think, or is there a lesson for many who try and give the best to their children? What kind of learnings do you think are important, especially in today's world, both material and highly facilitating?
So we grew up on the factory campus outside of Pune, which is where the first Bajaj Auto factory came up. My father moved from Mumbai and set up house in the colony. Most of our senior management stayed in the city, which was about 30 kilometers away. Their children went to the schools in the city. But my father was very clear that if he was from Mumbai going to move to Pune, he wanted to be where the factory was. And we had a colony where we had probably 300-400 families, mostly lower middle class over there. And there was a very good convent school that had started nearby. These were Swiss missionaries. So it was a good quality school. But the student that went there came from middle class, lower middle class families, our drivers, our security staff, and those in the junior levels, not only in Bajaj Auto, but Thermax, SKF, Tata Motors, all those companies. My mother and father were both very clear that that's the school we must go to. Because that is the India that we live in. And they knew that the school was of good education, so they would not compromise on that. And growing up, so I graduated I finished my 10th grade there, and it didn't have 11th and 12th at that time. So I went to college, junior college in the city. And so we went on the school bus, And I remember, so we used to walk from home to the school bus and with everybody else go to school. One day, either my sister, Rajiv, me, one of us got late. So my mother said, okay, we had this ambassador car. And she said, okay, the car will drop you. So we said, okay, went in the car and came back. The next day, must have been Rajiv or me because my sister was too scared of my parents. And this was all of maybe ages, 8, 9, and 11. One of us must have said, let's do it again. So we did it again. So 2-3 days went like this. Suddenly we were all feeling really happy. My sister was sheepishly, she's the youngest, following us as well. And then the next day, when we got ready, instead of my mother being outside, my father was standing there. And he was always a late riser, so he normally was never there. So we were shocked. And he said, you will walk to school. So we had one staff member, and the walk was a 20-minute walk. It was not far at all. And what we were all scared of was the school had very high levels of discipline by the Swiss nuns. So we were scared of reaching the school after the bell had rung, the start bell. And that's what happened, and we got punished in school. Of course, we always made sure that we woke up in time after that. But the grounding that brought us and the people we hung around with, many of my friends are still from those school days, from the time that we were 3 years old. We still meet once a month at least for dinner. My children went to a similar school. We set up a second school then when the number of kids became very high. So they went through the same school as well.
So clearly your childhood was as normal as could be or as should be. Of course, we shall not talk about how you were watching lots of movies or the basketball that you played or the long phone calls and you were making to your girlfriend who subsequently became your wife. Let me come to a slightly more current period of time. You are have not seen this close up. You're an actual protagonist in the formalization of the Indian economy, especially the financial system, starting with the jolt that the entire economy got at the demonetization time, and then watching the next big change take place when the lockdown started in the COVID time. And you have right through this sailed through being a little bit ahead of the curve. In a sense, you have almost drawn the map for the digital transformation that India is going through in the financial sector. Not only have you built one of the leading companies in the business, you built a company which is strong, powerful, a leader in the country. Tell us, what were the learnings that you found in the early days of this transformation? And how much would you have imagined at that time would be the impact of digitalization when you were starting off?
So first I must mention, Sunil, from some of the things you mentioned earlier, you all have done your homework over here. See, I spent 10 years in Bajaj Auto after I came back from HBS, from 97 to 2007. Around 2005 is when some of our large institutional investors in Bajaj Auto told us that, you guys have invested in a set of financial services businesses that was all done through Bajaj Auto because that was the cash cow for the group. But over a period of time, you will have auto and financial services in one basket. And that's not necessarily what every investor wants because you have investors with different appetites and interests. And we went through the process of demerging out the financial services business in 2007-8. That's when I moved from Bajaj Auto to start rebuilding financial services, which at that time was Bajaj Finance, a very small NBFC, and our two insurance companies with Allianz of Germany. The one thing that I knew was that I knew nothing about financial services. So I knew I needed a good team right away. Second, I was fortunate that an uncle of mine, my mother's sister's husband called Nanu Pamnani, who was a career city banker.
Actually, I was going to ask you about Nanu, but
yeah,
go ahead.
So Nanu was our mentor. He had retired from Citibank just then, spending 40 years in Citibank. And my father requested him, saying that, will you help Sanjeev build these businesses? And he right away agreed. He used to be in Bombay. Every Tuesday morning, he used to be in office driving from Mumbai. He used to be the first one there at 8:15. Meetings started at 8:30. We used to finish by 6. He used to drive back to Bombay. He helped put in place processes, the right discipline. He had the right experience. So, for example, Rajiv Jain, who came on board as the CEO, is still the CEO of the company. He and I had the freedom to go and build, chasing our dreams, chasing our ideas, that of our teams, because we knew Nanu was there. If we were pushing too far out, he could pull us back. The trio of us, I believe, in hindsight, ended up being that great combination where we were very clear that we were focused on building long-term businesses. We would give up short-term opportunities if that came in the way of the kind of capabilities we wanted to build in the long term. I was very clear that coming from a business family, I had this freedom within a set of broad guidelines set by the board to go and build business as I felt appropriate. To me, it was very important to replicate that for the next 25, 50, 100 people in each of our companies. You can't do that for 5,000 people, but so that they feel as much as owners, which has to do with what is the level of empowerment that you give them, the flexibility, also how do you pay them, how do you get them to focus long-term so that they're aligned with shareholders, long-term shareholders as well. So we've tried to do that every time. We are very clear that we are in the risk business, and hence we will always choose risk over growth. I think that is what has helped us put the best practices in place over the last decade and a half, which has helped us through these tough periods.
No, it's actually quite fascinating. From inheriting a financial services firm, which was really only supporting motorcycle sales at one point in time, to building this behemoth of financial services, it's truly, as I said, a journey worth noting. I want to pick on a comment you made once to Janmay Sin of BCG in one of the meetings. You said if you were to send a man to Mars, you would lean on expertise from the West. But if you were to have that person survive for long term on the Mars, you would look at knowledge and resources from the East. Why did you say this?
See, when we've built our businesses, we've also looked at partnerships from around the world. Especially, there is so much that's happening in the startup field. There's so much innovation and ingenuity that we see there. That we keep scouting for it, and we've been doing this across the world, both in the West and the East. What we find with the West, and of course, I'm a little bit coloring it all at a level of exaggeration just to drive the point, is the West ends up being very transactional. So if you want to go and buy a product, you want to buy a service in a very predefined, clear manner, it's very simple, it's very open, it's very transparent. But if you're building something for the long term, and this is based on long-term relationships, I think that tradition, those values exist more in the East. And so that's why if you have a specific project that you want to go and do, which is landing on Mars, do it in the West. But if you have to live there more long-term, you have to think more long-term, we find that companies in the East, culturally, are more aligned. Now, this could also be an issue of a point in time. 50 years down the line, it could be different.
I understand last January, you were threatened by a hacker, apparently from Russia, to attack your system, especially focused on the data that you manage, which is, of course, both large and valuable. How much of the time that your top team spends on business design, do you worry about security?
Given how digital each of our businesses has become and financial services has become, cybersecurity is one of the foremost risks on our mind. It is a serious topic where it not only gets discussed at the board level, but there are specific committees that address it as well. Our technology framework itself takes that into account so that we have handoffs between databases so that an external hacker can only reach up to a particular level of information. But end of the day, you're still in such a interconnected world that when somebody attacks you and says, I have access to XYZ data, you need to make sure that they've not found a way through which the people who have designed the system tell you that can't happen. And in this case, that's what it was. It was just superficial access. But I must say that between our financial services companies, we get attacked over 100 times a day.
Yeah, and it's becoming more and more common. So in the old days, and I'm saying old, I'm talking about when the use of internet in business was becoming more and more prevalent, people used to say, I will stay cut off from the system. Today, the only way to do that is live as a hermit, because it is all pervasive. Technology is becoming increasingly a part of almost every aspect of our lives. So it is no longer an option. So therefore, security concern, design of networks, and process identification as to who gets access, etc., has become an increasingly important part of any system design. The industry itself, the financial services industry, has grown at 17% compounded now, year on year, every year for 10 years. And you've been, as I was saying earlier, one of the clear leaders in the industry. The other interesting thing that's happened at the same time is this digital access across India. The availability of a digital identity of every Indian through Aadhaar, the availability of digital reach through bank accounts and smart devices or just digital devices. Do you see yourself or your business now going down to the microfinance to help the rural consumer or the urban consumer, which is focused on microfinance in any manner now? Is that an opportunity for you?
So currently, Sunil, we do about 30 million loans a year. We add between 2.5 and 4.5 million Indians into the formal financial system every year. This is their first loan, first time that they are entering a banking system, which otherwise meant that they went to the local money lender. It was 4.5 million pre-COVID. COVID time, naturally, we also became a little bit more risk averse. So it's 2.5 million now, and it's slowly expanding. So it's been about, say, 15, 17 million Indians in the last 5 years that have entered the formal financial system, just with what Bajaj Finance does. Our focus has been around the middle class, where we believe the greatest need for financial products and solutions exists.
So that's why my question, are you looking at a new audience for yourselves? Is that a potential new avenue for you, or is there enough room to continue to grow in the middle India?
We believe there is enough room, but we also believe that given the size and capabilities that we have built, we are now present in just Bajaj Finance. We are present in over 4,000 cities and towns around the country. And for the first time, actually, earlier this year, the management presented its long-term strategy, 5-year strategy to investors, because there was a lot of noise in the market about the stock and the performance of the company. And given the heightened exposure to any large company in India, we felt that rather than any information leak out, we are also, Bajaj Finance is nearly 45,000 people. We said, let's put it out, of course, not in very high level of detail. We do plan in the next couple of years to get into the microfinance segment. We, earlier last year, expanded presence in two-wheelers. We are doing all branded two-wheelers now. In the next 12 months, we will enter the four-wheeler space, the new four-wheeler space as well. FY25, we will enter the rural tractor space, and at some point then microfinance as well.
So, because the business is so attractive, first, you already had some of the largest groups in the business, and with the kind of growth it's showing, it is attracting more and more attention, including groups like Reliance now throwing their hat in the ring. What do you imagine will be the competitive landscape going forward in the short term to medium term future, especially because many things have become easier now because of digital technologies?
So a few large companies or groups that have significant access to customers because of existing businesses, and Reliance clearly is one of them, have the advantage of a ready customer base. But building the right set of capabilities to manufacture financial products and sell them takes time. There isn't a technology system out there or a risk model that you can buy and implement. So a lot of it is actually learning, experiential learning, which will take time. But just look at Bajaj Finance. With the kind of growth, we are now just under 2.5 lakh crore AUM. We are less than 2% of the banking sector. So I think the opportunity is tremendous. Yes, probably the top 50 cities, the top 100 cities will see some intense competition in the next 24 months as some of these large players get started. But the opportunity is beyond that, and the opportunity is there to stay.
So if I look at e-commerce, which is also like your services, e-commerce is another growth area right now. But a large chunk of the e-commerce business, I'm told as much as 60%, is divided just between large companies like Amazon, Flipkart, etc. And now with ONDC platform coming in, is that a threat for you? Are they taking business away from you, or are they creating a new opportunity for you?
See, fortunately for us, we are an enabler. So we are present in physical stores. We are present in 150,000 stores around the country, whether you're buying a mobile phone or a television, a refrigerator, or you're buying a shoe or groceries or fitness equipment. We are present online with all the large platforms, whether it's Reliance, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Flipkart, because we end up being an enabler, whether it is to give loans, payments. We have rolled out our payment offerings. Our payment offering, for example, is not just on the UPI platform. It's UPI, it's got all the bill payments, it's got the digital wallet, it's got our own digital store card, what we call as the EMI card. We have 35 million digital store cards now, and it has our digital credit card. So it's an intelligent payment platform that we have put in place. You can get insurance, and the intelligence that we are trying to build through our app, which is also what we link with all these other platforms, is if you're going to go and buy a refrigerator or a television, can I prompt you to where the best deal is on which of my financial products, so that you start using payments more intelligently. We will get there over a period of time as well. So we end up complementing the real world. And to that extent, fortunately, we don't face their competition head on.
So you also said this, actually, I saw a statement by you where you said the financial services should grow 2 to 3 times the growth expected in the real economy, to supplement the point you're making right now. How much of a resistance do you think there would be to this growth with the continuous high inflation, which seems to be sticky for now, and pretty high interest rates, especially compared to where we would like to see real interest rates? Do you see this easing off? Do you see this as a continued pushback for a while to the growth that you would like to see?
So I would say there are 2 separate issues that I would like to address over here. One, I'm not an economist, so there is this debate on the balance between growth, interest rates, and inflation. Part of our inflation we know is imported because of oil. Now, okay, because of Russia, we have some relief over there. But there are political pressures that are going to come from the West. And that creates, as we all know, Sunil and so many of you all over here, that creates continued uncertainty going forward on inflation and interest rates. We are pleased that RBI paused it this time. But very correctly, what they've said is we will see what's happening on the ground. The pause does not mean a change in direction. We'll have to address issues as we see them, because this balance of growth and inflation is very real in this uncertain world. In the last 70 years, we've not seen a protracted period of time where there are so many global headwinds that are that's creating significant amount of uncertainty. So what's the right number? I think this is something that experts, including RBI, can address. I think there is a second issue over here. When we see India growing right now at 6.5%, this is despite those global headwinds. Otherwise, we should be growing at 7.5%, 8%. And 6.5% growth of the economy does require the financial services sector to grow 2.5 times to support that growth. And that's why you're seeing non-food credit now at 17, 18% already, which shows that we are in a fortunate space where we have a very significant domestic market for consumption. And that's driving a lot of this growth. We can see the government is playing a significant role the last few years with public infrastructure investment. That has a multiplier effect on jobs, on consumption as well. So a combination of this is what is taking us ahead. The last point that I'd like us to leave, or that I thought I'd like to leave with you over here is most of our growth is funded currently by foreign capital. And it's great. You create the right channels for it. We do need foreign capital. But we also have to make sure that we are building long-term sources of domestic capital. And that is something that government and industry needs to get together to do, because we can't long-term be reliant on foreign capital. Today we are an attractive destination. Tomorrow we may not be.
Let me try and bring the audience into the conversation. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to ask a question? Can we get a mic here, please? Yep. Is there only one mic here? Can we get two people with mics, please? It'll just be more efficient. One Mr. Jalan and one here, two gentlemen who are standing. Yeah. Go ahead, please. I don't think he has a mic right now.
Sanjeev, you have been creatively ahead of your competition all the time. But times are changing, and as Sunil said, reliance is coming in. Now, imitation is the best form of flattery. So you should be pleased with that. But how do you see this competition, and how do you expect to remain ahead of the others?
2007, Bajaj Finance had a AUM of about 1,500 crore. We made 20 crores of profit after tax that year. We were ahead of no one. The only thing that we were focused on was how could we make life better for our customers, for them to choose us for a loan instead of going to some of the other large NBFCs or banks. Because we knew that we could not be the cheapest. We were firstly very small. We were competing with very large other entities. And pricing is a game that anybody else can beat you with, because you just reduce your own interest rates. So we built a set of capabilities for making it easier for customers to take loans, for making it more intuitive. Today on our digital platform, we, by end of the year, we will have 50 million customers actively buying stuff on the platform, from buying products, as I said, mobile phones, televisions, cars, two-wheelers. Of course, cars, two-wheelers is a lead that goes eventually to the showroom. But taking personal loans, loans for their houses, buying insurance products, investments, making investments. Now, at the back of this is a data engine and a set of algorithms that build risk scorecards on every one of the 61 million customers that Bajaj Finance has, and that pre-approve loans for them, so that when they want to go and buy something, if they open up their app, they know that there's a loan available.
So interruption. Yeah. What is the quickest time in which you're able to assess the risk attached, approve or reject an application for a loan?
30 seconds. 30 seconds, yeah. We would probably work with about 400 different variables on the customer to be able to produce that output.
Sanjay has made a comment, but I think it's a question. He's saying for consumer durables, you give us interest-free installments, also cash back, you pay interest and on deposits, yet you are highly profitable. Where's the magic sauce in here?
That's the secret sauce. Now, I can't give you all my secrets over here. But no, it's actually simpler than that. When we started off doing consumer durable financing, this was, we started off 2000, 2001, but really 2007, 8 when we rebuilt our plans. At that time, what we realized was that consumer durable cost 20, 30,000 rupees, at that time for a 32-inch plasma TV. So it was not very expensive. And we went to the large manufacturers, the Sony, Samsungs, LGs of the world, and we told them that, you guys spend so much money in marketing. But as one of these gurus has said, you don't know which 50% of it is wisely spent and which is wasted. So we said, instead of that, we'll give a loan for 12 months, 18 months. It doesn't have to be longer than that because it's a 2,000-3,000 rupee monthly payment. Why don't you bear the interest costs? Because if the interest is 17, 18, 19% on a reducing value loan, it's typically a 4 to 6% discount, which is a very small discount for these manufacturers. We were fortunate to break into Samsung. Because Samsung, if you remember, were the main sponsors for the LA Olympics. That's when they really got onto the international scene. In India, they were still lagging. And they decided to do this to become number one in India. And then in a few years, they became number one. Once we cracked one, in a few months, we cracked the next. And we made that 0% interest truly a unique product for the customer, where other than processing fees of 250 rupees one time, the customer pays nothing, is just equally divided. And it's a win-win because within a year, year and a half, we were able to show to the manufacturers that 40% of our consumers traded one product up. So if they came to buy a 32-inch plasma TV, they took a 40-inch TV. If they came to buy a single-door refrigerator, 40% took a double-door refrigerator because he or she could stretch his rupee more. The retailer was thrilled because they sold a more expensive product, got a higher commission. Manufacturer was thrilled because he sold a more expensive product, and we were thrilled. So it truly became a win-win, I would say, product idea.
So Sanjeev, I can see some more slips have been sent, but we need to to wrap up the session. We are running a little bit behind time. So do you have another? All right, we'll make this last one. Too much of telecalling from your call centers for taking loans. Any respite?
Very, very sorry to hear that. Any answer that I give can be held against me. The reality is that over 80% of our engagement with customers is digital, is not through telecalling. We are hoping over the next 12 months it can be 100%. The telecalling, yes, there are, so we do 100,000 loans a day. We get complaints about 5 or 6 a day, of which this telecalling is probably maybe 1 or 2. Now, we want it to be 0 because nobody likes that. I get calls at times as well. So the challenge is twofold. Wherever it's a miscreant in our system, we investigate because every call made is recorded by us. We have a centralized system that records every call, including every collection call, which can be a lot more distressing than just a promotional call. And we take action, including sacking the person if we find that the person has done it wrong. But on the other hand, there are multiple fraudsters. Organized fraud is nearly 10 to 12% of this industry. We have busted call centers with 200, 300 people working in those call centers. And they pretend to be Bajaj, they pretend to be SBI, they pretend to be somebody else. Right now, we are the punching boys, I can see in the last 6-8 weeks, even in social media. Our own job is how do we get better and better and make sure that the 100,000 customers every day who need their loan, we can still be available to them, but not be a pest to the rest. We are also working with different agencies, including intelligence agencies, to try and get these fraudsters at bay. And we are also working on further adding to our technology capacity so that we can, from our side at least, try and take telecalling to 0. So then if somebody is getting a call, we'll say, go and complain to the police because we can 100% tell you it's not us. Today I can tell you 97% it's not us, but I cannot tell you 100%.
So Sanjeev, this is a conversation which we could go on for a while, and you have a wealth of knowledge, information, and a rich experience to share. So thank you very much for coming in for this conversation, and thank you for the audience for being part of the conversation. Thank you.
And thank you for doing this.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful session. May I now request Mr. Shrinivas Dempo, President AIMA, to please join us on stage to present mementos to our guests, Mr. Sanjiv Bajaj and Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal. Thank you, Mr. Dempo, for joining us on stage to do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as we are immediately starting with the last session of the conclave shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning the last session of the conclave on why history matters for the future. For this discussion, we will be joined by Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, Member Economic Advisory Council of Prime Minister of India, wherein he is in conversation with Mr. Shrinivas Dempo, President AIMA and Chairman Dempo Group of Companies. They will be joining us within a short while. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We are ready to start our last session of the day. Interestingly titled, Why History Matters for the Future. I assure you it's going to be a very promising discussion here. So please do remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to begin the session, Why History Matters for the Future. Please join me in welcoming on stage. We have with us Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, Member Economic Advisory Council of Prime Minister of India. He is in conversation with Mr. Shrinivas Dempo, President AIMA and Chairman Dempo Group of Companies. A very warm welcome to you both.
Sanjeev, let me welcome you to this session and thank you for doing this for AIMA. I know when I contacted you the first time, you were traveling extensively, but you were kind enough to agree to a date, and I warmly welcome you to this National Leadership Conclave. All of you all know Sanjeev. You know, I don't need to introduce you. And he wears so many hats. He's an outstanding historian. He's had very impressive career in the financial sector. He has written 4 outstanding books, at least 2 of which I have read. I was fortunate enough to moderate a session with him in my own state of Goa. And that's where I picked up 2 of his books and I found them to be extremely interesting. He's also played a very, very key role in, and is still continues to do as a key member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. Earlier, he was the principal economic advisor to the Finance Ministry. He's also played an extremely important role in our country's interaction with both OECD and G7 and has been a co-chair of the G20 Global Action Plan to coordinate our response to the dreaded COVID disease. As I said, he has also had a very impressive financial career background. He was the global strategist and managing director at Deutsche Bank. Also, equally excelled in the field of academics. He has been a visiting professor and scholar at Oxford University, an adjunct fellow at Singapore's Institute of Policy Studies, a fellow of the Royal Geographical Society, and also a visiting professor at the JNU. Recent years, as I said, he has added another arrow to his quiver in the form of history writing. He has produced outstanding books on India's recent and ancient past, the topic which is of discussion today and the relevance of history. Some of his books that I would like to mention is India's Renaissance, India's Rise After 1,000 Years of Decline, Land of the Seven Rivers, A Brief History of India's Geography, The Ocean of Churn, How the Indian Ocean Shaped Human History, and The Revolutionaries, the other story of how India won its freedom. In all his books, he's touched upon a very important point, and he's questioned the legacy of historical narratives and offered alternative histories of India's origin, evolution, territory, and its people. Actually, I find that all his books are very timely, and it's as we are all witnessing, an unprecedented contest for the past and future. I don't know, and we'll have to probe more into and ask Sanjeev his opinion, why so many countries has so much craze about its history and its past and are trying to reconcile their present with the past, admit a competition for true history among their constituent groups. Obviously, we all find that history is important, legacy is important, but it'll be very interesting to know from Sanjeev his take of how one can be sure of history and why history matters to the future of the nation. I will stop here and ask Sanjeev to give a few opening comments, and then we will have the Q&A session, and time permitting, we will all ask you for your questions. Thank you so much. And welcome, Sanjeev, again.
Thank you, Shrinivas. And thank you to AIMA for inviting me yet again and to one of your sessions. It's good to see many friendly faces here. I have known several of you for many, many years from my life in the financial sector and through my last several years in the government. The topic that has been chosen for me is to speak about why history matters to the future. And one may well ask, why is it that an economist should come to a corporate management conference and talk about history? So I think, let me get that out of the way as a way to, and in fact, that may be a good place to start this conversation. Well, I think there are three major reasons why you want to bring up history in an event like this. First and foremost, as the old dictum goes, those who do not read history are condemned to repeat it. What this dictum doesn't mean that history just is a repetition over and over again. But there are patterns. And in fact, as Mark Twain once quipped, that while history may not repeat itself, it certainly rhymes. What he meant to say is that there are patterns in history. And when you are talking about history, we usually mean national history or the history of a civilization or a city or something like that. So think of it as data, long-range data. All of you in your corporate life deal with data. You deal with annual data, you deal with quarterly data, and you try to work out certain patterns, presumably learning from these patterns to be able to improve into the future. This is important. But even in the life of a nation or a civilization, this is also true. And history really is data about the past. It's long-range data over hundreds of years or thousands of years, or whatever length of history you want to look at. And it is important to understand that, as I said, in order not to repeat the mistakes. And this is particularly true for a country like India, which has such a long history. And a lot of it is a very painful history of invasion, occupation, colonization, and so on. So if you don't want to repeat those things, it's important to learn history. Number two, it is important not only that some small group of specialists learn history, but there is a generalized understanding of at least the facts of history. You may interpret them in somewhat different ways at an individual level, but there has to be, if you want a nation or any large group of people, a general understanding and acceptance of certain facts of history. Because again, the corollary to the first rule is the second. Because if only a very small group of people know the history, then the danger is that that small group will sit around and watch the rest of the people repeat history. So it's no point in going through that. And therefore, it is important that we teach this history on a wider basis to future generations. It is in some ways an accumulation of knowledge, and that too must be passed on. There is a third rule to our understanding of history, and which is this. And here we come to a more nuanced and complex point, which is that if you don't write your own history, and particularly when you're dealing with something as important as the future of a country or a civilization or something, a large project, then be clear that if you don't write your history, somebody else will write it for you. There is an African proverb which says that till the lions do not have their own storytellers, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. So if you, as I said, do not have the time or energy or interest of writing your history, do not think you're going to be left alone. Somebody else is going to stand up there and deconstruct you and write your narrative for you. And this is indeed that has happened to us many times in the past. Many Indians get very excited that the British, having colonized India, took such a great interest in our history. Well, of course they did. There is no better way to colonize a people thoroughly than to take control of the way they think of themselves. This is why even 75 years after independence, we still talk about decolonization. Because in some ways, we ended up seeing ourselves from a framework of thinking that somebody else set for us. Now, having set these 3 points down, let me now take this into the area of leadership, whether it's in the corporate leadership or a national political leadership and so on. Why is this important to have this discussion for you as well? Not merely as stakeholders in this country, but even in your own, when you're trying to run your own companies or industries. Because in the end, remember that we live in such a complex, changing, uncertain world. We need to have a framework or a narrative framework in which we get everybody to buy into in order to be able to pull in a certain direction. That narrative building, in a sense, is leadership. That is what leadership is about, right? In the end, if you dig deep enough, all the sessions that you did all day were ultimately about this. So this requires you to have a shared understanding of who you are. And that in some way, and one ingredient of that is a shared understanding of your history. I'm not saying you have to agree at every little point, but a general shared understanding of that history is a part of the general shared values, the general shared culture that you want to have in order to get any group of people to pull in the same direction. So, in some ways, when you are doing leadership at every level, you are in some ways creating that framework. And so, history is a very important part of doing that when you're dealing with a nation or even a state or even a city. The large masses of people have to have a shared understanding of who they are. Now, given this broader context, let us come to the conversations that we are having today and into the future. I'm going to start with something which is not history, then I'll come back to history. You see, history is not about just the past. We are ourselves living history. One day, people will look back and what we thought, what we said, why we said, and that will also become a part of history. And therefore, we need to think about how these narratives, these frameworks of understanding are being generated as we speak. And in this context, let me show you how, and I've been a part of this conversation, show you how as we emerge as a major global power, how a large amount of effort will get put into setting the narrative for us so that we are guided into certain directions, pathways of growth. So, for example, you may see there are all these suddenly, this plethora of think tanks who are creating these indices. Democracy Index, Happiness Index, Hunger Index, etc., etc. And in all of them, without fail, we do curiously badly. Have you noticed this? You know, there was one of these major think tanks, global think tanks, I think it's called VDEM, it's a Sweden-based think tank. It issued a few months ago a academic freedom index. And in that academic freedom index, not only are we below Pakistan, we are even below Afghanistan. Now, obviously, this is not even a pretense of trying to set a objective truth. What they are trying to do is to frame us in a particular way in order to manipulate us. And this is not something that is new today. This has been going on from the beginning of time. What they are trying to do is that only if we behave in a particular pattern will we be accepted as a democracy. Now, if you go and look at the democracy index, by the way, I've written several articles and working papers on this issue, so you can get into the details, but it's quite interesting how it is set up. So if you go and look at, say, the democracy index, and look at the first 4 or 5
countries that the democracy index considers to be the best democracy in the world. Okay, in that list, we are 108 out of 140. So the world's largest democracy on the democracy index comes out at 108 out of 140. But who are the first five? First five democracies in the world are Kingdom of Norway, Kingdom of Denmark, Kingdom of Sweden, Kingdom of Netherlands, and the United Kingdom. In other words, being a republic is bad for democracy. That's the main finding of this report. So obviously there are certain ways in which it is set up, and you will be told this story in a particular way. And by the way, this is not just about these perception-based indices about happiness index and so on. In fact, Nassim Taleb tweeted one very interesting world map, which was quite funny, in which he colored different countries according to where they rank on the happiness index. And then he also put in there their suicide rates. There is an absolute perfect correlation. So the joke that went around is the best way of to reach happiness at a national scale is to allow the unhappy to kill themselves off. So this is the absurdity with which these narratives are set. Now you may argue, no, this is very bad, we should ignore it and so on. No, you cannot ignore this. Because what happens is, this sort of thing then gets slowly taken into things that have concrete impact. One of those things that is you may be already facing is something called the ESG norms. The environment, social and governance norms. Now, I have nothing against being socially responsible, environmentally responsible, or taking governance seriously. But what happens is that these subjective things are all taken to create a particular narrative. So, there are these advocate groups. Very often these are basically non-government organizations of various kinds, who will then impose on you certain norms for which, in order to grade you up or down, they will first of all charge money, but on a grander scale, they will actually use it to manipulate you in a particular direction. And you can already, many of you may be facing this if you are dealing with investments or trade in places like Europe. Be under no illusion that this is a form of neo-colonization. Not very different from the way, for example, the British were writing our history. So what was the problem the British had when they occupied this country? There were a small number of obviously different looking people, white people, who had come and occupied a large and established country with a long history. And they needed to basically justify their rule. So what they did is said, yes, you guys have a long and established history, but that great civilization that you are proud of, do remember that it was given to you by other white people called the Aryans, who came and gifted it to you. So all we are doing really is doing a software update. And therefore we have a right to rule over you. There has never been any sign in the archaeology, in the Vedic texts or other texts, or even in the genetics of any such invasion. And yet, to this day, by the way, the Aryan invasion is hardwired in a lot of the textbooks and other conversations that we have. So, before I pass it back to you, the point I'm making here is narrative building is important. It is important at the national level, it's important at the corporate level. Much of it, creating a convincing narrative which is based on facts is an important part of leadership. And most importantly, if you are not doing it, your enemies will do it for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjeev, for setting that both tone and context of the debate that is going to follow. And I think a lot of questions must have emerged in the audience's mind and also in my mind. I'd like to start with a basic question, and that is, some say that history, like GDP, is anything that you want to be. And in some form, You covered that when the British wrote it the way they wanted it. And you know, according to you, because you're both a historian and an economist, what's your view on the role of guesswork and subjectivity in all these historical narratives?
See, it's like this. Everybody is allowed their opinions, but they are not allowed their own facts. Now, we live in a world that is partly objective and partly subjective. Just because you can measure the objective part does not mean the subjective part is not important or it doesn't exist. And just because there are a large number of subjective things to talk about doesn't mean that objective things do not exist as well. Combining these two elements is what allows us to make sense of the world. Now, the fact that two economists may disagree or two historians may disagree about certain facts is not surprising. All you have to do is to put on your television and you will see that we do not even agree on what happened yesterday. So it shouldn't be very surprising that historians disagree on what happened 2000 years ago. Similarly, that economists may disagree on various explanations for certain things happening or not happening. But that does not mean that there are no objective facts at all. There is a certain amount of things that we know or primary evidence that exists. So for example, when you calculate GDP, yes, there are a lot of assumptions that are made in calculating GDP. GDP is not some God-given number. It is basically a convention. It's a convention that's not even very old. It emerged really after the Second World War and became popularized only in the 1950s. So it is a convention that has emerged in relatively recent times. And there are lots of well-known problems with calculating GDP. But it provides a good rule of thumb or guide about the amount of economic activity that is happening in an economy. I'm not saying it's a perfect measure. It ignores many other costs you may be, the environmental cost or social costs you may be having to bear as a result of higher economic growth. But it does provide some measure. And while you can find other ways of measuring human development or human progress, and others have tried to create things like, for example, the Human Development Index and so on. But the fact of the matter is, every one of those other indices is so strongly correlated to GDP that you might as well just go with GDP because it's relatively easier to calculate and it correlates with many other things we do. For example, our tax system, profitability of the corporate sector, and many other things can be kind of correlated to this one measure, which is consequently a summary. As long as you understand that this is a summary and understand its weaknesses, it remains a useful way to think about the world. By the way, I can even say that about corporate accounts. Yeah, corporate accounts in the end is an opinion. However, that does not mean profitability is a completely made up thing. Within certain set of conventions of the double entry bookkeeping system, we arrive at a number that is generally found to be a reasonable way to think about the world. Now, there are value, for example, reputation. Yeah, it's a very fuzzy thing. Or, when buying and selling of unlisted companies happen, there's a lot of fuzziness about what the valuation is going to be. But with that constraint, we are able to function. So the same is true of GDP and the same is true of history.
You said in your opening comments, and also I've seen you argue many a times, that the historical narratives in this country suffer from both post-colonial and colonial bias. What would you recommend? How does one really come out of this and ensure that more objectivity is achieved in both our history making and taking?
So, as I said, we all have a right to our opinions. We don't have a right to our facts. So, I don't have any problem with there being multiple reasonable interpretation of the facts. One of the problems with the Indian history narrative, particularly the textbooks we teach to our children, is the facts themselves are actually disputable. And in fact are blatantly wrong in many cases. So since more recent histories, maybe of post-colonial history or maybe Mughals and so on is so contentious, let me show you somebody you may think is not contentious, how the history of that person can be completely questioned and is possibly completely fabricated. Emperor Ashoka. Yeah, everybody loves Emperor Ashoka, nice chap. He went and carried out genocide in Odisha, but then, he became a pacifist, a Buddhist, and general good body at large. Now, the problem with this story is, this story of his regret after Kalinga and his conversion to Buddhism, sadly, is entirely made up. There is no evidence to this at all. I've written about it in one of my books called The Ocean of Churn. To the extent evidence exists, the evidence is the following, that he converted to Buddhism 4 years before Kalinga. 2, he did carry out genocide in Kalinga. That is a known fact because he writes about it himself. But the fact of his regret is also somewhat fuzzy. There is none of his, he has several inscriptions in Odisha, but none of the inscriptions in Odisha mention any regret. The inscription in which he does mention some regret is in places that are now actually in Pakistan. And in that inscription, where he does say, I invaded Kalinga, so many 100,000 people died, so many 100,000 got injured, so many people imprisoned and so on. Then that is the one that you read in your history books. What people don't tell you is the paragraph immediately afterwards, which says, you forest tribes, notwithstanding the regret I am having of doing that to those chaps, I will do the same thing to you if you behave badly. This is no pacifist. So this idea that he became a pacifist is also complete garbage. In fact, much of the facts of Ashoka's life is, other than his inscriptions, which are, by the way, very few. You can read all his inscriptions in 20 minutes. There are just a few of them, and they have very limited things to say. So much of what about his life is made up comes from Buddhist texts. And it's very clear from these Buddhist texts, particularly Sri Lankan Buddhist texts, where it's very clear that well after he became a Buddhist and well after the Kalinga War and so-called regret, etc., he was carrying out major massacres of Jains, major massacres of a sect called the Ajivikas in Bengal, and so on and so forth. So this idea that he became a pacifist is also garbage. Now, after I tell all of this, say, yeah, okay, but all great emperors do this kind of violent thing, but he was a great emperor, right? So let me also point out, this is also suspect. First of all, remember, this empire was not created by Ashoka. It was created by his grandfather, Chandragupta Maurya. It was then looked after for several decades by his father, Bindusara. Ashoka was not the person who was supposed to inherit this. When Bindusara died, Ashoka grabbed the crown from and killed 99 of his brothers and cousins in order to become king. Then, as I mentioned, he did not become a pacifist at all. And there were many rebellions in his empire. And we have evidence that by the time he died, his empire was rapidly collapsing. The southern half of his empire spun off into the Satvahana Empire within years of his death. The Kalinga became a separate king, went back to being a separate king within a few years of him becoming a king. One of his sons or grandsons split off in Kashmir. And so a rump of the Mauryan Empire remained in the Gangetic Plains for a couple of generations, and then that too collapsed. So a point I'm making to you is that he did not create the Mauryan Empire, he usurped it, and the empire collapsed, was already collapsing while he was alive, and completely collapsed within a few years of him dying. So here is a king who destroyed a great empire which seemed to have been functioning rather well. There's no evidence of him having ever become a pacifist, but plenty of evidence of him carrying out lots of genocide. So we have no idea why he's considered such a great king in our history books. I have based all of this story that I've told you on hard facts. I wrote all of this a decade ago in a book called The Ocean of Churn. When I wrote it, I thought many mainstream historians would come and question me. I'm still waiting.
That was really very interesting, because as a school-going kid, we used to always think of Ashoka as one of the best rulers that has done India good. Coming to a similar sort of an issue, you've talked about how Indian freedom struggle, which we generally believe came from ahimsa, or the non-violent struggle that at least we were taught about. In your book, Revolutionaries, the other story of how Indian freedom was won, you actually have argued that it has not come through non-violence, but it has come through guns rather than satyagraha. Could you just share some insights into that?
So again, the conventional history writing about this country will give you the impression that we gently suggested to the British to leave and they politely left. But the fact of the matter is, our freedom struggle is a very bloody one, with many implications coming down right to this day. It is a history of continuous armed resistance. And I'm not talking about the early armed resistance of the Marathas, the Sikhs, and the Sannyasi revolution, the polygars, and so on. That happened in the 18th and 19th century. And that cycle of resistance, I agree, came to an end in 1857, when all the old elites were basically there, they were basically put down. But that does not mean that the flame of armed resistance died out. There was something called the revolutionary movement, which from around about 1900 to 1946 kept up a continuous armed resistance to the British. And it had a very important part in putting up to the sequence of events, not merely in terms of how the British reacted, but it is important to remember that this armed revolutionary group were an important part even within the Congress. This has been forgotten. And they were important enough that in 1937-38, Netaji was actually able to win an election against the Gandhians inside the Congress. So do remember that the revolutionaries were an important part inside the Congress, not just generally more outside. They also involved tens of thousands of people. They had branches across the world, from California to Germany to Japan to Italy to Singapore, all kinds of places where the revolutionaries had large numbers. Inside India, they had large networks. But the impression you get, one day Bhagat Singh got up and threw a bomb in the assembly. Some random person shot somebody else. So deliberately, this story has been told to you about, there were these individual acts of bravery, but they didn't add up to anything. But if you read the book Revolutionaries, you will discover that this is a deliberate misrepresentation of what the revolutionaries were doing. This was a large movement with clear organization, clear objectives, involving tens of thousands of people. And as I mentioned, they were important even within the Congress. And many of the things they did had a very big role in leading to Indian independence. And in fact, seen from the perspective of the revolutionaries themselves, events like, for example, the 1946 naval revolt and so on, that is really the reason India gets its freedom. Now, I'm not here to say that the non-violent movement did not have any role at all, but I do want to tell you that the other movement had at least as much a role in getting us freedom. It's a story that has unfortunately been written out of our history books, and it needs to be brought back in.
Thank you, Sanjeev. I'm just going to take one question from the audience, which I have in the form of a note, because I have just been told that our time is almost over. The one, Mr. Sumit Chaudhary asks, I fully agree that these crazy derivations rooted in vested interests cannot be ignored by us. What should be the action steps taken by our country and by us?
So, I agree with him. The point is, in the past, we used to take the view ki, chodo, how does it matter? Let's keep doing what we are doing. Or some philosophical statement that, the dogs will bark when the elephant passes or something like that. But the fact of the matter is, these kinds of deliberate creation of narratives do have an impact in concrete things. They feed through into things like the sovereign ratings, they feed into these ESG norms I talked about, and into many other geopolitical and political narratives. So it is important that we do engage with them, first of all. Second, when we engage with them, the first thing to do is to at least go and deconstruct many of these things. I was quite shocked that I was literally the first person to go and begin to dig into these indices and to see how they came up with their opinions. And I was absolutely shocked that most of it is based on utterly garbage methodology. I mean, some of these big, EIU, Economist Intelligence Unit, Freedom House, the VDEM, these are major think tanks with, major and have great opinions about the world. But in fact, much of what they do is actually the opinions of some 25 so-called eminent thinkers. Now, you tell me, if you wanted to do a survey even for a college president's election, your sample size will be more than 25. So, this is utter garbage. Now, I was amazed that nobody in India was systematically turning the gaze at them and looking at what these people are talking about. So I began publishing these things, I began talking about them, I began publishing articles, working papers, and all of this. The good news is that many people are now taking this up. Wherever these things are presented now, anywhere in the world, some student will stand up and begin to question them. The response so far has been laughable from these institutions. When VDEM's director was asked by a journalist, what do you think about these criticisms coming from these papers written by Sanjeev Sanyal? He did not in any way engage with any of the points I had raised. He made 2 points. One, that all our models are run on supercomputers. And the second point is, it all involves high maths. Now, I got the impression that he thought that by telling me high maths, he was somehow scare me away. I have no idea why he said this. And by the way, I'm not making this up. You can look up this interview. It's by the director of VDEM. It's a Swedish think tank, and I forget his name, Swedish chap. But this was his response. So basically, they have no real response to the things we are saying. And I'm right now doing a similar thing, by the way. This is all opinion-based index. Now, you will think that the objective database things would be more objective. Actually, they are also equal garbage. Okay? I've also published, formally published working papers on issues like looking at, for example, ILO's estimate of India's female labor participation, a major issue which keeps on coming into discussions. Utter garbage. It is just made up. There's a problem with our own data collection, which, by the way, ILO is aware of and has published a paper saying that our own data is an understatement. But then they calculate some gobbledygook and come up with a number which is even below ours. Okay, so according to them, female labor participation in India is only 24%. Okay, then they will say, okay, 24%. India's estimate is 36%. But they have only themselves published papers saying that it should be correctly calculated somewhere in the 50s. So, the reason they are able to get away with this garbage is because nobody goes and reads and questions their methodology. The same thing has been done, by the way, in life expectancy of India has been dramatically reduced by UNDP. Or I'm now doing a paper on looking at anemia estimates for India. Much of this is just based on garbage data. I mean, even an undergraduate can pick holes in them. I'm just shocked that we Indians have not had the confidence of going back and simply looking up what these people are doing. And it turns out that they are basically, in some ways, either incompetent or just plain-faced lying.
We could have gone on and on this very interesting topic, and why history is of relevant and really matters. But I think we have the other program to follow. So once again, on behalf of AIMA, I thank Sanjeev for doing this, and I think I really enjoyed moderating the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs, for that in-depth discussion. May I now invite Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, past President AIMA, to please join us on stage to kindly present mementos for this session. We thank Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal. We thank Mr. Shrinivas Dempo. Thank you, Mr. Munjal, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of AIMA's 8th National Leadership Conclave. Thank you all once again for joining us here today and staying with us the entire day. Once again, we thank our sponsors, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited, Aster DM Healthcare, Dempo Group of Companies and Serum Institute of India. Our co-sponsors, Ambuja Neotia Group, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, Triveni Turbines Limited, and Vodafone Idea Limited. Associate sponsors, Kevin Care Private Limited and JK Paper Limited. Corporate sponsors, Fostima, Gale India Limited, JK Lakshmipat University, Nico Cables, NTPC Realization Technologies, Safe Express and Usha International. We shall commence with the 13th Managing India Award ceremony from 6 p.m. onwards. In the meanwhile, please do join us outside for networking tea coffee organized at Rani Bagh. We would request you all to please kindly vacate the hall for Managing India Awards. May we request you to please vacate the hall. The hall has to be vacated. It has to be for security and sanitation purposes. We'll request you all to please vacate the hall and join us back at 6 p.m. sharp. "6 p.m. sharp is the time that we start the Managing India Awards presentation ceremony. So please do join us back in time. But meanwhile, I request you all, in the best interest of time, to please quickly vacate the hall so that the security and sanitation can be taken care of. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to carry all your belongings with you. Please vacate the hall. Once again, requesting you all, please do vacate the hall. But a gentle reminder, please do join us back in time at sharp 6 p.m. for the Managing India Awards. Meanwhile, don't forget to carry all of your belongings with you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'll request you all to please kindly vacate the hall immediately. We need to make preparations for the Managing India Award ceremony. And also for security and sanitation purposes, we request you all to please kindly vacate the hall.